Welcome to Story. The story you are listening to was not written by us. This channel is dedicated to narrating stories found across the internet, including platforms such as Archive of Our Own and Wattpad. Our goal is to provide long-form audio stories you can enjoy while working, driving, or relaxing. We always encourage listeners to support the original authors. Stories are uploaded and updated only once they reach 2 hours or longer, allowing authors time to develop their work and giving listeners the choice to wait or read ahead themselves. Story is not intended to claim credit for these stories. We do our best to clearly credit original creators. While we plan to publish original stories in the future, our current focus is on narration. Following the brown Filolial left Dante with mixed emotions. Meeting Vittoria this early was unexpected, but not impossible. He did have 2 royal Filolials, after all. While his relations with the other heroes wasn't great, it wasn't too bad either. Itsuki was fairly hateful towards him, but Motoyasu and Rin seemed neutral. Dante did plan on working with them all eventually too, once the whole rape accusation got taken care of. His thoughts drifted in and out between meeting the Filolial Queen and listening to the conversations behind him. I hope you didn't take my statements to mean I'm excusing any of the king's actions, Eclair said. No, of course not, Raphtalia assured her. If he had any involvement in your village being attacked, I will condemn it wholeheartedly and see to it that he faces the queen when she returns. Eclair continued on. Dante had mentioned to Eclair that Devon Mallory was in the throne room while the heroes were being rewarded. Apparently, being stationed there was a step up from where he was when Eclair was imprisoned. Even if the king wasn't involved, it was certainly looking like he approved of the outcome. After all, he did ignore what Eclair said about the knights enslaving the survivors. And Sir MacRory. Eclair turned to the shield hero. Until we know whether or not the king had any part in my territory's destruction, I would ask you not to make any conclusions on it. Fair enough. Dante nodded. He's done plenty else for me to judge. And, it's not as if the royal family doesn't have slaves. As do you. Eclair pointed out. My father did as well. And I'm sure all those slaves were treated the same. Dante glanced back her. Of course, I'm not implying the king tortured any directly. He just wouldn't care if they were. You think he wouldn't care if his wife, the queen, had her edicts ignored? He tried to have Sedina and the others taken to the Three Heroes Church to have their slave seals removed. Dante reminded her. Assuming he was honest about that, and that's a big assumption, it would take an incredible amount of willful ignorance to think they'd be fine, and not enslaved or killed. Well, not that the church could pull that off anyway. It wasn't as if he'd let them go alone. Dante would have gone with them to make sure that was all that was done, if they somehow lost the duel. If that caused a fight, then they'd have to deal with things a lot earlier. It's not like they couldn't escape. Since we won't be able to agree on this, I suggest we postpone this discussion. Eclair suggested. Agreed. For all Dante knew, the king would have made sure his slaves were properly freed. It seemed unlikely, given the hanged emissaries outside the castle walls. Eclair held that knights were responsible for that, since they could have done that without the king's approval. Dante had to admit it was a possibility, given that they must have been put up at night, or early morning at the latest. Altcray denied knowing anything about them, though he may have just been careful of what he said in front of his daughter. Still, finding Eclair guilty and doing nothing about the slavers was a pretty clear indication to Dante. Ha! Rifana looked between the two of them, having retaken her position in the front of the carriage. What? Dante looked down at the weasel girl. It just didn't seem like you two made up at all, Rifana said. We didn't, because there was nothing to mend, Dante stated. Neither of us were proven wrong, and neither of us are sorry about what we said to each other. Still. Rifana looked back again at Eclair. Dante smirked and glanced over his shoulder. Sorry, I raised my voice and sounded threatening. He told the Lady Knight. Ah. Eclair smiled, nodding to him. My apologies if I brought up bad memories. Dante turned back to Rifana, still smirking. Better? Rifana smiled and leaned into him. Better. If nothing else, Dante was glad their fear seemed short-lived. Eclair was the stubborn type, and that seemed to extend to giving the benefit of the doubt to people she respected. Until she spoke with Altcray directly, she may not change her view. Dante did promise her that meeting would happen when Melromark's next wave occurred. The carriages continued to rattle as they followed the brown Filolial. They went at a decent pace, but made sure not to damage the carriages. From the fields and roads, they ventured into a light forest. Dante couldn't remember where Vittoria's sanctuary was, if it was ever revealed, but this didn't feel like it. The only thing the brown Filolial had told Dio was that they were going to meet her. Eventually, they came upon a clearing. Numerous Filolials of different colors were present. There didn't seem to be any real organization, but there was a larger group further in. Before he even noticed it approaching, a fog had surrounded the area. I'm pretty sure that's the skill to keep people in or out of an area. Once they got closer, they could see a girl standing in the center of the group. She had silver hair and looked about as tall as Dio and Jojo, and wore a nice-looking red and white dress. There was no doubt this was Vittoria. Dante and his party climbed off of the carriage and approached. The Filolials present made way as Vittoria came closer to meet them. She had her eyes closed as she walked forward. You are the hero of the shield, are you not? She asked, stopping in front of Dante. Yes. Dante MacRory, the shield hero. Dante said. I am Vittoria, queen of all Filolials. Vittoria said. Sedina held Dante's hand as they talked. He was glad she did. Speaking with Vittoria was somewhat terrifying. He was a little scared when he first met Sedina, since he thought she could kill him with a casual swing of her harpoon. Since he was the shield hero, it was fairly unlikely she would, but the possibility existed. It was the same with Vittoria, only she was much more likely to consider that option. Of course, circumstantially, that option was still pretty far out there. So far, he hadn't done anything to warrant her anger. He had a small spat with one other holy hero, had neutral relations with another, and a third expressed his willingness to work with Dante. Not to mention the fact that Dante raised 2 royal Filolials. It's nice to meet you. Dante gave a light bow. Is there something we can do for you? First, I would like to ask what your plans are. Vittoria gestured to the ground. She took a seat with her legs underneath her, so Dante sat down as well, though he simply sat cross-legged. Sedina joined him on the ground. Well, my immediate plans are to travel to Zeltable and register with the Hourglass there, then move north to a few others. He told her. Vittoria hummed. Good. However, my flock has told me you were heading south when you were spotted. Ah, yeah. Here came the tricky part. The nation we're in is interfering a bit with my travels. I'll get across eventually. I see. Vittoria responded neutrally. Well, this isn't bad so far. Next, I would like to fight the 2 Filolials you've raised. Vittoria pointed behind Dante. Dio still stood in her Filolial queen form, but Jojo was in his child form. Ah. Dante nodded. Right. You disapprove? Vittoria cocked her head to the side. And no. Dante knew this moment would come eventually, but now that it was here. What's wrong, Dad? Jojo asked, looking down at him. Dad? Vittoria turned her head towards Jojo, then nodded. Ah, I understand. It was hard to let his children fight someone he knew was far more powerful than them. He knew it was just a mock battle, but the hesitation remained. I can heal any injuries they get in our battle, Vittoria assured him. However, if you are still against it, I won't force it. That was unexpected. He didn't think Vittoria was the type to let something like that slide. Dante turned up to his kids. What do you two want to do? We'll fight, Dio proclaimed, raising up her wing. Yeah. Jojo joined her, raising a fist. The flock of Philolials made more room around them. Vittoria stood and went to one side while Dio and Jojo stood at the other. Neither of the kids changed their forms to match the other. The rest of the party stood behind the kids. Come at me in any way you see fit, Vittoria said. I want to test you at your best. Can we drink a potion first? Dio asked. Vittoria shook her head. Dio and Jojo pouted a bit. We wanted to use one of Papa's battle potions. That's not what they're called. Dante sighed at their antics. He played around a bit with his potion maker's shield and the alchemical recipes he unlocked. Dante was able to brew a number of different potions, ones that temporarily increased stats. A lot of those potions seemed to emulate different support spells he learned, like Guard for defense or Power for physical abilities. The most well-rounded potion increased everything, though not as much as the targeted potions. Still, it was a decent workaround to not having the aura spell yet. The results spoke for themselves. A high-quality potion like that could really tip the scales in a normal battle. It's what Keel used when he killed those knights. Pushing past their disappointment, Dio and Jojo took their positions. Dio had her claws at the ready and Jojo had his pole hammer. You may come at me whenever you are ready, Vittoria said, waving the Philolial kids to her. Both of them sprung forward quickly, activating High Quick while they ran. They dashed to either side of Vittoria and came at her from two angles. With a sudden burst of wind, their movement stopped. Vittoria stopped the head of the pole hammer in her right hand and an outstretched claw in the other. Impressive, she said, knocking the pair far away. I wouldn't think you'd be so strong after a month. Vittoria likely sensed when the heroes were summoned. That seemed like something she could do. Papa helped make us really strong, Dio declared, charging at Vittoria again. It seems he did, Vittoria agreed, knocking Dio's claw strike to the side. Jojo came in with another swing of his hammer, but Vittoria nimbly dodged to the side. She avoided and blocked their attacks easily, but that was expected. She had been around for hundreds of years, after all. Hey, Dante. Keel pulled Dante's focus from the fight. Vittoria isn't really trying, is she? No, she's not. Dante hadn't told them too much about Vittoria. Mostly just what Vittoria herself just told them, and that she was incredibly strong. If they drank a potion, or a few, would they stand a chance? Keel asked. The effect doesn't stack. Even if it did and they drank a dozen potions each, it might become a warm-up for Vittoria, Dante said. The fight continued, but neither one was able to land a solid hit on Vittoria. Jojo channeled a Zweight tornado spell while Dio kept her busy, but Vittoria was still able to counter it. After a few more exchanges, Vittoria held up her hand. That's enough. Jojo and Dio stopped their attack. The Philolial Queen beckoned them closer, having Dio transform into her angel form. Once they were in front of her, Vittoria pulled a pair of cowlicks from her head and held one in each hand before the Philolial children. You have both passed my test, she said to the pair. Therefore, I recognize you both as candidates to be the next Philolial Queen or King. The cowlicks jumped from her hands and attached themselves to the kids' heads. Before either can react, the tufts of hair burst into a puff of light. Then, each of the kids grew a cowlick of their own. They looked at each other and pointed at the new appendage. Ah! They both yelled at once, then looking up at their own heads. Ah! Is it really that bad? Dante asked as he walked closer with the party. It's weird. Dio cried out, trying to flatten the bit of hair sticking up. Big bro! Jojo rushed to the small therianthrope and held his shoulders. Do I still look cool? Keel stared up at him, stuttering. Why yeah, you still look cool. Promise? Keel gave him a thumbs up. Promise. Yay! Jojo picked him up and hugged him, squeezing a bit of air from his lungs. Thank you, big bro. Can't breathe. Keel struggled against Jojo's grip. All in all, it wasn't as worrying as Dante thought it would be. Still, something nagged at him. Shield hero. Vittoria called to him. I would like to speak with you. In private. Of course. Dante nodded. He let go of Sedina's hand, who had held him steady the whole time. Gesturing to the rest of his party, he followed after the Filolial Queen alone. They put a good distance between themselves and everyone else. Once close to the fog that surrounded them, Vittoria turned to face him. It is good to meet a hero who has raised Filolials again. She started. It has been quite a long time. That's good. Dante wasn't really sure how to interact with her. They followed her underling with little explanation, so she could assume they knew something about her. He didn't know how much he should reveal to her. You fought very well, especially since you never opened your eyes. Vittoria hummed, lowering her head. Yes, I've had to learn to see without my eyes. Oh. That sounded like a landmine if Dante ever heard one. I'm sorry. She shook her head. It was such a long time ago. I've gotten quite used to it. Haven't you tried .no, sorry. Dante began, but then thought better of it. Haven't I tried healing magic? Vittoria asked his question, causing a slight wince from him. I have. I had the most powerful healing magic available cast on me, used every potion I could find, and nothing restored my sight. That was not what Dante expected at all. Then again, Atla couldn't see, and not even Yggdrasil elixir could fix that. But, that was some sort of magic genetic thing, right? Surely that medicine could help Vittoria. What about Yggdrasil elixir? Isn't that known to cure any disease or illness? Your hero knowledge serves you well, Vittoria said. However, the medicine of miracles isn't all-powerful. It can't bring someone back from the brink of death. And, it's powerless in the face of a curse. A curse? Dante looked over the small woman. Then. Vittoria nodded. Twice over. First, I was negligent and allowed a curse to fester in me. Then, I received a deep wound on my eyes at the hands of a cursed holy weapon. Dante didn't like that at all. In the books, he recalled Vittoria mentioning that the heroes needed to work together to fight the waves, as Vittoria wouldn't be strong enough. But, the idea that any of the heroes in the books could become stronger than Vittoria. Well, he supposed it wasn't so strange. After all, Naofumi was able to withstand attacks from the spirit tortoise, even hold it in place. And Motoyasa. Well, he was the prime example, wasn't he? If you don't mind me asking, how did it happen? Dante asked. I don't mind, but I will have more questions for you. Vittoria responded. It was after the last waves were repelled. The sword hero and spear hero came after me together. I don't recall the reason why, but they decided it was best to kill me. They both unlocked the curse series and mastered one of the forms each. The battle was long and hard. I managed to kill the spear hero, but the sword hero took the opportunity to blind me. We were both exhausted by that point. I may have been able to defeat him, but the risk was high, and I was able to flee, so I did so. Dante was at a loss for words. To defeat the waves, only to go after Vittoria afterwards. Then again, I don't know what the previous set of waves was like. Besides that, I have a decent idea what the previous heroes may have been like, given the current ones. If they never got past the gamer mindset, they could have seen the Curse series as a difficult power-up to use, and Vittoria as a hidden boss of sorts. But, to unlock the Curse series and still see this world as a game seems contradictory. Now then, Vittoria interrupted his thoughts, I have some questions for you. Oh, yes, please. Dante said, gesturing to her, realizing after the pointlessness of that. And I would like you to answer honestly. Dante really didn't like that modifier. How much do you know? It was a rather broad question. In regards to what? Dante asked. To start simply, tell me everything you know about me. That would be quite the reveal. Dante didn't want to say anything, but he doubted Vittoria would let him stay silent. Less imminent but still highly concerning, any 10 low shadows listening in would have that much more information. Dante changed to the humming shield and activated it. Vittoria turned her head to the side. I think it's been a long time since I've seen an ability like this, she said. Don't worry. If you are concerned about being followed, you are not. No one else is here but my flock and your party. Maybe, but I'd rather not risk it, if you don't mind. He had no idea if Vittoria could actually sense those shadows or not. They may have been kept out of her barrier, or they may have snuck in before they were closed out. Either way, he highly doubted the shadows would get within the range of silence. That would be a bit too close to maintain their stealth effectively, according to Sedina. As you wish, Vittoria said evenly. Now he had to tell her what he knew. I knew about you being the Philolial Queen, and about the test you would be giving my kids. I also know you are extremely powerful. He tried testing the waters with just that. Go on. She prodded. I know you promised the hero who raised you to protect the world and keep the heroes from fighting each other. If I remember right, you've had to kill holy heroes in the past that couldn't work together. Vittoria continued to face him, eyes closed. Keep going. I don't remember the hero who raised you was the shield hero. Your world was the shield and bow, which later fused with the sword and spear world. I can't recall too much of that part though. Dante had gone through a bit of sleep deprivation at the time of reading those novels, so he didn't retain as much. Vittoria stood there, eyes slowly opening. Her dull gray eyes looked up at him. He couldn't see any physical indication on her skin, but her eyes looked to have slash marks on them. I see. Vittoria let the words out slowly. I didn't expect you to be the shield hero. She walked towards Dante, who took a step back. Did I say something wrong? If Vittoria was about to do something, he didn't have a chance. In an instant, she grabbed hold of him, arms wrapped around his waist. She held him tight, keeping him in place. I've waited so long to meet you. Her voice was muffled, her face pressed into his armor. I don't understand. Dante stood stiffly, afraid to make any move. Vittoria shuddered against him. Her breathing hitched, and he heard her sniffle. I get to rest now. The implication of those words wasn't lost on Dante. A similar sentiment passed through his mind before his death. Can you tell me what you mean? Dante hesitantly asked. Vittoria nodded against him. I don't remember a lot. Bits and pieces from my past, sometimes more when I hear certain things. One thing I've held onto for all these years was a vision. A vision. It wasn't the first time he heard something like that. What was your vision? A man came to me. She started. He told me old knowledge and was much stronger than expected. There would be a philolial with him, a queen or a king. They pulled a carriage that looked more beautiful than anything I'd ever seen, a gem shining brightly on it. Vittoria. It was just what he feared. He wanted to think otherwise, but there was little room for interpretation. Vittoria was waiting to die, so the vassal carriage could be passed on to another. With that revelation in his mind, Vittoria hugged him tighter. I couldn't remember who the hero that raised me was. Now I can remember a little more. I'm so glad you're the man from my dreams, shield hero. Whatever fears Dante had of the philolial queen vanished with her words of gratitude. It was heartbreaking to hear her thank him for her impending death. What words could he possibly offer her? Here she stood, having gone through countless years, waiting for her replacement to come along so she could die. There were no words. He hadn't lived hundreds of years. He didn't even make it to 30 before getting killed. To watch those around you be born, grow old, and die again and again, it was something so far removed from Dante. The closest parallel he could realistically have from his world would be a family pet that had children he could raise and take care of, repeating the cycle into old age. Even then, Vittoria could communicate far more with other philolials than he could with cats or dogs. The best comparison he could hope to achieve with her situation wasn't close by a long shot. In the end, there really was nothing he could say to her. Nothing truly meaningful, anyway. Instead, he merely placed his hand on her head. I'm sorry, he said. I can barely begin to understand what you've gone through. She shook her head, ruffling her hair with his hand. You don't need to understand. You being here is enough. It was a nice sentiment, but not one Dante wanted to hear right now. Are you sure that's what your vision meant? He asked, knowing both he and she believed it was. Maybe. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough with his words to come up with anything meaningful. It's okay, she said, pulling her head back slightly, but keeping his hand on it. I'm happy this way. She looked up at him with a smile. I'm happy you are the shield hero. Dante stroked her head a bit, a low grunt escaping him. That's a sentiment you share with everyone in my party, in one form or another. This whole thing did bring up some old thoughts for him. Dante always assumed he was summoned by mistake somehow, that the shield was supposed to summon Naofumi instead. Now, he learned that a prophecy foretold his coming, apparently. Or, at least, someone who knew about the books and would raise a philolial. Echoing his thoughts, Vittoria spoke up. I didn't know what to expect when you came with 2 philolials, but I see now the shield chose someone good. I think you're a bit mistaken. Dante shook his head. I've done plenty of terrible things. And this wouldn't be the first time my appearance has meant death for someone. I welcome it. Vittoria placed her hands on Dante's arm, shifting his hand to the side of her head. You earnestly comforted someone you're clearly afraid of. I think that speaks for itself. I was pretty obvious, wasn't I? Dante gave a small laugh. Knowing what I know, can you blame me? Not at all. Vittoria closed her eyes and smiled brightly. There was that feeling again. Seeing someone so happy about their own death, it reminded Dante of himself. The release from loss, from pain, it hurt to see that in someone who looked like a child. But she wasn't a child. She was a being far older than him. And this was something she really wanted. Well, I'm glad you're happy, Dante said, straining to get the words out. If it's not too much trouble, I have a few things I'd like to ask you about. Of course, shield hero, Vittoria said, releasing his arm but staying close enough to keep his hand in place. What do you want to know? The wrong hero. They talked for a while after the test fight. Dante had all manner of questions for her, but her biology proved itself a great hindrance. He wanted to know the power-up methods of the other heroes, the ones he couldn't remember, but Vittoria couldn't recall either. He asked her about being teleported to the waves and being registered to multiple hourglasses, but she had little to say there too. Vittoria had gone to all the hourglasses she was in charge of, registering to all of them, but she couldn't properly answer his question. She had a timer for every hourglass, but she wasn't teleported to the location of the wave, even for the one she registered to last. Dante couldn't guess at the reason, but Vittoria could. She assumed it was because her weapon was too old. I haven't used it much before the waves, so I don't know if it's working properly. Dante recalled something similar from the books, but he couldn't be sure. He knew vassal weapon holders should be teleported, unless that was another change in this world. It seemed the quickest way to figure that out would be to register to another hourglass. In that regard, Vittoria could easily help. She connected the carriages Dante had to her own and had everyone get inside hers. It was much more spacious inside than what they thought it would be. In a moment, they were transported across space. Once out of the carriage, they found themselves in an open field. Vittoria pointed out on Dante's map where she had taken them. It was quite a bit northeast of where they had been. They were about equal distance between Siltveld and Zeltable and, according to Eclair, it would take about a week to reach either place at their current speed. Dante thanked Vittoria for her help, both for the transportation and for empowering his kids. In response, Vittoria held out her arms to him. Dante lowered himself to her and wrapped his arm around her, wishing her well. Once they got stronger and were confident enough, Vittoria would bring them to the hourglasses in her domain. Even with her flock, Dante wanted to help the bird girl if he could. After she left, Sedina slid up next to him, teasingly asking about the hug the two shared. Dante, however, simply shook his head. He wasn't ready to talk about it, and Sedina picked up on his feelings. They loaded up into the carriages, ready to set out. Well, almost everyone. Aren't you forgetting something? Dante asked the Tanuki girl before him. She looked at him, confused. It's back to giant training for you. Raphtalia turned her head away, muttering something under her breath. I was hoping you forgot. Didn't forget, just had more pressing matters. And now, those matters are solved. She had gotten out of a few hours of being transformed, between trying to cross the border and meeting with Vittoria. Sighing, Raphtalia took on her therianthrope form and climbed into the more spacious carriage. Eclair shook her head as she joined her. The silliness of it all wasn't lost on Dante, but he appreciated it. After talking with Vittoria, he needed a bit of a distraction. With the more loaded-up carriage in the front again, Dante joined the others. Sedina sat in the front, Keel sitting next to her with his water tome and Jojo pulling the carriages. Dante sat in the back, letting his mind drift off. Before it could, Rifana sat against him, still in her therianthrope form. Dante placed his hand on her head, giving it a scratch. It was a soothing feeling. Dio sat on his other side, still fussing over her new cowlick. She hadn't gotten over it like Jojo had. With the border far behind them, they made their way towards Siltveld. Notes. This chapter ended up being shorter than I thought it would, and harder to write than I thought. Not really sure why, but I think it came out well. It was a little different than I first envisioned, but still went along a similar path. I almost went back a chapter and changed a bit of Eclair's dialogue, but I think the exchange they have here will suffice. I guess I did make it seem like she was excusing what happened to Luralona, which wasn't my intent. It was more that losing a child like that would have devastating effects on the parents. It was nearing evening the day after meeting Vittoria. With the power-up from Vittoria, both Dio and Jojo were able to travel longer and faster, keeping their pace easily. In addition to the medicine book and Zweit fire tome, Dante spent a bit of time going over his newly acquired shields. Vittoria had given him one of her special cowlicks before leaving, revealing and unlocking every Filolial shield. Right now, though, Dante was dealing with something else. He had lost focus while sitting in the front with Rifana. It was easy to relax knowing that the 10 low shadows were probably trying to figure out where they were, leaving them unobserved by hostiles. His eyes had been watching the scenery and he had simply enjoyed the calm sound of the carriages going across the dirt road. It was at this time that he made his mistake. It wasn't terrible. In fact, it was similar to something he did before, though back then it was intentional. Still, the consequences of his actions made themselves known. "What's wrong, Mr. Dante?" Rifana asked, happily swaying from side to side as she sat on his lap. "Yes, little Dante, what's the matter?" Sedina cooed. She had her arms wrapped around Dante from behind, her head resting on his good shoulder. "I'm sorry." He repeated the same words he had been saying for the past few minutes. He had his hand over his face, trying to ignore what just happened. Maybe he was a little too relaxed while watching everything pass them by. Maybe he forgot the creature sitting on his lap was an intelligent being and not like a pet. Maybe, just maybe, he kissed Rifana on the back of her head near her ear. It was just 1. Or 2. Or 3. It was a small number of kisses before he realized what he was doing. Of course, by then, it was too late. And, of course, Sedina just happened to be looking over at them from inside the carriage. "Why are you sorry, little Dante?" Sedina asked, rubbing her cheek against his. "I don't want to talk about it," Dante lamented. Rifana giggled. "Now I know why you want me to stay in this form. Please stop." His voice grew quieter. "Hey, Papa!" Dio came up through the carriage interior to the front. "Raffi says you better take responsibility." "What does that mean? Why are all of you like this?" It was really something. He had sex with Sedina in Melromark Castle, and he only got a few words said about it. Give a few kisses to the back of Rafana's head? You'd think the acts were reversed. Well, he did wake up with her pressed against his chest with his arm wrapped tightly around her. If anything, he was asking to get teased. "Jojo, I think it's about time we set up camp," he told the driving Filolial. "Okay, Dad," he replied, bringing the carriages near the small river Dante indicated. Dante supposed that, after a long day of nothing really happening, teasing him was their source of entertainment. They mostly kept the same travel plan as before, trying to reach their destination quickly. Every so often, someone would spot a monster they hadn't fought yet. If it looked weak, whichever Filolial not on pulling duty would run out and kill it for shield reveals. If it looked stronger, more appropriate measures were taken. "Don't think this is over yet, little Dante." Sedina released him and stood, stepping off of the carriage. "Believe me, I know," Dante said, following after her with Rifana. Once they were set for the night, he knew he'd be hearing a lot more. With the creaking of wood, Dante saw Raphtalia step out of the rear carriage, with Eclair soon after. The giant Therianthrope had a massive grin on her face as she loomed over him, arms crossed. "Why don't you take some time to think up some good ones?" Dante preempted her. "Dio and I have somewhere to be." It was part of their plan. Dante would need to get to Zeltable eventually, so why not sooner rather than later? The Filolials didn't need to switch out as often, since their stats were greatly enhanced, thanks to Vittoria. Whoever was pulling the carriages for the day would take a rest while the other one would go with Dante. Using Portal Shield, they would teleport to where they last were en route to Zeltable and travel as quickly as possible until the ability came off cooldown. After that, they'd return to the others. I just want to say that you need to be considerate of Rifana, Raphtalia said. She seems happy enough. Dante pointed at the weasel girl, who was practically floating in the air. But what about later? Raphtalia continued. Make sure you don't take too long before doing that with Rifana. That, you say? Dante gave her a look. Ignoring the relationship requirements of that, doing it comes with its own dangers. It's not something to do lightly. What do you mean? Dante's look was even more pointed. What do you mean? What do you mean? If it's timed wrong, she won't be able to fight for quite a while. Wah. Raphtalia looked dumbfounded. How could that happen? How could? Dante realized an important detail he was forgetting. What do you think that is? Raphtalia shifted from one foot to the other. Hugging really tight? While naked? Eclair did what he wanted to do and covered her eyes with her hand. Looking over, Dante could see Sedina holding back a laugh. Rifana, do you know what that is? He asked the woman at the center of it all. Hugging while naked? She tilted her head to the side. Also, a lot of kissing. Dante sighed before turning to the final therianthrope. I think there's also a weird dance. Keel added his nugget of information. Well, I shouldn't be that surprised. They were kids a month ago. It's not like aging automatically gives them knowledge. Still, Rifana knew what a harem was, but doesn't know what sex is? Is that really what she thinks happens? Are you talking about mating? Dio asked, gaining everyone's attention. That's not it at all. Mating is dash. Dio! Dante stopped her before she went too far. A blunt explanation was fine, but it could be done better. He turned to Sedina. While we're away, please educate them about this. I don't know. She held a finger to her chin, grinning all the while. I think the shield hero would be a better match for this topic. Dante went back to the carriage and pulled out a mug. Switching to his brewing shield, he poured one of the concoctions he made. He had plenty of time to practice making them, in addition to his studies. It wasn't as if all the farms around Renota were barren or burned. Dante was able to gather up a lot of grains before leaving the town. I'll need a bit more than this, little Dante, Sedina said, swirling her mug before gulping down the brew. I'll fill up a few, then give you more when we get back, Dante promised. He really didn't want to deal with all that. I think I'll go with you this time, Eclair said, jumping into the conversation. Really? Dante turned to her. Are you sure you can do it? If I can't hold on to you, then I'll fall off and be left behind, Eclair said. It'll be a good test for me. Riding in a carriage for hours on end, only to ride on a filolial after doesn't sound that comfortable, he pointed out. He himself was used to these kinds of long days from his various jobs. She had come a long way from where she started with her trauma, but if she wanted to push herself, Dante supposed that was fine. It's no trouble, Eclair said. But, I suppose if you don't want me to go, I could always stay here. I'm sure there will be some interesting conversations here before your return. Fine. Dante only had himself to blame. Tell someone honor isn't all it's cracked up to be, and they might listen. With that settled, the others began getting their supper ready. The bioplant was a handy thing to use, but it was better to not use it if possible, at least this version Dante modified. It was good for making quick crops, but it killed the land about 10 feet around it. Portal shield. In an instant, Dante, Eclair, and Dio were teleported away. They reappeared where Dio had gotten them last. They hopped onto Dio, Eclair holding onto Dante, and they set off. To do such a thing out in the open, you're quite bold. Eclair quipped, obviously still thinking about Dante and Rifana. I'd threatened to leave you here, but I'm sure Dio wouldn't let me. Dante retorted. All in all, they had been making good progress. As things stood, they would reach Zeltable before Siltvelt. That was partially due to the slight detour to the Hourglass country between Melromark and Siltvelt. Dante didn't have much information about it, either from the books or from his party. Eclair knew it was a human majority kingdom, but it didn't practice the three heroes' faith. There were a good amount of demi-humans there, maybe about 1/4 of the population. They spent a few minutes riding before Eclair spoke again. I have a question for you, Eclair said. It's been on my mind for a couple days, since before we met the Filolial Queen. What is it? Dante asked. It's about your past. Ah. Dante figured someone would directly ask sooner or later. If he was honest, he thought it would be Keel. You can ask, but I might not answer. That little slip-up when talking about Altcray was the most he revealed about his darker past to anyone, except for Sedina. It basically paved the way for anything less terrible to be talked about. Dante could only hope that's what Eclair was going to ask. Have you ever raped anyone? Dante jerked his head to the side, glaring at Eclair. It's a fair question, is it not? Eclair asked. She didn't bat an eye at his reaction. Yeah, I suppose it is, given everything else you've seen me do. Killing, defiling dead bodies, slavery, not to mention admitting to torture, drug dealing, and weapon smuggling. Rape seemed to fit right in there. In answer to your question, no, I've never raped anyone. Not that I haven't been accused of it before. You have? Aside from here? Yeah. There were 2 other times in his past that he was accused. The first time was in his first year of high school. There was a girl in one of his classes he'd seen. He never spoke to her, or anyone really, but could recognize her in a crowd. One day, midway through the school year, she told her friends that he raped her. Dante didn't hear about it until days later, when the principal brought him to the office, where police were waiting for him. He couldn't recall too much about the incident, only that the girl ended up confessing to lying about a week later. He had Gloria to thank for that. She and Eddie were a year ahead of him and had been dating at the time. Apparently, she was able to dig up some dirt on the girl and blackmailed her into admitting she lied. She even got the girl to announce it to the whole school over the intercom. She ended up moving away soon after. The second was a few years into his work with Eddie. Some woman accused him and got him arrested. She was the sister of some gang member that wanted Dante out of the away for a while. The cops were in on it, as they had some connections with that gang. Eddie, however, wasn't having it. With a few connections of his own, he found out who the woman was and where she lived. 2 weeks later, Dante was released. What happened to the woman? Eclair asked, having listened to his stories. She was found dead. Dante told her. Your friend Eddie, I take it? Who knows? Dante shrugged. When I asked Eddie how she died, he told me mysterious circumstances. He's whimsical like that. Eddie knew a lot of people, at least one of which knew how to make a death look like an accident. Besides me, that is. He also had a connection to the police and used that to throw out the accusation, now that the accuser was gone. You've lived quite the sordid life, huh? Eclair said. I have. Done a lot of bad things. However, I do have rules. Dante explained. One of those rules is not to mess with children. Another is not to take any incredibly stupid jobs or actions, hence no rape. I see. There is some morality there. Dante went on, sensing her displeasure. Rape is self-indulgent torture, causing pain for pleasure. If I need information out of someone, I'll break their fingers until they talk. If I need to make a point, I'll break their kneecaps. On the practical side, it leaves additional opportunities to leave behind evidence. Plus, it's too personal and too much work. Besides, anyone cowardly enough to request that is cowardly enough to squeal when questioned. Dante did get a few of those people. It amazed him every time someone asked him for that. There was more than one time he read the news and saw his potential employer arrested, along with whoever they roped into doing the deed. Your reasoning is strange to me, but it's acceptable, Eclair said. But there are other reasons people do that, Eclair pointed out. Are you telling me there are no brothels in this world? I'm certain I've seen one near Belukas's place. Eclair shook her head. There are, just not many to be found in Melromark. At least, not ones with humans. Dante didn't need any further explanation on that. He was pretty sure he understood what she implied, given the country in question. In any case, the women who framed me are removed from my life, one way or another. This time, however, I don't need someone else to do it for me. With offensive spells he's apparently able to cast, Dante would have no trouble taking out Malti before she goes through with whatever she had planned. Right. About that, Eclair hesitantly said. I know Princess Malti accused you, and that said about your conflict with the king, but I would appreciate it if you postpone any vengeance stash. Yes, I'll wait for the queen to return to handle it. It wasn't as if killing Malti was an option that was on the table anyway. At least, not without a lot of legwork beforehand. Tact, the king of Fabri, Altcray, Morelia, even the Three Heroes Church would use that against him, no matter what their plans with Malti were. The point was, he could get rid of her himself if he wanted to. Thank you, Eclair said, shifting on Dio. I do have some questions about Princess Malti as well. Oh. The conversation that followed was about what Dante knew of the first princess, both from his knowledge and his interactions with her. He explained both to Eclair. He stopped around the time of Calmira in the books, though he did summarize Malti's actions after the heroes went into hiding, as well as her involvement with Tact. He also added her would-be betrothal to the Pig King. That the queen would consider such a thing. Eclair had to take in all that he said. She did confirm that the king of Fabri was as bad as Dante remembered. Which, of course, was disgustingly horrible. My memory is a bit fuzzy about that, Dante added. It might have been pressure from Fabri's king in one source and the queen willingly selling off her murderous daughter in another. She had caused numerous problems over the years, including the poisoning of her younger brother. Eclair shook her head. I can't believe that. I'm having trouble believing that one myself, Dante admitted. Even if she was around 10 at the time, I can't imagine someone doing that to their family for fun. Reading it in a book is one thing, but when real people are involved. Really, setting up or aiding some Siltbelt nobles in the poisoning of her brother would be entirely too risky, and pointless. The prince would have been second in line to the throne, likely third after Melty. This Malti was smarter. Would she really do something that dumb? Then again, this might have been why Morelia moved her down the line of succession. After that, they continued to talk as they traveled. All the while, Dante was rethinking what he knew about Malti. While here he had no doubt she framed him to get in good with the church and Motoyasu, that wasn't the case in the books. If he recalled correctly, and that was a big if, she had framed Naofumi for the fun of it, and, of course, getting closer to her true chosen hero. In fact, most of her interactions with Naofumi seemed to be because she liked causing trouble. It wasn't until her sister returned to the capital that she started on with the whole shield demon thing. There was that, plus a few other inconsistencies that even Eclair was able to point out in his analysis of Malti. She seemed less inclined to believe Malti was the way Dante described than how he viewed Altcray, and he couldn't really blame her. After all, there was only one instance Dante could point to where Malty actually did something wrong here. One thing, however, piqued his interest. She visited your territory before? Dante found that hard to believe. Yes, twice with her mother. I believe the first time was about 5 years ago, and the second was 2 years ago. Eclair said. 5 years. That was long before Melty became first in line. Dante stated, and Eclair nodded. How did she react? I didn't show her around myself, Eclair explained, but my father did. She didn't leave much of an impression on him. She did come to our home with her mother before leaving, so I saw her then. So, not completely hate-filled like her father, but also not fully in favor of peace-building like her mother? Dante reasoned. What was your take on her? She seemed uncomfortable being there. Eclair said. But that wasn't unexpected. I mean, she was a young woman in a territory filled with people that her country feared, vilified, and despised. Dante said. It wasn't that hard to figure out. There were also a few therianthropes that lived in Renota. Eclair pointed out. That was a more practical reason, though still rooted in prejudice. It was something Belucas told him about, and he observed it firsthand with everyone's transformations. As a whole, humans were stronger than demi-humans in terms of fighting power. However, therianthropes outclassed humans by a wider margin. A level 1 therianthrope wasn't going to be knocking around level 30 knights, but less leveling was required to get on the same level as one. It was a big reason why he wanted Raphtalia and Rifana to get used to those forms. Dante had to admit, Malty's concerns were reasonable. Growing up with a father who likely spoke about his hatred of demi-humans, living in a country that denounced them as monsters, and the admittedly possible assassination of her younger brother by Sylvelt alone, there was plenty to be afraid of. Still, every bit of information he could obtain about her would only help determine what she'd do next. By the end of their discussions, the cooldown for his ability timed out. Dante saved their location in his shield and brought them all back to the others. At the camp, Jojo and Sedina seemed to be sparring while the other three watched, likely having already finished their talk. Once they saw Dante, it was clear to him what they were thinking about, based on their reactions. Raphtalia avoided eye contact, murmured something under her breath, and walked off with Eclair for a bit of training. Keel hid his ears under his paws, saying he'd never let Dante pet him again, not that Dante did in the first place. The boy made it perfectly clear he didn't want to be petted. Rifana stood there, but she avoided eye contact too. Dante could easily see she was embarrassed. Her blush showed even from under her fur. How are you feeling? Dante asked, trying to break the ice. Fine. She responded stiffly. You realize we're a long way from doing anything Sedina told you about, right? Dante wanted to make sure there wasn't any worries about that. Why yeah, I know. Rifana nodded. What is it? Dante asked, taking a knee in front of her. Rifana rubbed her paws together nervously. Is that something you want to do with me? Dante gave her a smile. I'm not opposed to it. However, I know you're not ready for that. Rifana nodded again. When I am. She had to pause to steady herself. When she did, she met his gaze. When I'm ready, will you have Dot with me? Dante held back a small laugh. Despite her not being able to say the word, he clearly misunderstood her predicament. Regardless, Dante nodded. When you are ready. Rifana beamed at him. Well, as long as she isn't worried about it, that's good. As he went to stand, Rifana placed her paws on his shoulders. She stared into his eyes. Her mouth moved, trying to form words, but nothing came out. What's up? Dante asked. Rifana swallowed whatever hesitation she was having. Instead, she closed her eyes, leaned forward, and placed her lips against Dante's. She held them there, drawing out the kiss she was giving him. When she finished, she pulled back and took a breath. When she opened her eyes, they were wavering as she gazed into his. That's payback for B before. She made out before turning and walking towards the carriages. Dante continued to kneel on the ground for a moment before he stood. In that time, Sedina came and wrapped her arms around him. "Oh my! Aren't you the popular one?" she said from behind him. "That was entirely your doing, you know," Dante said, not turning to face her. "Maybe." Sedina slid around him, standing at his front. "So, what was it like?" "A bit strange," Dante admitted. "First time I kissed someone with fur on their face." Sedina placed her hand on his face, rubbing her thumb against his cheek. Her hand felt cool to him. "I could tell you liked it though." "It was a kiss from a cute girl, what's not to like?" he asked rhetorically. "True, but," Sedina smirked at him, "your cheeks are all red." "Shush, woman." Dante ignored her laughter as he went to prepare for sleep. The wrong hero. A few days later, Dante had another stop to make. This time, it was teleporting back into Melromark to meet with Rolf. He saved the spot at the top of the pit as one of his locations to portal to. When he arrived with Jojo, he noticed two things right away. First was the vegetation that was growing from the center. Spreading across the bottom layer of the mines with about 5 feet along the edges to walk around, green vines and red fruit were plentiful. Dante had given Rolf a modified bioplant seed that was meant to produce enough food for about 7 or 8 people a day. It was a little overkill, since Rolf's monsters apparently didn't need to eat, but Dante wanted to do something with the points his bioplant shield allowed him to modify with plant reform. Really, he had to. He couldn't leave the points unspent. The seed would have produced more, but he added a special trait to it so the fruit would be seedless. No need to risk the plants going out of control. Despite it being a detriment biologically, anywhere moving the seeds took up a decent number of points. Then there was the second thing he noticed. It was less impressive than the growing bioplant in the mines, but more comical. One of the Barons of Hell stood watch over the growing bioplant. This one, however, wore a straw hat on its head, one that a farmer might wear. Ha! Like something out of Minecraft, assigning villagers a job. I don't see a composter around anyway, there it is. I'd say he drew inspiration from Minecraft, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't in the game 10 years ago. Look at all the food! Jojo shouted, marveling at the bounty. This crop seemed to be something like oranges, though they grew off the vines. Dante wasn't really sure how they ended up like that, since he couldn't really change the fruit to his desire that much. Dante and Jojo approached the Baron of Hell standing guard at Rolf's cave. It let them pass and they descended into the mine. It was a short walk until they came to the large open area before the chambers they first found the fox boy. Once there, Dante saw him and some more of his creations. Dante did his best not to groan and cover his face. He failed. "Ah, Dante!" Rolf exclaimed, running up to greet him. "I was waiting for you. Come on, take a look." Rolf was tugging at his red leather sleeves as he pointed to his newest additions to his guard. The first was a bipedal creature with an elongated head, standing almost as tall as Dante. Its knees were bent, as were its ankles, somewhat similar to how Keel, Raphtalia, and Rafana's legs were in their therianthrope forms. While its head was a grayish color, the rest of its body was covered in a yellowish chitin-like material. The second creature stood on 4 legs and resembled a small raptor mixed with an insect, reaching just above his hips. Hard brown scales covered its body, and another set of limbs extended from the top of its shoulders and over its head. "This isn't what I meant when I said you should branch out," Dante said with a sigh. While he didn't play the games much, he easily recognized two of the most well-known units from StarCraft. They're still good, right? Rolf asked. He didn't seem afraid of Dante, at least not like he was before. It was more like he wanted his approval. Yeah, it's fine, Dante said as he looked them over. So, how do they fight? Rolf explained their capabilities. The Zergling was pretty straightforward. It was fast-moving and had a decent attack, but it was lacking in defense and HP. Though, after a bit of experimenting in alchemy, Rolf figured out a way to make two Zerglings from one body with almost as high stats if he had only created one. The Zealot was a bit higher spec. All its stats were higher, and it had shielding around its body. It would use its MP as a second HP bar that would deplete first. That was a pretty nice ability. MP recovered much faster than HP naturally. I have to admit, these are pretty good, kid, Dante said, earning a huge smile from Rolf. He brought his hand close to Rolf's head, but quickly pulled it back. Rolf grinned at the gesture. You were about to pet me, weren't you? Anyway, Dante sidestepped the question, has anything else happened since we last met? Oh. Rolf scurried off down the passageway to his sleeping area. About a minute or so later, he came back with someone. It was a Moltherianthrope, a bit shorter than Rolf. They wore a slightly torn dress, so Dante assumed it was a girl. She had a pair of simple sunglasses resting on her head, though the lens of one side was cracked. A bunch of slavers attacked this girl's group a few days ago, Rolf told him. She fell into the pit and one of my guards found her. I see. Dante lowered himself to her level. I'm very sorry that happened to you. The girl huddled herself behind Rolf. Don't worry. I'm the shield hero. When he brought forward his shielded arm, the girl peeked around Rolf. Shield hero? That's right. Dante smiled. My name is Dante. Dante MacRory. What's yours? The girl stepped out from behind Rolf. I am Ea Lithern Riathela Telidi Koaras. Emiya? Dante's eyes widened. I see, tell me, are there any others? Emiya let out a whimper and shook her head. Rolf patted her on the back and spoke. She said her uncle told her to run. She didn't see if anyone else got away or survived. He whispered that last part to Dante. Do you have any descriptions of these slavers? Dante asked. He was more than happy to add to his list. Rolf smiled at him. Even better. I have 3 of them in another cave. Dante returned the smile. That's much better. Good work, Rolf. Emiya perked up, looking at Dante. Rolf? She asked. Reiko. Rolf quickly said. He meant Reiko. Dante looked between the two and nodded. Right, Reiko, sorry. He stood up again and looked to his son. Jojo, Reiko, and I need to go have a chat with these slavers. Would you play with Emiya for a bit? Okay. Jojo jumped forward and grabbed Emiya's paw. Come on. The plant outside has some yummy-looking fruits on it. Wah. Emiya was lost for words. With Reiko's encouragement, Emiya went along with Jojo. Reiko had Dante start to follow him down another path in this part of the mines. So, Reiko, is it? Dante asked as they walked. Why yeah. He said. Well, my parents, my friends, everyone who knew me as Rolf is dead. And, well, Reiko could pass for a name around here. I didn't see anything wrong with it, and I don't think anyone would really notice it's Japanese like the summoned heroes, and dash. Easy, kid, there's no problem. Dante waved his hand. Reiko it is, then. That got a smile out of the kid. It didn't matter to Dante either way, so he was fine with it. By the way, I never said how impressed I was with your journals, did I? Dante asked. It was thanks to Reiko's notes that he was able to make some of those status-boosting potions. Ah, well, thanks. Reiko seemed to waver as he walked, a goofy grin on his face. Kid seems weak to compliments. Reiko guided him down the passage to the slavers. The path was lined with torches, though Dante didn't feel any heat from them. He figured they were enchanted by Reiko, given his obvious knack for alchemy. Eventually, a baron of hell stood before them, next to what looked like a doorway blocked by a large rock. At Reiko's gesture, the baron moved the rock out of the way. Inside, there was another baron standing next to 3 prone humans. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Dante noticed none of them had any chains or rope binding them. At his question, Reiko pointed at the legs of the closest slaver. They can't run if their legs are broken, he said. Never a truer statement. They did seem somewhat strong, as Reiko showed him the 2 dead barons of hell next to them. Dante absorbed them into his shield. Baron of Hell shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, magic bonus, small, equip effect, howl. Well, that complements the Hell Knight shield I got, since it gave me magic resistance. Glad I was able to remove the D from the beginning of these shields. I'll have to test out Howl later. With that done, he turned to the slavers. From his list, he recognized one of them, though they didn't seem important. Still, it was always best to make sure of these things. I'm going to need the room for a bit, Dante told Reiko. This isn't going to be pleasant. I'll stay, Reiko said. Dante was about to object, but Reiko continued. Dante, I've raised bodies like I'm a necromancer. I'll be fine with whatever you do. Dante wanted to argue, but Reiko did have a point. Well, then, I'll need some cloth and one of your monsters to hold them down. The wrong hero. After a bit of interrogating, Dante determined that these slavers, in fact, knew nothing. They had no information about the Luralona villagers, at least, nothing that Dante didn't already know, and they didn't know where the other Lumo were going to be sold to. With their usefulness depleted, Dante let Reiko kill them. The kid did show a little hesitancy, which Dante thought was good, but was able to stab them all through the heart. Dante saw Reiko's level go up twice, to a total of 8 now. He must have gotten a bit of experience since last time, since he was level 5 before. Although, after Reiko killed them, Dante realized why he hesitated. Once he was done questioning the slavers, they begged him to spare their lives. Dante told them he wouldn't kill them. Immediately after their sighs of relief, he turned to the fox boy and said, Reiko, kill these pieces of shit. He didn't think much of it. He didn't even realize the reference until Reiko brought it up. Apparently, that was something from the movie Scarface. He hadn't seen that movie in years, and Reiko even longer, yet here they were. You are just a treat to be around. Also, your parents really shouldn't have let you watch that. Then again, my dad let me play Doom when I was 10, so I have no room to talk. He ended up watching a lot of movies he probably shouldn't have at a young age, much to his mother's annoyance. Speaking of games, did you know there was a second StarCraft game? Ugh, I know. Reiko threw up his hands. I heard about it, but I wasn't able to play it before I died. Did you ever watch the Doom movie? There was a Doom movie? From there, the conversations were pretty light. They conversed about their plans moving forward and their next meetup. Reiko had 3 new bodies to work on, which he was quite happy about. Dante wanted to leave him with more, but it wouldn't matter. They tried using a body he stored in his shield, but Reiko said it didn't even feel like a person when he reached out with his power. Dante guessed the shield interfered with his power. Another thing they discussed was what would happen with Amiya. She could stay there with Reiko, but hiding out in a cave was no way to live. Reiko was fine either way, but Dante would be able to protect her and help find anyone else she traveled with. In the end, they all agreed to have her go with Dante. On that note, Reiko had something to give to Dante. It was a small monster, able to fit in Dante's hand, and was similar looking to a cacodemon if it was a plush toy. It could float in the air, but it had almost no attack. Reiko made it to alert Dante if he found any more slavers, or someone like Emiya again. It would start chirping if Reiko needed something, and cry out if it was an emergency. Practically all of its combat potential was put into that ability. Dante told him it was a good idea and creation, but held back on how adorable he thought it was. Once the timer for Portal Shield ran out, they said their goodbyes. Emiya gave Reiko a hug and thanked him for saving her. When they parted, Dante gave him a knowing look, but the fox boy just shooed him off. Dante raised his shield and activated his skill. They had one more stop before returning to the party. In an instant, they left the mining complex and appeared outside of Belukas's tent. With the staff's power up on his portal shield skill, Dante was able to save more locations to teleport to. Whoa! Emiya seemed a bit disoriented after taking the portal. What are we doing here? She asked, holding Jojo's hand. There's a slave trader I have an ongoing deal with, Dante told her. He continued on before she could voice her concern. He's looking for the villagers from Luralona. Luralona? Emiya spoke up as they entered. Isn't that in the Sieto area? That's right. Dante remembered something from the books when Reiko brought up the Lumos again. Emiya's group was traveling to that area to live there. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the waves. The survivors were enslaved and sold off. I've been having this slave trader search for them. Really? Emiya had a hopeful smile on her face. Then are you going to search for my friends and family too? I already am, Dante explained. I came to this world with certain knowledge. I thought your people might get targeted, but I didn't know when or where, so I had the slave trader keep his eyes open for any Lumos that get traded. Since he couldn't recall when it was supposed to happen, he just had Belukas keep his ear to the ground until the next wave or so. He figured it must have happened before then. When they went inside, they quickly found the slave trader. Ah, back so soon, Sir Shield Hero? Belukas gave the trio a once-over. Are you here to sell, or? I'm here for two things, Dante told him. I'm reasonably sure you know what they are. Of course, of course. Belukas nodded with his toothy smile. Well, for your original inquiry, I have no new information. Damn. Dante didn't think the man would have found anything yet, given what he'd turned up so far. Once Dante got to Zeltable, he'd expand there as well. However, I did recently acquire one Lumo Beastman. Yes, sir. Belukas didn't even wait before having one of his assistants fetch the slave in question. A minute later, the assistant returned with the Lumo. Uncle Talanemia! Emiya cried out. She rushed up to him. Emiya? No! Not you too! Talanemia looked horrified. No, it's okay. I'm with the Shield Hero, she explained, calming him down. Talanemia, or Tali, as Dante remembered, looked him over. Dante showed him the shield on his arm and had it transform for him. You really are the Shield Hero, he said. I can't thank you enough for finding my niece. I just reunited you too. Dante waved him off. Her savior was someone else, but let's speak about that later. Not that he didn't trust the slave trader with this information. But he didn't trust the slave trader with this information. Belukas gave him the price for Tali and Dante recoiled at it. He brought enough funds to buy several children at once, just in case Beluga struck big, but the price for Tali would eat up all that, plus a good chunk of the money he stored in this drops from dead monsters. The price for these beastmen has risen recently, yes sir. Belugas pointed out. Dante figured those slavers would go after any demi-humans they found, not specific races, but regardless. He'd buy Tali here, plus some slave seal remover. Ah, a moment, shield hero. Tali interjected. I really appreciate you wanting to free me, but it might be safer to keep the seal on me. Ha. I agree wholeheartedly, but I'm a little surprised you suggested it. Though, Dante was pretty sure of the reason. A therianthrope in Melromark isn't going to be free to walk around, especially someone from my race. Tali said. Dante had to agree, since the only free therianthrope he could think of was that innkeeper. He never got a look at the man's level, but he assumed it was high enough to not fear a few nights. Besides, I don't think you're a bad person to be enslaved to. You just tried to free me, and you brought my niece to me. I'd argue against that, but all the evidence I have agrees with you. Dante joked. Well, it does save me some silver. Actually, I have an idea. Dante put their discussion on hold for the moment, told them his idea. Agreeing, Dante ventured out by himself, donning a cloak and stuffing the miniature monster under his hood. Jojo would stay with Emiya and Tali, only coming if Dante pinged his seal. Dante kept to the alleys as long as he could, trying to avoid the main road. The fewer people that saw him, the better. Once he reached his destination, he banged on the door. When it opened, a bald shop owner greeted him. Dante? Erhardt looked at him. He checked around to make sure no one was near the back door before he spoke again, softly. What are you doing here? I'm here to ask for a favor. Dante said, explaining what, or rather who, he just came across. He remembered that this Lumo was an apprentice to the same blacksmithing master as Erhardt, and at the same time. Tali was enslaved? Erhardt had a pained expression on his face. Well, look, I can't thank you enough for helping him, but I can't let him and his niece stay here. Things haven't gotten any better since you left. Really? Dante had mentioned to Melty about how knights had gone around to threaten shopkeepers. More accurately, he mentioned it in their meeting with the king. The conversation had already deteriorated by that point, and Dante started getting annoyed, so he figured he might as well bring it up. Princess Melty herself went around and asked many of us about the threats. Erhardt told him. Dante didn't think the second princess would go that far. She told us that any knights threatening us would be heavily disciplined. However, that night, a few shops were vandalized. They were ones people knew you went to. It seemed Dante and Melty had escalated the problem a bit, though unintentionally. Both Simond and had their shops broken into. Quite a bit was stolen from each. They spoke about it with the other shopkeepers, and everyone agreed not to inform the princess about it. They figured anything they did would make it worse, and Dante had to agree with that assessment. He'd intimidated a store owner or two in his day. At least Erhardt and Agatha were spared, though Dante could see why. One was a retired adventurer, and the other was a reasonably strong witch. Neither was going to be a target for common thuggery. With nothing left to say, they said their goodbyes. Dante began making his way back to the slave trader's tent. He considered seeing Melty while he was here, but it didn't seem to be such a good idea anymore. He didn't want this topic to come up and him accidentally mention anything he shouldn't. Not just for the shopkeeper's sake, but hers as well. If Melty showed too much sympathy to the shield hero, she'd probably be put in danger too. Once back at the tent, Dante explained the situation to them. Tali agreed with Erhardt's decision, wishing his friend well. Dante paid for Tali to be registered under him. Emiya agreed to take the seal as well, mostly from Tali's talk with her while Dante was away. Even if they were able to stay, being marked as a slave would still be more beneficial. Dante also told them about the stat increases he could provide slaves under him, so that was a bonus as far as they were concerned. Plus, Siltvelt didn't have a high opinion of Lumos, despite being therianthropes. They likely wouldn't blink at seeing them as slaves. It was a good temporary fix until a more permanent solution could be made. With everything sorted for now and the skill off of cooldown, Dante teleported them all back to the rest of his party. Notes. I checked IMDb. Apparently, Scarface was shown in Japan within 6 months of its premiere in America. As an aside, I remember playing Doom 2 as young as 7. My uncle let me and my cousins play it when I went over to their house. My mom and aunt were mad about it, but we kept playing it, and none of us are serial killers, so. I keep wanting to get farther, but I already got to 7k words, and it was Saturday night when I got there. Need to stop leaving half the chapter to write until Saturday. I jot down ideas while I'm at work for the next chapter or so it's not like I have no idea what to write. I just end up not writing as much during the week. I did get about 3k done by Friday, so I'm happy about that at least. Next chapter will be in Siltvelt. Kudos. Over the past few days, they had discussed what would be done with the 2 Lumos in the carriage. While initially the idea of them going to Siltvelt with the shield hero sounded promising, Sedina pointed out a problem. Neither one of them were particularly suited to combat. Dante remembered how Siltvelt had treated Naofumi when he initially went there, through multiple timelines too. While he had no doubt the majority of his party could handle themselves if an issue arose, the same couldn't said for Amiya and Tali. Another, smaller issue was that neither one could contribute much to the group. They were a dexterous people, but the work that would benefit Dante's group would require a more stationary workplace. Additionally, Dante was mistaken about Tali's experience. While he did apprentice under the same master as Erhardt, Tali told him he had to leave to help care for his family. Fortunately, Dante had an idea. One he should have considered before. He left a portal location in Reiknot's territory before the wave. That way, they could have quickly picked up the carriages if they weren't brought with them. He did discuss with Reiknot about leaving some of the village children there, if and when they found some, so adding a couple of Lumos wasn't going to cause much of an issue. It was likely the safest place he could leave them. Dante teleported the pair there, along with Jojo, and introduced them to Reiknot. The Lord was more than happy to accept them, with one small condition. Since the death of Idol, bandit activity had increased. While the guards in his territory were enough to keep people relatively safe, venturing out was dangerous. Dante was happy to help out with that issue. He did cause it, after all, and he could always use more parts for the job level power-up. With Fiedia, the 3 of them were able to deal with a few small bandit gangs. Nothing big, just groups of 6 or 7 that had camped out in the forests. The rabbit woman was a fairly good tracker, it turned out. While her level didn't seem that high, one of Dante's battle potions helped that. The dead bandits also provided her, Amiya, and Tali some good XP gains, at least while the last 2 were in range. With the mini-quest complete, Dante and Jojo set out. While Dante wouldn't get alerted if the 2 Lumos were in danger, he had his status open often enough that he might see if they were injured. He also told them that he'd check with the slave trader if any more of their friends were found when he asked about the villagers. Dante likely wouldn't be back in Reiknot's land unless he found someone, or something urgent came up. The wrong hero. We're here, Dante said, sitting atop Dio with Sedina behind him. His view was that of a sprawling city, bigger than that of Melromark's capital. Of course, Melromark didn't have nearly as many attractions as Ziltable. Several colosseums were easily seen from where they stood. One of the colosseums was their destination. They made their way through the lively city streets. So many of the people out there were armed and armored, Dante was pretty sure the adventurers and mercenaries outnumbered the average people. A number of shops did have shields on display. Dante had visited a few of them earlier. At the Colosseum, Dante followed the directions Belucas gave them. There was a man guarding an entrance in the back, away from prying eyes. Dante showed the man the letter Belucas wrote for them and they were allowed to enter. They walked inside for a bit before coming to a set of stairs that led down under the Colosseum. A few more twists and guards later, they came to a large area that was filled with cages. Humans, demi-humans, and monsters were on display. A small room in the back had a few people speaking to one another. Dante, Sedina, and Dio approached. "Welcome, welcome," the short, fat man said, turning from who Dante assumed was an assistant. The man was definitely a relative of Belucas. He looked just like the slave trader, but with a slightly different outfit. It was pretty creepy. "How can I help you this fine day?" "I'm looking for a few things," Dante told him. He held out the letter he showed the guards. First, however, the slave merchant looked over the document. He had on what Dante would call a business smile before, what he saw every time he paid Belucas a visit. After reading the letter, however, that smile grew further. It was even creepier. "Ah, you must be the interesting customer I was expecting." "Yes, sir," the slave merchant announced with the, apparently, family expression. "I didn't realize I was expected," Dante said. He was under the impression that delivering letters to people in other countries wasn't happening that much since the start of the waves. At least, not for commoners. He supposed merchants could make it happen. "My nephew sent a message through the guild." "Yes, sir," the slave merchant informed him. "Did he now?" Dante gave him a hard look. "Oh, but there's nothing to worry about." He gave no details in the message, only saying I was likely to meet someone with a letter of his soon. And, of course, that we'd be doing business. "Yes, sir." Good. That was much better than what Dante thought. He'd learned a bit more about this world's long-range communication. Only certain approved places, like adventurer guilds, had access to the machines that could send messages. However, they could only really leave messages, not have conversations. That meant that someone could find out what message was left for someone else, if they had the means to do so. The Church and the Crown in Melromark could easily do that. The crystal ball those emissaries used was like that, but it could only receive messages. It was apparently much cheaper to make those, but still an investment. "I would love to hear what you're so secretive about." "Yes, sir," the slave merchant said, rubbing his hands together. Clearly, he was a man who could smell profit. "We're looking for slaves," Dante said. "Very specific slaves, from Luralona village in Melromark." Sedina started giving the man the descriptions. That was the main reason she joined him this time. Dante had reached Celtable with Dio the last time they rested, letting them come here right away on the next break. "I see." The slave merchant rubbed his chin. "And you think these slaves are in Celtable?" "I don't know. We haven't had any luck in Melromark, so we're expanding here," Dante said. He could still hardly believe that Belucas couldn't find anyone, aside from Kiel. The only other information he could gather was on Rifana and Raftalia, and that was only because Dante knew where to look. He'd say that Belucas was bad at searching, but he was able to find Tali not too long after his capture. There was one obvious answer to where the villagers were, though Dante hardly entertained the thought. If there were more people like Idle in Melromark. "Just start a search," Dante told him. "I'll be able to check in on your progress every so often." "Of course. I'll have some men looking into a few other merchants." "Yes, sir." The fat man continued to smile. "Is there anything else I can interest you in?" As a matter of fact, the slave merchant led the way through the maze of cages. As they progressed, the people inside them seemed to get sicker and sicker. It got to the point where Dante had to focus solely on the slave merchant in front of them. Reminding her too much of Belucas's tent, Dio stayed in that small area. She and Jojo never cared for being around the people in cages, not that Dante could blame them. Here we are. The slave merchant gestured to the cage in front of them. Inside, Dante could see a single person lying on a bed made of straw. Even without his knowledge, Dante could tell it was a child and a girl, despite her face being completely bandaged. And the older one? Dante asked the slave merchant. Fighting in the Colosseum today, yes sir. He replied. Medicine for the younger one isn't cheap, after all. I can imagine. The slave merchant told him a bit about her condition, adding to his recollections. However, neither compared to what his appraisal revealed. He could see why the Yggdrasil elixir was used to cure her. The girl slowly turned her head from where she lay, letting out a few coughs. Is someone there? Her voice sounds so weak. It reminds me of Rifana. Yes, there is. Dante answered, before nodding to the slave merchant. Well, I bought them. Let me in to see her. Of course, of course. The slave merchant chuckled, opening the cage. Dante had spent no small amount for Tali. However, that was just the silver he'd brought with him that day. He still had the rest of the silver he made from selling his medicine in Melromark, plus his reward, plus half of Itsuki's reward. That didn't include all the weapons and armor they got from any bandits they hunted or got in their way, or the stat-boosting potions he sold in the market when he first arrived on Dio. Some potions were like what he made before, but others were a bit more special. They could greatly increase one's stats for a time, but then lower them longer afterwards. He didn't work all the kinks out of it yet, so it had a few side effects. Namely, becoming somewhat berserk during the boost. Keel had tested one for him before. The bonuses were pretty impressive. It also seemed to be mildly addicting, but a quick use of his sunflower shield's detox fixed Keel right up. When Dante stepped into the cage, he looked down at the girl, Atla. You are our new master? Alta asked, her rapt face gazing up at him. I am. Dante answered. However, I won't be bringing you with me at the moment. There are sure to be some complications. Sylvelt likely wouldn't be safe for the pair, especially Atla. You also aren't fit for travel. No, I don't think I'll be able to. Atla said with a hint of resignation. She obviously didn't believe she would be getting better. Not yet, anyway. Dante said, lowering himself to the ground. He allowed a potion to drop from his shield and gripped it. This potion should be able to suppress a number of symptoms for a short while. I'll be making more specialized medicine for when I return. The medicine he had was more of an all-purpose type. Based on the medicine book Simon gave him, he'd be able to make decent specialized medicine with his shield. Of course, he knew he wouldn't come close to curing her. Not yet, anyway. You would do that? Atla asked weakly. It wouldn't be a wise move to not maintain what I invested in, yeah? Dante joked. It almost sounded like a laugh from Atla. You're just like I thought you'd be. Oh. Dante had almost forgotten. Atla could feel things others couldn't. It was a reason she would be so good at Henjin Muso after all, being able to more easily sense life force. What did you think of me? Atla paused for a moment before she spoke. I could feel kindness in your words, and strength. Dante nodded at her assessment. But I also feel a deep pain. It's like an old scar that was torn open. I see. He hadn't thought of it in a while, but the deaths of Mary, Eddie, and Gloria certainly were like that. Another loss of family. Another loss that he... There's more. Atla continued, but she trailed off. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say. Please, go ahead. Dante prodded. I don't wish to upset you. Atla said softly. Dante smiled. I promise I won't be upset. Sedina, would you come in and help prop her up? Of course, little Dante. Sedina walked over to Atla, gently lifting her head and back. Dante uncorked the medicine bottle with his teeth and held it to Atla's lips, the bandages pulled back by Sedina. He slowly poured it into her mouth, bit by bit so she wouldn't cough up any of it. A pleasing green glow enveloped Atla as she drank the medicine, before dimming again after she finished. How do you feel? Dante asked as Sedina let her back down again. Lighter. Atla sighed contently. Thank you, Master. Dante is fine. He told her. So? What else did you feel? Atla seemed to move her mouth under her rebandaged mouth. It's not more than just an open scar. She said. You feel damaged. Ah. Well, she was right about that too. Both mentally and physically, he was indeed damaged. Regardless, Dante kept up his smile. See? I told you I wouldn't be upset. He stepped out of the cage with Sedina, facing the slave merchant. Is she well enough to place a slave seal on her? He asked. I do believe so, yes sir. The slave merchant responded. Good. Register her to me, as well as full. About that, Sir Shield Hero. The slave merchant held up a finger. If they are to remain here, I will need to keep the seal on the older one. For my own safety, you see. Yes, that's fine. Dante didn't think Full would try anything with his sister in this condition, but maybe he would. Dante didn't fully understand the sibling situation, but he would soon enough. Really, he just wanted to make sure they weren't sold off to someone else. If the slave contract was terminated, he would know, and he was sure Belukas's uncle understood that too. Of course, since I'm keeping the two of them here for you. The slave merchant trailed off, though he kept rubbing his hands together. Once Full returns, move them to a better cage. Clean, bedrolls, good food, what you'll find at a halfway decent inn. You will be compensated, of course. After the rather large amount spent on their purchase, the cost of housing them didn't compare. Once they were finished and Dante had Atla registered to him, they set out. He did leave another 2 vials of medicine for Atla, plus some dried meat for Full, a taste of what to expect from Dante in the future. They collected Dio on the way and made their way up and out of the underground market. Dante was glad to be out of there. There were 2 main differences between Belukas and his uncle. The first was the inclusion of human slaves for sale. The second was for the rather large number of children that were there, of all races. Belukas didn't have that many, but Dante didn't really want to think about what that might imply either. All right. Dante began, once they were clear of the Colosseum. We're done here for now. Oh. Sedina hooked an arm around him. I think we still have something to do here. We do? Dante already went by the hourglass before, which was a bit of a hassle. He had to bribe one of the officials in charge of it to register without anyone else around. So far, it seemed only that person and Belukas's uncle and workers knew the shield hero came to Zeltable. We do. Sedina confirmed. She placed a hand on his head and brought it close to her, pulling him into a kiss. It's been far too long since we had a bit of fun. Well, I guess so. It had been about a week and a half since the banquet in Melromark. Dante had been pretty engrossed in his studies, so he hadn't really noticed the time flying by. He did manage to learn one's weight fire spell, so he was pleased with that. But, I don't think we should be doing this now. Dio is here with. When he looked over, Dio wasn't there anymore. Sedina laughed as she brought Dante closer. Don't worry, she said, Dio is fine. She's just sightseeing for a little bit, maybe getting a little food from one of the vendors. I did give her a bit of silver. She's a little girl. Dante reminded her. She's a filial queen. Sedina reminded him. She can be both, Dante said with a sigh. Anyway, are you really? Dante trailed off as Sedina brought her lips to the side of Dante's neck. A few kisses later and he nearly forgot what he was saying. It's not fair, you know? She said playfully, moving to his other side. You don't want me to pounce when the others are around, you make me all jealous with petting Rifana, and now you don't want to have a bit of fun? So mean. That's not why I pet her. He breathed out. He placed his hand on her shoulder to slow her down. Besides, is it even safe to do it now? I don't want to risk you getting pregnant. Sedina smiled. Oh, no worries. It became safe again a few days ago. Wait, what? Dante raised an eyebrow. Then we couldn't have done anything before dash. He was cut off with a quick nip of his ear. Dante pushed her off him again, looking her in the eye. She smiled all the while. Okay, fine, I get it, he said, his face flush. I want to do it too. Great. Sedina beamed, leading him away. It didn't take long to find what was basically a love hotel. It didn't cost that much either. Once in their room, Sedina made quick work of his armor. He still wore most of it while traveling, just in case. Especially in a place like Zeltable. Hey, Dante spoke before they got started. Does the petting really bother you? Sedina slowly pulled off her own clothes. You want to talk about another woman right now? I mean it. Dante pressed on. If it does, I can stop. Sedina stopped stripping, with only her loincloth remaining. She wrapped her arms around his neck. No, it doesn't bother me. I think we all know why you pet her. She had a point there. It's not like he didn't pet that baby indigo gator. And some of Galeon's offspring. And Dio and Jojo in their filial forms. And them in their angel forms, with their wings. He'd pet Keel and Raftalia too if they were okay with it. That actually led to an awkward conversation a couple days back, after the embarrassing incident. Raftalia had brought up Dante's somewhat excessive petting of Rifana. Dante mentioned how he liked animals and cute things, to which Raftalia replied being glad he didn't find her cute. Well, your face is cute. And your fur. And your ears. And your tail. Now that I think about it a little, you're just pretty cute altogether. Raftalia actually tried to hide behind Eclair at that comment. She did stay in her therianthrope form, which Dante was proud of for her sticking with it. He did promise not to pet her unless she was fine with it, which she likely wouldn't ever be. That said, Sedina continued, I wouldn't mind a little petting myself. That's a bit. Dante wanted to say it was weird, but he supposed petting Rifana seemed a bit weird to everyone else and they barely said anything. But you don't have ears and fur like her. I have a tail, Sedina said. I've seen you looking at Rifana's tail before. Raftalia and Keel's too. You have a tail while you're transformed. Sedina smirked at him. I could always transform for you. I know you like this form more, she said, striking a pose, still mostly naked, but I would like a little stroking. I'm pretty sure tail stroking is a bit more intimate than head patting, Dante said. He didn't really have much more than a feeling about that, but it seemed pretty intuitive. Oh my, I've been found out. Sedina held her hands to her face, swaying side to side. Anyway, Dante gestured to the still unused bed, I don't want to rush you, but the others will be expecting us. And, there's only so much Dio will be able to do in the city. Without another word, Sedina grabbed Dante and threw him to the bed. So impatient. Do I even need to point out the irony? Dante asked, adjusting himself on the bed. As he was, a popping sound caught his attention. He looked over and saw Sedina transformed. What's wrong? She asked, getting closer. Don't you want to have a bit of fun? The bed creaked slightly as she lowered herself onto it. She had one hand over his and the other against his face. Or did you want me to transform back? I don't really mind, but... Dante gazed up at her. But? She cooed, kissing his cheek. With one arm, I'm going to be able to do even less than before. It was hard enough in her demi-human form at the castle. Oh my. Sedina positioned herself just right over him. Well then, just let me handle everything this time. Dante did just that. He wasn't sure what he expected from the experience, but it was actually more pleasing in some ways than before, and less in others. Incidentally, his shield was still an aspiring comedian, since his back ached for the rest of the day and partway into the night. The wrong hero. The next day, their main destination had just come into sight. The tiered capital of Siltveld looked bigger than Melromark's, and it was certainly taller too. Both were true about the castle itself as well, as far as Dante could see. They were still outside the city itself. Before they entered, Eclair had some last-minute advice for Dante: don't say anything stupid. She didn't say it quite like that, but Dante took her meaning. The shield hero was worshipped as a god here, and his word would be treated as such. If he wasn't careful, he might cause everyone a whole lot of problems. Additionally, Eclair continued with her advice: you probably shouldn't act so intimate with some of your party members. She didn't need to specify if she meant Rifana or Sedina. It could be taken either way. Got it, Dante said. He just had to keep his hands to himself. It's not like he had Rifana close to him all the time every day. I'm a hired killer, I shouldn't need to sit next to a furry creature. Of course, Dante had talked with Sedina before about what Siltveld would likely demand from him. That being, of course, to have as many children as possible with every noble daughter they brought to him. He actually was not looking forward to that. Practically, he would be exhausted. Romantically, he felt it would strain things with Sedina. However, the Orca woman assured him it was fine. After all, she was the one who told Rifana what a harem was. The girl in question was also okay with it, seeing it as something that was going to happen anyway. Dante had some similar advice for everyone else. While their words wouldn't be taken as gospel, they shouldn't reveal anything important. Specifically, anything about the future. Dante already warned them about a few things he remembered from the books, namely the fanatical nature of some of the people here. Don't eat anything without Dante checking it first, don't go off alone, not that anyone did that anyway, that sort of thing. Well, let's get going, Dante said, sitting in the front. Jojo pulled the carriages towards the city gate. Once they were near the entrance, one of the guards halted them. What is your business here, human? He asked. My business? Dante asked with a smirk. Do humans need any particular reason to be here? Answer my question. The guard barked. A fitting description, seeing as the man appeared to be a dog demi-human. Dante merely raised up his shield arm, transforming the holy weapon into the Chimera Viper shield. Satisfied? The guard's mouth hung open as he stared up at Dante. The one standing opposite of him was in no better shape. Lord Shield! The man yelled, hastily kneeling. Why you're here? Your arm! You! Yes to all of that, Dante said with a laugh, waving him off. I'm a bit unannounced, I know, so I'm guessing someone should inform the people at the castle. At once, Lord Shield. The second guard announced before he ran off in that direction. I didn't mean one of the gate guards, but all right. Things were already looking to be exhausting. Also, I have some business I'll need to do at the church, as well as the Dragon Hourglass. I assume both are at the same place? Yes, Lord Shield. The first guard said. I shall guide you. I shall call for a guide to take you there. Well, that's progress, at least. It wasn't even a minute before the guide showed up. Dante had the man climb onto the front of the carriage, much to his discomfort. Dante wasn't about to have the man literally guide them on foot while following in the carriages. His surprise overtook his anxiety, as Dante repeated the directions to Jojo and the Filolial responded. As they traveled, Dante tried to start up a conversation with the man, but the guide kept ending it quickly. Dante figured it was too nerve-wracking to start speaking with God in the flesh like that. Thankfully, they reached the church shortly. Everyone exited the carriages, though Dante noticed Raphtalia was back in her demi-human form. Sorry. She whispered. It's just there's so many people around. I understand. We can pick that up again after we get you set up with some new clothes. Dante nodded. Sure, looking like a Greek Amazon warrior in front of a few people was fine, but an entire city, plus nobility, was likely far too much. Of course, once she had proper clothing again, he expected her back in her therianthrope form non-stop. Right this way, Lord Shield. The guide said, showing them into the church. Dante gestured for the others to follow. He would be doing most of the speaking for the group, most likely. Sedina knew the language, since it was apparently about the same language as in Tenlo. Eclair knew enough to have a conversation, but nothing too in-depth. Everyone else had no real experience with Siltvelt's language. Sedina was able to teach them a few common phrases, but nothing too advanced. It wasn't as if they would be there all the time anyway. They were brought before a dog therianthrope, probably a man, who looked to be a priest in long, flowing robes. He didn't look exactly pleased to see Dante, but once the guide explained who he was, that attitude shifted immediately. Before anything else, Dante said before the priest could begin, I would like to have my allies class up. Is that all right? The monsters and bandits that they dealt with had brought them up to level 40 a couple days ago. Of course, Lord Shield. Please, follow me. The priest took over for the guide, who would remain in the main area until they were finished. They were brought before a large hourglass, similar looking to the one in the Three Heroes Church. Before they began, Dante held up his shield to the hourglass. A beam of light came from the top of the hourglass and into the shield, bringing up a new timer in Dante's vision. 8 hours 22 minutes and 48 seconds. It's early evening now, so it looks like the wave will be in 9 days in the afternoon. That's a bit close. His hesitation came from the other 2 wave timers he picked up along the way. The country between Melromark and Siltvelt, Othill, had a wave in 6 days, while Zeltable had a wave in 11. He remembered having a holy hero present for a wave increased the time until the next wave, and that different hourglasses had different wave cycle times to begin with. Hopefully they'd be spread out a bit more once he fought in all 3 of them. That was another thing he noticed when he first registered at Othill a couple days ago. When the new timer appeared, it seemed more pronounced than Melromark's. When he went back to traveling, it darkened slightly to a similar shade as Melromark's. When he registered at Zeltable, the same thing happened. When he returned to the city with Sedina, the timer was brighter again. He had some ideas, but that could wait for now. I assume there's no charge for this? Dante asked to be sure. Absolutely, Lord Shield. The priest bobbed his head. After that, he had everyone get their class UPS. He warned them that the Cowlicks from Dio and Jojo would likely interfere and choose for them, but that choice should double their stats. Anyone who didn't want that would need to wait until the end before getting their upgrade. It wasn't necessary, as everyone decided to take the special class up. One by one, they each performed the class-up ceremony. Dante declined to choose for them when a prompt came up, seeing as he was still technically their master, and the Calics interfered without fail. Seeing everyone's stats go up was truly something. However, he noticed two things. First was that no one's stats doubled exactly. Judging by the amounts and what he remembered from his notes, it looked like the stats gained from the whip power-up weren't counted. Only the stats gained from leveling up seemed to count. The second was that Eclair and Keel didn't go up as much as the others. That also wasn't too surprising. Sedina and Raphtalia had good lineage, and the Royal Philolials most definitely should gain the most from their own class-ups. Rifana was somewhere in between the two groups. He'd have to check his notes to be sure, but it looked like the four most affected had their stats gained from their levels doubled, with everyone else around a 70 or 85% increase, depending on the specific stat. Well, that's a little disappointing, but still really good, Dante said. Then again, he supposed the purpose of the class-up was more to allow further leveling. Having a way to greatly increase everyone's stats like that was just a bonus, albeit a rather large one. Is there anything else we can do for you, Lord Shield? The priest asked, holding his hands together as if he were about to start praying. Yes, two things. Dante waved Eclair over to him. As you have no doubt noticed, I am missing one of my arms. He gestured to the missing limb. My companion here had the tendons in her wrists cut. I would like healing for the both of us. Yes, of course. The priest quickly nodded. Please, right this way. Dante had everyone else wait in the main area with the guide while he and Eclair got themselves fixed up. Personally, he really couldn't wait. There were a bunch of things he wanted to do once he was healed. Some were as minor as cooking a proper meal himself instead of rotating skewers, while the more worthwhile ones were, well, a little embarrassing to say out loud. For a while, he wanted to be able to hold one of his kids in each arm. He wanted to pick up Sedina and spin her like she did to him. Not to mention, of course, making it more difficult for Raphtalia to pin him in their matches. They met another priest, this one a female dog demi-human, who was the head healer in the church. With Dante's insistence and a lot of it the healer started with Eclair. He made sure they weren't going to treat her with any disrespect, human or not. Her armor prevented them from seeing her slave seal. There seems to be some repairs already made to your tendons. The healer noted. What kind of healing have you had? Sir MacRory. Eclair answered, gesturing to Dante. He made several potions that helped me regain some movement in my hands. Of course. The healer exclaimed, startling both Dante and Eclair. This could only be the work of Lord Shield. Coming to this country was probably our safest option, and I'm already wishing it wasn't. Maybe Zeltable would be better. We could probably take care of any mercenaries the Three Heroes Church manages to hire, and I doubt anyone would blink if we started killing our assailants in the streets. Probably. Then again, that place is run by wealthy merchants. They're as likely to side with me as they are to sell me out. Are you able to heal her? Dante asked, bringing the healer back from her near euphoria. Yes, Lord Shield. She bowed before turning around and rushing off. She returned shortly with a potion in hand. I will cast healing magic over you first. Then, drink this potion over the next few hours. Your hands should regain their full mobility in about a day, provided you don't use them for much until then. Eclair nodded at her explanation and the healer began casting her spell. Dryfa heal. A bright white glow enveloped Eclair's hands. Dante really liked the level of that spell, a very good sign. As the light faded, Eclair brought up her hands. Dante saw the brightest smile he'd seen from her then. This is I can feel this. Truly feel this. Eclair hastily bowed to the healer. Thank for restoring my hands, Mississippi. She turned and bowed again to Dante. And to you, Sir MacRory. I wouldn't be here now if it weren't for your actions. Come on, we're past that already. Dante waved her off. I told you I would get you healed. Nevertheless, Eclair brought herself back up. I look forward to continue working with you. Same here. Despite their disagreements on a few issues, he did enjoy the Lady Knight's company. Plus, he looked forward to what her swordsmanship was like at its peak. Now then, Lord Shield. The healer gestured to his left shoulder. Ah, right. Dante nodded. Should I remove my armor? If you would, Lord Shield. Dante had the Therianthrope priest help him out of his upper armor. The dogman tried to refuse, saying something about not being worthy, but Dante squashed that nonsense in a hurry. He wasn't going to have Eclair help him out right after the healer told her not to use her hands. With his armor beside him, the healer took a look at his wound. This is rather extensive. The healer mused as she prodded his partial shoulder. More bones seem to be missing or damaged than I thought. The wound looks like it was closed with fire before being healed, somewhat sloppily. Ah, forgive me, Lord Shield. She gave him a quick bow. No need for that. Please continue. It was a rather desperate situation they were in at the time, so a quick burning was all they could really swing. Let's see. The healer held her chin in thought. I do believe I can help with that. Hold on. She brought her face closer to his shoulder, right at his front. This doesn't look right. The healer pulled some sort of monocle from her chest pocket and looked through it. Oh my. The look on her face was not a positive one. Lord Shield, I'm sorry to say that I don't think I'll be able to help you. An alchemist will be needed for this, but I'm not sure how effective they'll be. Back up a second. Dante said. What's the problem? I was under the assumption that large churches like these had the resources for this. He was a bit surprised, but not completely. It almost seemed to fit with his situation. Dante did end up asking Reiko if he could regrow his arm for him, but the fox boy said he couldn't. That was very advanced alchemy, and while he had a talent for it, most of it came in the form of his power to create monsters. So of course, since Reiko wasn't able to, now the church couldn't either. Then again, maybe Simond mentioned the church as a possibility, rather than a sure thing. Well, it is possible. The healer explained. For something like this, cooperative magic would need to be cast with Dryfa Heal as the base for it. Even then, since the wound already healed and your body has adapted, it would take some time for the spell to regrow your arm. The problem is this. The healer tentatively placed her hand on his chest, just below his missing shoulder. There is a curse in your body, she said. It's rather mild, but it has festered, and for quite some time too. It seems to be mostly concentrated in your left shoulder, with a higher than average amount near your eyes. She brought her head up and looked at Dante with concern. Tell me, Lord Shield, have you come into contact with any cursed items? Realization dawned on him. The reason no one could identify what was wrong with his eyes. It was why they improved when he slept next to Rifana and Sedina as Therianthropes. The whip. The cursed whip idol Rabir used. The whip that, according to Dante's recollection, gained its curse from killing countless demi-humans. Fuck. He really should have gotten his hands on some holy water. Notes. Some crystal balls here can be used as pagers. Anyone remember those? You know? Big Bob's beepers? Or am I really that old now? At first, I planned on ending this a bit later. I'm actually rereading the LN and I just got to the book with Siltveld, so I wanted to finish that part before going much further. Then, I got here and saw the word count and thought, wow, that works out great. Sorry they didn't get into many shenanigans in Siltveld yet. There's time enough for that later. Even dead, idle Robbie seems hellbent on pissing me off. Though if Dante were being honest, he knew he had no real excuse. He knew that whip was cursed. It was entirely possible it would inflict him with some sort of curse too. Reignat's doctor checked him out and found nothing, and Dante didn't think to mention the whip to him. He had to assure the two clergy members that he wasn't upset with them. Since he was in the presence of people with some experience with curses, though. This is what cursed me, Dante said as he dropped the whip from his shield on the table. From what I understand, it's pretty potent. Looking at it again, it was a much more dangerous weapon than he realized. He hadn't brought it out since he tested its power with Sedina, considering how Rifana and Raftalia reacted to it. The stats were pretty good, but the special effects were so much better. He couldn't see them all when his appraisal was lower, but now it made sense why the whip was so strong. My word. The healer seemed to agree, at least about the curse. She picked up the whip to examine it more closely. When were you cursed by this? Over a month ago, Dante said. A month? The healer yelled, snapping her head towards Dante. Lord Shield, you've had this curse for over a month. Why, yes. He didn't think it was that big of a deal, mostly because he felt fine. Hell, he felt better than before he lost his arm. That might have actually been a cause for concern, but he was content with his peaceful sleep. Lord Shield, do you know the damage a curse can cause if it's allowed to fester? Reduced healing is only the start of the problems it can cause. The healer launched into a whole lecture about the dangers of curses, and how they need to be treated immediately. Apparently, curses fester in about a week, some as early as a couple days. It went on for a few minutes, all while Dante, Eclair, and the priest stood by and listened. Once she was finished, she seemed to realize she was berating her country's god and started apologizing profusely. Dante refused her apology, saying that this was something he needed to know, and he thanked her for her explanation. It wasn't something he was going to easily forget. After storing the whip back in his shield, the healer wrapped Dante's shoulder in bandages soaked in holy water and cast a Dryfa-level holy spell over the area. She explained that the spell would remove the bulk of the curse while the bandages would basically siphon out the rest over time. In a few days, he should be curse-free, in a sense, but the damage was already done. Dante thought back to Vittoria and asked if there was anything that could be done about the lingering effects. Unfortunately, there is no known way to reverse a festered curse like this. Unfortunate, indeed. It was a long shot, but he hoped this healer would tell him something other than what Vittoria said. It wasn't for his benefit, Dante could still see an alchemist for his arm. He hoped that the restoration of Vittoria's sight might change her mind about wanting to die. He knew she was far older than him, but seeing someone so young looking accept death like that didn't sit right with him. Finished with their healing, the priest helped Dante back into his armor and he and Eclair met back up with the others. The guide showed them from the church to the castle. Along the way, Dante got a better feel for Siltveld's layout. More accurately, how areas were so different from each other. Eclair had explained how the different tribes used different architecture, but seeing it all was something else. He saw a lot more of it going to the castle than on the ride to the church. Eventually, they arrived at said castle. It wasn't just the castle that was a bit bigger than Melromark's, but its doors and bridges too. There were a number of other differences, but they seemed to be mostly stylistic. They were handed off to a palace attendant then, who took them all to the throne room. There, a man with red feathered wings greeted them. The feathers extended across his arms and legs as well. His feet looked like a bird's claws, and his fingers were a bit pointed as well. Greetings, Lord Shield, the man said with a bow. It is a great honor to meet you. My name is Werner, and I am the leader of the Shisaku. Ha! I'd forgotten what he looked like. Much more bird-like than I was expecting. I'm Dante MacRory, the shield hero, Dante said, before gesturing to the others. With me are my companions. This is Sedina, who has been with me almost from the start. With her are Keel, Raftalia, and Rifana, all from Luralona village. That's Eclair Sieto of the Sieto territory. These two are Jojo and Dio, a Filolial king and queen. Werner followed along as Dante introduced each member of his party, nodding along to them all. I've heard reports from our emissaries. It's good to finally meet all of Lord Shield's retainers. About that. That was something Dante had worried about. Have you heard what happened to them? Werner grimaced and lowered his head. A spy sent a monster messenger saying as much. We thought you would be going to Fabri, so we sent a message to our diplomats there to greet you. Something like carrier pigeons, I guess. Well, I suppose demi-humans trying to send a secret message to Siltveld from a guild in Melromark wouldn't be that easy. But, wait, if they knew that, then... Dante realized what that statement might imply. How did your spy know about that? He asked. He didn't specify. Werner responded. The messages can't be too long, I'm afraid. Only the most relevant details are shared. I see. Dante tried something else. Did it mention my talk with Princess Melty? Werner's eyes widened ever so slightly at that. Yes, Lord Shield. Dante hoped the spy learned about his plans through someone at the castle, but if he heard it from that conversation. Did he mention my comment about Siltveld? Dante probed. The slightly sullen look from Werner confirmed his thoughts. My apologies. I didn't mean to offend the people of this country. Not at all, Lord Shield. Werner said quickly. Taran explained your concerns in his messages to us, as well as your reason for staying as long as you did. Indeed, there are those who take extreme actions due to their faith, but the people of Siltveld wish only to serve you. Well, that's good then. It wasn't exactly. If Dante recalled, Sedina was the one to first mention Siltveld's zealotry. He hadn't really thought about what the emissaries said in their reports. Something to watch out for. Well then, what happens now? If it pleases you, Lord Shield, I invite you to relax for the remainder of the day. We will prepare a feast in your honor for tomorrow. We will also gather as many tribe heads to meet with you as quickly as possible. Well, they had arrived rather abruptly. Dante didn't want to stop in any villages on the way. The two biggest concerns were the three heroes' church sending people after them, and Siltveld officials not wanting some outworlder coming along and rearranging things out of their favor. Really, making a big fuss out of things would be an issue, but hiding out wouldn't solve anything. From talking with his party, the others wanted to relax as well. The constant rattling of the carriages, practicing magic or combat while they stopped, and only occasionally bathing in the river were starting to take a toll on everyone. It would be nice to have a properly cooked meal and a nice, hot bath. That sounds good, Dante said, already spotting a few approaching maids. Also, I'll need to speak with an alchemist. We have already sent for several, Werner said. We were unsure of the extent of your injury, so we thought it best to explore as many options as possible. Perfect. Dante nodded. Also, we'll need some magic thread spun for Raftalia here. Here clothes are not as functional as intended. As you wish, Lord Shield. The maids greeted them with a bow and Werner led them all through the castle. All throughout, Dante could see differences in the art and decorations, both between here and Melromark, and just from the different races of demi-humans. He couldn't tell which was from which race, but some did have some more apparent differences that even he could pick out. They reached a room with quite ornate doors. It wasn't exactly gaudy, not like his armor at least, but it was fairly fancy. The doors were lined with gold, or at least gold plating, and the wood was a deep red. The room itself was what Dante could only describe as, well, a bedroom. Literally, the only piece of furniture was a large bed. That, and the wall decorations. On the opposite end was a terrace that overlooked the city. That area did have a chair and small table near the center. "Please make yourself comfortable, Lord Shield," Werner said. "I will show your companions to their rooms." About that. Dante beckoned over Dio and Jojo, who were already in their child forms. "These two will stay with me. I'm afraid having others share your room can't be allowed," Werner said, bowing. Dante figured he might say something like that. "Then I suppose I'll be staying with my companions for a bit longer." "That, too, would cause issues," Werner said. "And around we go. It'll be one or the other," Dante said, hand on his hip. "Personally, I think having two Philolials stay in the Shield Hero's room would be better than having the Shield Hero stay in guest rooms." Werner looked like he wanted to say something to that, but held it back. "I believe having these two stay with you would be preferable." "Good," Dante said with a smile. He wasn't really concerned with anyone's safety, at least for right now. He just didn't want to sit alone for however long he was going to be there. The three of them entered the room while Werner took the others to their rooms. Dante specified to keep them close by, and on the same floor. They were on the top floor of the palace, after all. Over on the terrace, Dante could see almost the whole city below them. It was really something else to get a view of all the different designs from a distance. Next, Dante looked at the assortment of decorations that lined the walls. Most of it looked to be similar to what they saw in the halls, but better quality. A few of the outliers were pretty impressive, like the skull of what Dante assumed was a large dragon that was mounted to the wall. There was also one practical thing on the wall. Dante pulled the large shield from above the room's fireplace. It looked rather worn down, but still in usable condition. The front of it was covered in thick hides of various monsters. Dante copied the shield and looked it over, power-up potential included. Shield of the Beast King, LV locked, 0 ADC, abilities locked, equip bonus, Therianthrope abilities up, large, demi-human abilities up, large, skilled beast transformation assist, territorial reform equip effect, power of devotion. Wow. I'm not high enough level for it. Well, it is a pretty amazing shield. Ignoring the boosted shields, this one had the highest stats. Its defense rating wasn't as high as the stout shield before being powered up, but it was in the ballpark. Dante would need to see what the shield could do once he was high enough level to use it. Jojo turned his head to the side. Dio followed suit right after. Both stood next to Dante. Dante looked in the same direction as his kids. "You would do well to show yourself." Dante spoke to the corner of the room. There was no sign of anything there. After a few moments, Dante began to approach, Dio and Jojo in tow. "Last warning. This is an order. Otherwise, I'll have to waste a spell on you." A second later, a dark gray rat Therianthrope revealed itself, standing about 2 feet tall and wearing similar colored clothing. Cloth covered its head, showing only its eyes. It looked like a black veil had been peeled away from the corner when the rat appeared. It prostrated itself before it spoke up. "My deepest apologies, Lord Shield." Well, it's either loyal to the Shield Hero, or it knew I wasn't bluffing. "Care to explain yourself?" Dante walked back to the bed and sat on the edge, a Philolial child on either side of him. The rat Therianthrope raised its head and Dante waved it closer. It came about a dozen feet away from the bed before it took a knee. "I was tasked with observing Lord Shield and ensuring no harm came to you," the Therianthrope stated. "Observing me for who?" Dante asked. The rat seemed to think for a moment before speaking again. "There was no single individual I report to." "So the leaders of Siltvelt, then?" Dante nodded. That's fair, I suppose. He did spend over a month in Melromark. Maybe they wanted to see what he was about. If Lord Shield pleases, the therianthrope continued, how did your Philolials notice my presence? They have good instincts. Dante answered. It wasn't as if he didn't notice as well. His alert shield picked up the therianthrope's presence immediately. Even if it didn't, and Dio and Jojo didn't, Dante picked out the small spy after about a minute. His stats and job levels helped with that greatly, but Dante wasn't about to tell a spy that. I see. The rat therianthrope lowered its head. I do hope you forgive this transgression. I suppose I will. Dante said, but then he thought to add to it. That is, if you answer a question for me. What do you wish to know, Lord Shield? The therianthrope looked up at him. Are you a shadow? And what is your name? He asked. You are well informed of our world. The rat said. I am a shadow of Siltveld, and this one has no need for a name. Well, that's reassuring. Dante had wondered for a while if he could pick out shadows with the shield's power and his experience. Normal people were easy enough, but who could say about magic ninjas? And where do your loyalties lie? Dante thought to ask. With Lord Shield and Siltveld. The shadow answered without hesitation. I see. Dante nodded. And, what is Siltveld? Lord Shield? The shadow didn't seem to understand. You said you didn't report to any specific person in Siltveld, leading me to believe you would inform any leaders of what you learned. But, what I want to know is, do you act in the interests of the people of Siltveld, or its leaders? Dante assumed it was the leadership. He had sparse knowledge about the shadows of this world, mostly because he had yet to meet one. It was possible the man he killed on the road was a shadow, but he didn't have any way of verifying that. This was a good way to learn a little bit about them. Assuming, of course, this shadow was honest with him. Dante wasn't sure if he could determine whether or not he was being lied to at all, the same being true for Dio and Jojo. Magic ninja, after all. Then allow me to rephrase. The shadow said. I serve the shield hero, who is Siltveld's will. It sounded like the truth, but he'd take it with a grain of salt for now. Shall I refrain from reporting your activities to the leaders of Siltveld? The shadow asked. No, that's all right. Dante said after thinking it over. But speak with me before you do. I want to know what you plan on telling them. Really, I have a lot to ask you about as well. A knock sounded on the door. Lord Shield? A woman's voice called from the other side. The alchemists are here to see you. But I suppose that will have to wait for another time. Dante said as he stood. The alchemists had arrived faster than he thought they would. You may continue with your observations. The shadow bowed again and disappeared from sight. That's quite the trick. Show them in. Dante called to the door. When it opened, a maid stepped in. Forgive me, Lord Shield, but the alchemists are waiting for you in the throne room. It wouldn't do to have them intrude upon you here. She said. Right. He'd nearly forgotten the headache this place was likely to be. Well, lead the way then. The wrong hero. A headache it was, indeed. When Dante and his kids arrived in the throne room, Werner introduced him to 3 alchemists. Among them was a male rabbit demi-human, a female owl demi-human, and a male alligator therianthrope. Dante almost did a double take at the alligator man. His scale color reminded him of the indigo gators that tried to eat him. His kids seemed to realize that too, given the looks they gave him. The owl demi-human was interesting too. Her arms and head had brown and white feathers on them, but her hands and legs were human-looking. He assumed her legs were, anyway, since she had on normal-looking boots. A couple of the maids helped Dante out of his armor. When they did, they took off his shirt as well. Reiko's little cacodemon floated down with it, startling them. It had hidden itself in Dante's shirt before when the healer looked him over. Dante told them not to pay it any mind. When the alchemists examined him, Dante had to give them the go-ahead several times, each one before they touched him, until finally he just told them to stop asking and inspect him. He informed them of the curse on his body, though it was fairly evident with the wrappings. Dante had Werner and the maids leave before he showed the alchemists the whip. The Shisaka might recognize who it belonged to. After making their notes, and drawing a bit of blood, there came another bit of annoyance. They would need to grow a new arm for him and attach it to him once it was made. That itself wasn't annoying, but what they said next was, "I can have the arm ready for you in 5 days." The rabbit man said, "I'll have it made in 4 days." The owl woman said quickly, "I misspoke." The rabbit man interjected, "It'll be ready in 3 days. To take so long for Lord Shield." The alligator man shook his long head. "I'll have it ready for you in 2 days. A day and a half. 1 day. By the morning." "You think you can make something worthy of Lord Shield in such a short time? Are you questioning my skill? Am I in an auction house? Is this a bidding war?" Dante held up his hand, silencing the squabbling alchemists. "I'd rather it be done right than done fast," he told them. "If you rush this and I get an arm that doesn't work, I'll go with the one that does. I'm told my curse may make it more difficult. That said, I would appreciate having an arm ready within 5 days." He wanted a little time to get used to having an arm again before the wave in Othill. The alchemists left to work on Dante's missing limb after bowing deeply, of course leaving Dante to observe the throne room. It was a pretty grand hall, all things considered. It was similar to the throne room in Melromark, except this one had balconies one could access on one side through large, glass-pane doors. Some parts looked to be higher quality than in Melromark, while other were less so. Not that it really mattered. Several maids came back into the room to inform Dante that supper was ready. They helped him back into his shirt and armor, but they presented him with another piece of clothing as well. It looked somewhat like a cape or cloak, but it was made to cover the left side of his body. They didn't need to explain the reasoning to him. God was missing an arm, after all. It didn't feel like it would do much good, considering he was basically parading around town on a carriage with his missing limb on display, but he didn't argue about it. Once they had him fitted, they led the way to the dining terrace. There, he saw a number of different demi-humans and therianthropes in attendance. The rest of his party was there already. A few of the attendees were talking with them, and it looked to be friendly, or at least not hostile. Well, since Dante wasn't trying to leave immediately, and Sedina wasn't hanging off of his arm, they didn't have much reason to be upset. One person in particular stood out to him. It was a male lion therianthrope, standing next to Werner. It was fairly likely this was Girali's. Dante doubted he'd be able to pick him out in the streets, but here in Siltvelt's castle? There was little doubt. "Lord Shield has arrived," one of the maids called out. As Dante made his way across the terrace, the people in attendance greeted him warmly. "Welcome to Siltvelt, Lord Shield. You honor us with your holy presence." Praise Lord Shield. Warmly may not be the right word. After he sat down, the others did as well. He sat at the head of the table. On his left side was mostly his party, and the right was occupied by nobles from Siltvelt. "I apologize for such a small gathering," Werner said to Dante as he stood at his seat. "For your feast, there will be more in attendance. Please accept this humble offering." Dante waved him off. It's nothing to worry about. This was all something he might have to get used to, at least for now. It was still pretty off-putting. In that case, Werner, as well as the other Siltvelt nobles in attendance, clasped their hands together and bowed their heads. May the Lord Shield's will be done. We thank him for this food, that it may nourish us and strengthen us so that we may do his will. Glory to Lord Shield, the Savior of the world. Dante looked blankly at the nobles praying to him. Well, I've gone and broken another commandment. Oh well, I was already halfway through the list anyway. Without another word, the nobles dug into their food. Dante gave his party a nod and they did as well. He already knew none of the food was poisoned. He had a detect poison skill from the first day, and he already maxed out the claw's proficiency power with it. When he did, he realized he could no longer activate the skill, but it was instead always active. The food was a mix of things. It seemed to have a bit of a wild feel to it, given the presentation. For supper, it was a bit much, but God did just return home. The feast was likely to be much more extensive, probably more so than Melromark's banquet after the wave. Jojo looked at the food he had been scarfing down. What is it? Dante asked, taking a sip what seemed to be an orange-flavored wine. I think your food is better, master. Jojo said. That was another thing Dante was having them do for now. While the others were fine to call him Dante, or Sir MacRory, he didn't want his kids to refer to him as their dad. Funnily enough, neither one seemed okay with just calling him Dante. So, they opted for what they first called him. Lord Shield has cooked for you? One of the nobles asked. Jojo nodded. Master cooks for us all the time. Well, sometimes we eat the fast plants, but Master always makes sure we have enough. But to have Lord Shield cook your meals, and in his condition. Another noble shook her head. Dante chuckled softly. I was beginning to wonder if that condition was known. He gave the fancy cloak a quick tap. Then again, his food was already cut for him. But of course. The lion therianthrope who, in fact, introduced himself as Giralles shouted. Everyone in Siltvelt knows of what the vixen of Melromark allowed to happen. Dante spotted Eclair glowering at Giralles, but Raphtalia kept her attention by feeding her another bit of the meat that was served. Eclair seemed to be diligently following the healer's instructions with regards to her hands. Well, in any case, Dante sidestepped that remark. I did the cooking because my shield provides me with a number of bonuses to my cooking ability. The others prep the food for me. It's really something to hold fish over a fire and it becoming delicious just from that. He would still add some herbs to it, but it wasn't necessary. Truly a blessing of Lord Shield. A noble said. Dante had to resist rolling his eyes. Cha-cha. Cha-cha. The noise around his chest startled Dante. It caught the attention of the nobles and his party as well. The little red ball squeezed its way out of Dante's armor and hovered in front of Dante's face. Lord Shield? Werner looked on in concern. Is your familiar okay? Yes, it's fine. Dante said. It's just letting me know my associate in Melromark has found something for me. I think. It sounded like a chirp and not a cry, but Dante wasn't sure. That was a chirp, right? He asked the small cacodemon. It seemed to just hover there for a moment before lazily moving forward. It bumped into Dante's nose and floated back again. I'm taking that as a yes. Dante said, petting the small tomato monster. It looked cute, but the chirp needed work. What will you do? Werner asked. I'll be returning to Melromark after supper to find out what he learned. Dante told him, taking another bite. Several of the nobles gasped. You would go back to that country? For a short time. I'd be back within an hour. The cooldown became slightly shorter with each use. He wondered if the skill would change at all when the proficiency maxed out, like with detect poison. Lord Shield, please reconsider. Werner pleaded with him. You've only just arrived. If you were to leave so soon. I believe you already know what I've been doing in Melromark this past month. Dante told him. This is in regards to that. And what will you be doing when you get there? Girales asked. Dante picked up his goblet and spun the wine around a bit. I'll be collecting information from those involved in the sacking of Luralona village. There are no objections to that, are there? That one might get mixed reactions from the nobles present. Luralona was first set up as part of a peace initiative with Siltvelt. From there, Renota actually gathered more people, being a spot better suited for trade. Siltvelt had done a similar thing for humans in Siltvelt. This was according to Eclair, and something he sort of remembered from the books. Incidentally, he made a note to check out that human village here. Make sure no Warhawk decided to do the same thing. The nobles' reactions were indeed mixed. Girales, however, betrayed Dante's expectations and actually smiled. That's a wonderful idea, Lord Shield. He folded his clawed hands together. Oh. Dante was a bit surprised, but then he remembered the kind of people he was dealing with. Girales was likely thinking. This will show the vixen of Melromark how powerless she is to govern her own country. He roared. Something batshit crazy like that. Girales. Werner warned the lion therianthrope, but Girales continued on. Think of it. Her plans for Lord Shield have already failed, and now he plans to clean up her mess. Not only that, but Lord Shield will also be ridding the world of a few more Melromark wretches, if I take his meaning. Girales held his hand open toward Dante. The man in question took a sip of his wine before setting it down again. Well, you aren't wrong about the last part, at least. But the end result will be the same. Girales slapped his hand on the table before turning to his fellow nobles. We should all support Lord Shield in this endeavor. The other demi-humans and therianthropes started nodding their heads to his words. Their murmurs turned to sounds of approval. Girales looked at Dante with a proud smile on his face. Ha! I've gained Girales' approval. I don't want to say I feel dirty, but... Just to be clear, Dante voiced before things got out of hand, my only purpose is to find the missing villagers. I'm not taking any public actions against Melromark. We can discuss our political goals at another time. Werner quickly interjected, casting a quick glance at Eclair. Party member or not, he must have known talking about such things in front of her wasn't a good idea. Girales seemed to pick up on that, but thought differently. Why wait? Surely the Cieto heiress sees the foolishness in her queen's actions. These things are not my queen's doing. Eclair shouted, standing from her seat. Eclair, please. Raphtalia tried to bring her back down. Face it, Lady Cieto. Your queen has abandoned you. Girales stated as fact. You're better off remaining Lord Shield's slave, like the others. Girales. Werner yelled at the man. Your spy network has served you pretty well. Dante said, though rather calmly. Truthfully, the revelation was a bit of a relief. It wasn't as if they hid Sedina's slave seal. It was front and center on her chest. He was planning on giving a vague explanation as to why he kept it on since the given reason was protection in Melromark, but now it wasn't needed. Well, there may still be some political or social concerns, but it didn't seem heretical at least. What's more, he realized he missed something earlier. Werner wasn't surprised to see Eclair. He never told the emissaries about her. It was too great of a risk to mention in Melromark's capital. He'd have to ask that shadow later how they learned about her. He doubted it was because Siltvelt's shadows were able to escape detection, given what happened earlier. Dante was pretty sure half his party could detect shadows now. Besides, they didn't seem to know about Reiko, so it wasn't as if they were being watched constantly. At least, not by Sylvelt. What do you know of my queen's desires? Eclair fired back at the lion therianthrope. Girales smirked. I know the queen planned for Lord Shield to be framed. Perhaps your territory's destruction was just a happy bonus. Ridiculous! Eclair shouted. She looked ready to grab her sword, but Raphtalia placed a hand on her arm before she even moved for it. I agree with Eclair. Dante shook his head. You have to have some evidence to make a claim like that. I spoke with Princess Melty before I left. Her mother wanted me to make peace with the king. That is further proof. Girales declared. You are framed for a crime by her daughter, have the ruling handed down by her husband, then she sends her other daughter to keep you from retaliating. When it was put like that, it almost made sense. If, of course, Dante was crazy. I don't know why the queen needs to be involved in all that when just one or two of them are enough. Dante said. The first princess accused me, and her foolish father believed her. Why involve the queen? It fits. Girales asserted. It was her plan all along. Why summon one hero when you can summon all of them? Her false platitudes of fostering peace during the waves are plain to see. That's a bit of a stretch. Sure, if he only listened to what was said here, he might believe it. But, the queen set up laws to prevent the torture of slaves. She had Luralona established to give demi-humans in her country a place to live peacefully. Sure, both ended up failing to one degree or another, but Dante wasn't about to call it malice when incompetence was a valid answer. Besides, Dante continued, is peace during a world-threatening event such a bad thing? Girales shook his head. You mistake me, Lord Shield. The Vixen claimed she wanted to improve peace between our nations during the waves. When her country claimed the other heroes, it confirmed what I already knew to be false. Her husband, the king, summoned all of us. Dante pointed out. Was there really any need to include the queen in that? You would have been framed regardless. Girales said simply. Regardless of what? Dante asked. He felt like he was getting the runaround. Lord shied. Girales almost seemed lost for words. Do you not know? He looked over at Werner, who shook his head. The emissaries must not have told him. The Shusaku said. Told me what? Dante asked again. It shouldn't be this difficult to get a straight answer. Unfortunately, he got just that. Werner turned to face him, his expression uneasy. Lord Shield, at the Conference of Nations, it was agreed that you'd be summoned to Melromark. Notes. Well, I brought that up sooner than I thought I would. I had planned on revealing the Queen desiring the shield hero later on, but it fit in pretty snugly here. Arguably, that's just what happens when you write 80% of a chapter in a single day. I really need to get better at that. I made notes at work throughout the week, so I wasn't really going in blind, but I just didn't know what exactly I wanted to do for this chapter. Me? The shield hero? Summoned to Melromark? You're joking. He didn't want to believe it, but the expressions of the nobles told him it was true. It would be pretty stupid to lie about something he could somewhat easily discover the truth of. Though, that would explain why he never saw emissaries from any other country. I'm afraid not, Lord Shield. Werner answered him with a frown. Dante didn't really think the Queen was incompetent. Hearing this, however, started to make him reconsider. Eclair heard about the church's dealings with certain nobles, so it was a sure bet that the Queen did with her shadows. With their activity, surely she would have investigated them more. But, no, that wouldn't have mattered. Eclair's father was supposed to be in charge while the Queen was away. If he was, and the shield hero was the only hero summoned to Melromark, things may have been drastically different. Instead, none of that happened. Eclair's father died. Altcray summoned all 4 heroes. Malti framed her country's enemy. They took a bad political situation and made it worse. If anything, perhaps Morelia simply trusted her family too much, seeing as the person she put in charge could be sent away by her husband to retrieve a fish. I disagree on who the bad actor was in that situation, but I agree with some of what you said. Dante said. The Queen's competence was up for discussion, but Dante highly doubted it was malice. Though, she was still called a vixen, so she couldn't be that inept. Sir MacRory! That wasn't something Eclair wanted to hear. Take it easy, he told her. For the Queen to not care about your territory is, frankly, unbelievable. She was, after all, the one to put forward creating a demi-human area in Melromark, right? Eclair slowly nodded. And Girales, Dante turned to the lion Therianthrope, I would appreciate it if you didn't try to antagonize my companions with statements you don't even believe. The lion man smiled and bowed his head. You're quite wise for someone your age. Dante smirked. I may not look it, but I'm 28 years old. Your little tirade may have worked if I actually was 17. Luckily, he had years of experience dealing with blowhards like Girales. Now then, I agree with what Werner said. Let's leave politics for later. The rest of their supper was, fortunately, very light-hearted. Eclair kept casting glances at Girales, but she didn't make any further comments. All in all, it turned out better than Dante thought it would. Still, he was left with food for thought. Though, he likely wouldn't pursue it too aggressively for a while. It wasn't as if any of these nobles would have anything positive to say about Morelia, given everything that happened since the start of the waves. There was that old Ginmu who Dante recalled was at least somewhat friendly with Melromark. Maybe he could shed a little light on the happenings of the world, whenever they met. Once supper was finished, Dante got ready to leave. Werner had something to say about that. If you would give us a moment, Lord Shield, we can prepare an escort for you, the winged man said. Dante shook his head. I appreciate the gesture, but I have it covered. He looked over at Eclair. You're coming with me. I dot of course, Sir MacRory. She didn't have much to say after her outburst at supper. Forgive me, Lord Shield, but is that wise? Werner asked. Lady Eclair has suffered an injury to her hands, and it has not yet healed, correct? It seemed they didn't have all the details about Dante's group. That was good. Dante still needed to figure out how much they learned and how they did so. Maybe the shadow he questioned could tell him. Don't worry, I'm not going to a populated area in Melromark, Dante assured him. Werner's expression told him he wasn't entirely satisfied. But I can take another with me. Raphtalia? Yes. Raphtalia was already set. If nothing else, she could practice her form while Eclair instructed her. Despite the constant traveling, Raphtalia always seemed ready and willing to work on her swordsmanship. Dante might go a round or two with her, see how she's adjusting to her heightened stats. The others would wait for their return. They said their goodbyes, with Dante mentioning a second destination after Melromark. Before Werner could object, Dante activated his portal skill. In an instant, they found themselves at the bottom of the mining complex. It looked about the same as when Dante was last there, perhaps with a little more vegetation. There was also a Zergling standing with the farmer baron. It, too, wore a straw hat, though this one looked more Japanese. I'm not even going to ask about it. Ignoring the silly appearance, the three of them started down into the tunnel. Sir MacRory, Eclair said, gaining his attention. I'd like to apologize for my outburst earlier. It's fine. Dante shrugged. He was provoking you. Well, not at first, but definitely after you reacted. Still, it was unbecoming of a knight to fall into such a trap. Eclair lowered her head. You can discuss the proper knightly etiquette soon enough. Dante smiled at her. I have a feeling that's what Reiko has for me. I see. Eclair nodded. So is that why you asked me to join you? Not to chastise me about my behavior? It was neither, in fact. Dante said as they entered the large area of the mines. Someone just wanted to meet you properly. Dante! Reiko beamed as they approached. He quickly ran up to the man, before slowing as he noticed Eclair and Raphtalia behind him. Hey, I hear you have something for me. Dante said with a smile. Also, that little cacodemon you gave me chirps weird. Reiko stood a bit away from them, shifting from foot to foot. He gestured with his hand and Dante came forward, lowering himself slightly to the fox boy. I didn't know you'd be bringing the raccoon woman too. He whispered into Dante's ear. Was I wrong too? Dante asked. Well, no, it's fine. Reiko said. He may have been nervous about talking with someone who lived in near the area he took corpses from. Raphtalia wasn't exactly pleased when Dante absorbed all the bodies, so it was a fair concern. Reiko walked around Dante and stood in front of Eclair. Without another word, he bowed his head to her. I'm sorry the wave happened at your home. You are a good knight and you should be proud of yourself. Reiko kept his head down as he spoke. Eclair, for her part, didn't seem to understand what just happened. Dante had told Reiko that Eclair was the only knight to oppose the sacking of Luralona, and that she was captured and convicted because of that. It struck a chord with the fox boy, given that he had such a low opinion of Melromark's human population. Thank you for your kind words, Reiko. Eclair finally managed to speak. From there, they went to check on the person Reiko captured. It turned out that the man on the list was with a few adventurers in the area. They were traveling to the capital from Renoda when one of Reiko's monsters spotted them. Unlike the last time, Reiko didn't lose any of his creations. It didn't hurt that one of the fighters he sent was the Zealot. It performed so well that Reiko planned on making it the primary monster he made. He ended up letting his monsters kill the adventurers too, since they weren't on the list. Dante made sure he understood not to do that so casually in the future. Once the guard moved the boulder from in front of the small tunnel, the group walked in to see the prisoner. Dante sighed when he saw who it was. He's just a kid. Dante shook his head. There were a couple knights described as young in the journal, but Dante didn't think they were this young. He looked younger than Keel did now, and Keel looked younger than Dante. You. Eclair, however, didn't share his hesitancy. She approached the prisoner, fists clenched. The young knight tried to pull himself back, but his broken legs kept him from moving much. Stay away! He cowed at her approach, throwing up his arms to protect his head. I didn't know. It's not my fault. You damn traitor. Eclair reached for the sword at her hip. Dante made to grab her arm, but Raphtalia beat him to her, keeping Eclair's hand off her blade. Eclair, please. She said. You're still healing. Let go, Raphtalia. Eclair responded coldly. I'm killing him myself. Wow, what caused all this? Dante asked as he stepped around the pair. The tension in the air was so thick, he could cut it with a knife. He hadn't seen Eclair this mad since they first met, when she was drugged out of her mind and thought he was one of the mercenaries. Eclair continued to glare at the injured knight, thrusting her finger at him. This worm was one of my father's knights. She spat. He was the son of a merchant in our territory, not a noble. He started his knight training a few years ago as a squire. My squire? Fuck. It really was one thing after another with Melromark. Specifically, treacherous knights in Lord Sieto's service. First it was that bitch Carta at Renota, and then this kid. That's not all. Eclair continued, delivering a swift kick to the young knight's unarmored head. He cried out in pain from the strike. He was at my trial, condemning me with the rest of the knights. This thing was there when Devon Mallory sold me off to the mercenaries. He had the gall to smile at me when I was taken away. Dante looked over at the knight. Blood started to run from his now broken nose as he gazed up fearfully at Eclair. From his features, Dante figured he was no older than 15. It was probably impressive that the boy managed to become a knight so young, though there was a similarly aged knight at Lute. It was a shame, really. Dante placed his hand on Raphtalia's shoulder, gaining her attention. Let her go, he told her. What? Raphtalia asked. This is between her and the boy, Dante said. Given his age and where he was stationed, I doubt he has any useful information for us. If he does, Eclair should be more than capable of getting it. He looked over at the Lady Knight. If you end up damaging your hands, that's fine. We can always heal you again. Raphtalia, let's give her a little privacy. With that, Dante and Reiko left the room. Raphtalia came out shortly after, leaving Eclair, the young knight, and one of Reiko's barons in the small tunnel. The three of them opted for waiting on the surface for Eclair to finish. Raphtalia kept glancing at the tunnel as they waited, and Reiko seemed to steal glances at Raphtalia. Hers were out of concern, but his seemed to be out of fear. Dante wanted both of them to stop, but it wasn't as if he couldn't empathize, so he let it be. After about 10 minutes, a XP notification appeared in Dante's vision. He had no doubt it was from the knight, given the amount. Shortly after, Eclair came walking up from the mines. Her boots were covered in blood, but her hands were clean. She spoke when she saw Dante looking. You provided me with healing for my injury. I'm not about to throw that away just to satisfy myself like that, she said. With not much else to do, they made small talk while they waited for Dante's portal skill to come off cooldown. It wasn't far off from what Dante discussed with Reiko before, that being to watch for people on the list and to be careful. The modified bioplant seed Dante provided him was still working well, and it required minimal maintenance to keep from growing out of control. The second watcher of the plant was mostly for aesthetics, according to Reiko. The boy kept drawing attention to the hat-wearing Zergling that Dante had to acknowledge it. That wasn't the only thing that he needed to acknowledge, though. While they talked, Reiko still kept looking over at Raphtalia, to the point that even she started to look uncomfortable with it. Dante decided to pull the bandage off and ask him why he kept looking at her. He beckoned Dante close again and whispered to him. She was from Luralona, right? He asked. Isn't she mad about me, don't you know? Dante sighed and looked over at Raphtalia. Hey! Are you upset about Reiko using the bodies of the people of Renota? Dante! Reiko pulled at the man's shirt. Don't just say that. I'm not mad. Raphtalia pulled the fox boy's attention from Dante. You're not? He asked. Raphtalia shook her head. No. I was, at first. And I was disturbed by the monsters you created. She slid her hand over her arm, likely remembering the screams from the reanimated people of Renota. But, if I had your power, and I could save myself and my friends from a terrible fate, I might just do what you did. Oh, okay. Reiko nodded, though he didn't seem that convinced. Dante didn't blame him. Having over 100 dead things screech at you while trying to kill you is pretty hard to forget. It wasn't as if Reiko didn't know how his monsters would generally behave. Well, the atmosphere here didn't improve much. Dante hoped whatever was bothering the boy would be simple to work out, but it didn't seem so simple. He supposed kids might hold on to such things for a while. After all, Raphtalia was upset learning about how Dante lost his arm saving her. If he didn't hold himself in such high spirits with her, she might not have gotten over it so quickly. The fact that he was also the shield hero didn't hurt either. This time, neither condition was present. Reiko might feel better at their next meeting, or he might feel worse. Given Reiko's past, it was a bit harder for Dante to gauge how he'd be later on. Plus, it would be good in general if they all got along well. Reiko was helping to find the knights who attacked Luralona, after all. Maybe something simple to help them bond would be good. If Dante could find something like that. Oh. Dante thought up a nice, simple thing. He turned to the Tanuki woman. Raphtalia, would you transform real quick? Huh? She seemed a bit startled by his question. Why? It'll help get you two more acquainted. He responded. Raphtalia gave him a disbelieving look, but she transformed all the same. Reiko looked up at her towering form. She was easily more than twice his size now. Reiko stood by, simply staring. That. Reiko stammered. Then, his pensive face changed to a massive grin. That's so cool. Dante laughed at the boy's antics. Reiko started bombarding Raphtalia with questions, which she did her best to answer before he jumped to the next one. It was a nice change from the awkward glances. This trip was a net positive, just in a different way than Dante thought it'd be. Eclair got a bit of revenge on one of the knights that betrayed her and the people he swore to protect. It was lucky he brought Raphtalia along, otherwise he wouldn't have known about Reiko's apprehension until much later. If there was any downside, aside from not learning anything more about the Luralona villagers, it was that the situation didn't really allow for Dante to do another movie reference with Reiko. He'd thought it up a couple days ago, working with his limitation on weapon wielding, and his go-to method for extracting information. Next time there was a knight or slaver for them to question, he'd see if Reiko ever watched The Big Lebowski. The wrong hero. Once Dante's skill came off cooldown, the three of them went to their next destination of the evening, with Raphtalia changing back before they left. Zeltable was just as busy as it was the last two times Dante visited, at different times of day too. They made their way towards the slave merchant's place of business after selling a few more potions to some of the merchants, of course. Dante still had more than enough components to make the regular stat boosting and the double-edged potions he sold previously, and the merchants were more than willing to buy them. Once they arrived at the slave merchant's place, he led them to the Hakuko siblings' cage. Both Eclair and Raphtalia were shocked at the man's appearance. Dante hadn't told them how similar he looked to his nephew, and it looked like Sedina and Dio didn't either. When the slave trader's uncle showed them to the new cage of the Hakuko siblings, Dante realized once again his need to ask questions. Who are you? A girl, around 12 years old, asked. She had a black and white striped tail and ears, and her blue eyes were slit like a cat's. She was sitting next to Atla when they approached, but had gotten up to stand in front of her when they stopped at the cage. What's with your family and not telling me the sex of your slaves? Dante asked the slave merchant. Whatever do you mean? The slave merchant asked. He wasn't being coy, he seriously didn't know what Dante meant. Never mind. It wasn't as if Dante could blame him. He really should have asked. Besides, he came in acting like he knew exactly what he was buying, so why would a seller of goods try and dissuade him? Besides, like Keel, it was a non-issue. He turned back to the girl to answer her question. I'm your new master. I bought you and your sister yesterday. Foal looked him up and down. So, you're the guy? The guy? Dante arched an eyebrow. I know why you put us in this nicer cage and gave us comfortable bedding. Foal said, lowering her head. Do what you want with me, but I won't let you have your way with my sister. She's too pure for the likes of Dash. No, stop that right now. Dante yelled and looked over to the slave merchant. Did you not tell her anything? I didn't think it mattered, yes sir. The slave merchant responded. Didn't matter. Well, I guess it doesn't, present situation accepted. Dante thought it a bit odd that Atla didn't say anything either, but he didn't really introduce himself as the shield hero. He was pretty sure the slave merchant mentioned his title, but Atla barely noticed them talking until he stepped into her cage. Speaking of which, the slave merchant did indeed upgrade their living conditions. Not only did their sleeping attire look more comfortable, they were moved out of the disease section of the market and into a more private area, though still near some of the other slaves for sale. A curtain had been set up to keep the area somewhat private. Forget it, doesn't matter. Dante shook his head, looking back to Foal and Atla. My name is Dante MacRory, the shield hero. I'm here to protect the world from the waves. That's where you come in. The shield. Foal took a step back. So, you want me to fight the waves with you? That's right. Hey, can you open up this cage? Dante turned to the slave merchant. Once the door was open, Dante stepped in, ducking down just a little. Foal took another step back, staying in front of her sister. What are you doing? She yelled at him. Calm down. Dante lowered his shield to the ground, letting a medicine bottle drop out before he picked it up. I've been making medicine for your sister. Didn't you notice how much better she was when you got back yesterday? Ugh. Foal tensed up, but said nothing else. It was a bit funny to read in the books, but I imagine this will wear on my patience quickly. So, can I give her some medicine now? He asked the older tiger girl. Fine. Foal relented, stepping aside. She kept her eyes trained on Dante as he approached Atla. Hello, Mr. Dante. Atla said as Dante approached. Or, should I call you Shield Hero? Just Dante, if you would. He said as he knelt next to her. I have more medicine for you. Foal, help lean your sister up. Foal looked like she might want to argue, but came over quickly. Anything to help her sister, after all. Once propped up, Dante moved the bandages from Atla's mouth and uncorked a bottle, slowly pouring the contents into her mouth. The glow that surrounded her seemed more vibrant than before. Once finished, Foal set her back down again. Well, she tried to, but Atla kept sitting up. Atla? Foal looked her sister over. How do you feel? Dante asked her. Much better. Atla responded, lifting up her arm. I don't remember ever feeling this good. I'm glad to hear that. Dante said. He looked at her with his appraisal and was a little shocked at what he saw. Her condition improved a lot from how it was before. Dante wasn't sure how much was from the first dose he gave her, healing her over time, and how much the second, specialized dose affected her. It was really something, all things considered. Eclair was the perfect example. Dante was able to make potions to give her back some feeling in her hands, but not heal them completely. Meanwhile, here he was with Atla and he could verify with his appraisal how much better she got. It was unbelievable. Then again, there were a couple of job levels he increased that would affect potion making and applying. Cut tendons were different from genetic diseases, and potions seemed to be better for sicknesses and status ailments, rather than pure healing. That healer in Siltveld did cast a powerful healing spell on Eclair first, after all. Maybe he underestimated his own ability. Say, can I see your arm? Dante asked. Of course. Atla brought her arm closer to Dante. He slid some of the bandages aside to look at her arm. Sores were present all over her skin. This fell in line with what the slave merchant said. What the? Foal stammered out, gaining Dante's attention. Something wrong? He asked her. Atlas skinned, it's so much better now. She yelled. Really? Did his shield empower him that much? Well, he didn't really pay much attention to which jobs he upgraded, given the amount of monster parts he had stored up. It's not like he could use them for much else at the moment, though he'd kept some parts of the stronger monsters for armor and weapon making. Ah. Full seemed to realize her outburst and calmed down. She looked at Dante with a serious expression. I see you're serious about treating my sister, so I'll be sure to work off my debt to you. Good to hear. In fact. Dante turned to the slave merchant. Since Full is so cooperative, maybe you feel safe registering me as her master now? The slave merchant scratched his chin. She does seem to be. Full, if I register you to the Shield Hero, do you swear not to attack me? He asked. He likely kept the lying condition active on Full. As long as you don't try to harm Atla, I won't hurt you, she said in response. Then as long as Sir Shield Hero gives an order saying as much, that will do, yes sir. The slave merchant said, clapping his hands. Excellent. Dante agreed. They performed the ceremony for the slave seal. This time, however, a few assistants were present for it. They chanted as the slave merchant applied the new crest onto Full's chest. Once he was done, Dante saw Full's stats appear in his status. When he opened it up, he found a number of additional prompts he hadn't seen before. What's this? He asked the slave merchant. Ah, do you only use basic slave seals? How interesting. He looked over at Raphtalia and Eclair. Never mind that. Dante regained the slave merchant's attention. What's all this extra stuff? That is for higher grade slave seals, yes sir. The slave merchant explained. It allows more conditions to be set, as well as issuing commands through your status magic. You may also have more standing commands at a single time. It also lets you track your slaves over longer distances, should they somehow escape, yes sir. Fascinating. Dante nodded plainly. And the reason you used a higher grade seal was because. How else would you control her effectively? The slave merchant asked, tilting his head. She is a Hakuko, after all. Quite formidable. Though, keeping her sick sister close by helps. Aha. And I assume you'll be charging me for the stronger seal? Dante asked. You already paid for it when you bought the pair, yes sir. The slave merchant clapped his hands, a smile on his face. Dante would be annoyed, but the man had a point. He trusted Sedina and the others to work with him, but this slave merchant had absolutely no reason to trust his slaves. Besides, he recalled Beluka's once mentioning that a weaker slave seal couldn't override a stronger one. That, and stronger seals were even more like curses and couldn't be as cheaply removed. Thankfully, they were pretty self-contained curses and wouldn't fester. Wouldn't want the product damaged, after all. Dante gave Full the order and stepped out of the cage. You'll stay here for now, he said. Ha! Full tilted her head to the side. Don't you need me to prepare to fight? Yes, but that can wait, Dante told her. Right now, I'm staying in Siltvelt. It's not particularly safe for you there, especially for your sick sister. That comment got Full a bit flustered as he gazed down at Atla, who had decided to lie back down. What's in Siltvelt? Politics, Dante answered. Ha! That clearly wasn't what Full meant. Do you know how the Hakuko are viewed in Siltvelt? Dante asked. Well, we're one of the 4 elite races. There was a war a long time ago that brought down the Hakukos standing there. What else? Dante prodded. What else do you want to know? Full asked. Ha! Is that really it? I thought there was something more. Something that made it dangerous for those two to be there. What was it? Let's see. What happened again? Sylvelt cares about lineage and race, something Tali reminded me of. Was it because Fol and Atla are half human? I'm sure it had something to do with. Ah. Dante remembered. Girali's. Crap, how did I forget? I know he fought with the siblings over whether or not Naofumi could leave, but I forgot all about his personal hatred of them. Oh shit, didn't he kill their father or something? How did I not remember something that important? Probably because it was mentioned, like, only one time or something. Sir MacRory? Eclair brought him back to the present. Ah, it's nothing, he said, waving her off. He wasn't about to tell any of them about that yet. For starters, Eclair didn't need more reasons to be angry with the lion Therianthrope. More importantly, Dante wasn't sure if that actually happened here. It would be irresponsible to act on that single source. Besides, there were plenty of differences already. Sure, Idol was an even worse bastard here, but Malty seemed less so, from a certain point of view. Altcray acted as he thought the man would, and Armor didn't have the opportunity to reveal his true nature yet. In any case, Dante went on, I'll have you stay here for now. I want to make sure it's safe before I bring potential political figures there under the direct command of the Shield Hero. They were half human, sure, but he hadn't told anyone about the siblings yet, aside from Sedina. He wasn't sure how Eclair would react to their lineage. Present company excluded. He thought to add, turning to Eclair. In this case, it wasn't as big of a deal. She was the daughter of a dead lord of Melromark and had no real power there, so what threat could she be to Sylvelt? I see. Fol seemed less than pleased with that. Of course, feel free to do any personal training you wish, Dante said, lowering himself to the ground again. He let several more vials drop from his shield next to the cage. I don't know how much I'll be returning here, so I'm leaving medicine for your sister. Twice a day, no more than that. One when you wake up, one sometime before bed. This medicine does give a bit of an energy boost to it. And we have to remain in this cage? Fol asked. This is the spot I had the slave merchant set aside for you, Dante said. If you think you'll be safer at an inn, by all means. With the slave merchant, Dante knew the siblings would be secure. If something happened to them, the man would have to answer to an angry hero. Shield or not, it would be bad for business at best, deadly at worst. I suppose you could go out and raise your level, provided you come back at night. Dante was a little surprised to see her level around 20, but he supposed not every Colosseum fight was to the death. He adjusted the slave settings in his status, removing Fol from his party like he did for anyone he didn't want to teleport. He also allowed her to form a party with her sister. If you do, bring back the remains. I can use them for my shield. Also, more importantly, don't get yourself killed. Excuse me, Sir Hero, but you've been well compensated, he told the slave merchant. I'm not letting you charge some sort of storage fee when I see dead slaves and monsters here. They were off in the more diseased section of his little market, but they were there. The slave merchant merely tipped his hat with a shrug. That concluded their talks with the Hakuko sisters, but it seemed the slave merchant had one final question to bring up. Good sir, would you be willing to sell me that girl you brought in yesterday? He asked. Excuse you? Dante gave the man a pointed look. You see, one of my men saw her transform from a Philolial into a girl before you entered. By his description, I'd say the girl is a Philolial queen. The slave merchant rubbed his hands together. I would pay a good price for her. Dante's eye twitched before he spoke. I consider Dio to be my daughter. I see. The slave merchant nodded at his words. Tell me, Sir Shield Hero, do you know how many children have been sold to me by their parents? We're leaving, Dante said, turning about and leaving the slave merchant behind. With the portal skill nearly off its cooldown, they left the slave market. By the time they reached the surface of the underground market, the sun had already set and they could portal back to Siltveld. The wrong hero. Once back in Siltveld, Dante thankfully didn't have much to take care of. He'd set his teleport marker to the terrace in his room. He found he couldn't place it inside buildings, but the terrace was acceptable for the skill. He'd let one of the servants know of their return, where he was told the bath would be ready for him shortly. Eclair and Raphtalia went to rejoin the others, after being shown to a separate bath for them. From there, things happened about how Dante expected. More accurately, he had forgotten, but he wasn't surprised. After having the servant help him out of his armor, clothes, and arm cloak, and arriving at the bath, a large number of women were waiting for him. Something he didn't expect was Dio and Jojo coming in too. "We get to bathe with Papa first," Dio said, standing next to Dante in her filial queen form. "Yeah, it's our turn," Jojo agreed, in a similar position as his sister. "Hey." Dante tapped Dio and had her lean down to whisper. "I told you two not to call me that." "It's okay," Dio replied. "Sadie said it's fine. Sneaky talked to us." "Sneaky?" Oh. She must have meant the shadow Dante saw before. Not willing to argue with Dante's royal filials and children, the women left the bath. With that issue sidestepped for now, Dante was able to enjoy the bath. It had been a long time since he could relax like that. The most they could do was heat up some water in a bucket with fire magic to quickly warm themselves after bathing in the river. They'd dry off by the fire, too, but it simply didn't compare. After bathing and drying off, he put on the clean set of clothes that were left for him. He took his armor and set on Jojo's back, the clothes having been taken to be washed, presumably. When they arrived back in his room, another group of women were waiting for him. They got the same treatment as the ones in the bath, the reason this time being that he was tired after a long journey and needed his rest. Disappointed, the women left again. Dante would need to implement a good system with the women that wanted to mate with him, and that word was exactly what they wanted to do. He was pretty sure it was expected of him to have a harem. Even if it wasn't, Sedina had brought up a good point to him earlier. "If anything, you having a harem will make Tenlo worry less about us." The idea was that having more people influence his decisions would mean Sedina's words would hold less sway. It wasn't a bad idea, really. Also, Sedina was confident her class-up would let her spot those shadows even better now, whenever they caught up. She could let him know when they were observing him and he could act accordingly, if it ever came to that. He wasn't quite sure how much decision-making he would need to do in Siltveld. Hopefully not much. They had better things to do. Before he could get to sleep, the shadow showed himself again. He'd meant what he said to the women about being tired. The bath had relaxed him quite a bit. After making sure there were no imminent threats, Dante got a brief rundown of what the shadow planned to report to the leadership. Nothing sounded particularly scandalous, and he asked the shadow to tell him anything in the report the leaders may consider as such. There was none. With that done, he dismissed the shadow and went to sleep. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, even more so than Dio or Jojo's feathers. He hadn't realized it before, but that seemed to become the standard for judging beds. The guest bed in Melromark's castle didn't come close. The wrong hero. Morning came soon enough, and Dante got ready for the day. His kids helped him into his armor and they set out to meet with the others. The maid stationed at his door asked him remain there until he was called for breakfast, but he dismissed the idea. He'd told them before not to make a big deal of it, since he had something to do before the feast they wanted to hold. They would eat on the road. Ignoring the pleading of the maid, Dante followed his kids to where the others were staying. He closed the door to the room, keeping the maid out to have a private talk with everyone. Switching to his humming shield, he began. "So, how's everyone doing?" he asked. "It's so boring." Keel was the first to speak up. "They didn't want us going anywhere, and they asked us a bunch of stuff about how we met." "I see." Dante nodded. "Everyone remember the story?" They gave their sounds of affirmation. It was basically what Dante told the emissaries when they met, or what he could remember about that day, plus a few details. Dante fought some man with a strange sword, being saved by Sedina. He was injured before he met most of them, so they didn't give any details about it. With her, they bought Keel, Rifana, and Raftalia together, as they were all from the same village. They had the slave trader begin looking for more villagers, with no luck. They traveled to Luralona to train and ended up going to Renota and freeing Eclair. From there, they'd said Dante mostly acted on rumors, since he couldn't take quests from the guild. Mostly, it was selling medicine with a merchant pass Eclair made while training for the wave. They didn't mention anything about the different power-up methods, mostly because they hardly knew anything about them, but certainly not a word about lowering their levels. Exiting the room, other mates tried to stop them from leaving, but they kept on going down the castle. Once they reached the main hall, Werner was there to meet them. The first maid Dante saw must have went to tell him about Dante's imminent departure. "Lord Shield, if I might have a moment?" Werner asked as he stood in the center of their path. "Sorry, busy day," Dante told him, though he did stop before the Shusaku. "Need to get stuff done before the feast. And parade. And whatever else you all have planned." Apparently, the feast was more for the nobility, while a parade was to be held immediately after for the common people. "Yes, of course." Werner nodded, but kept up his pace before Dante could continue on. "But, do you need to do this today? Surely there are dash." "Yes, I do." Dante interrupted. "Look, it's a matter of maintaining the peace. If you're worried I'll be too hands-on with things here, relax. Aside from this, we'll be training to fight the waves." "I understand, but dash." "No buts." Dante held up his finger. "We'll be going, and that's the end of it. That said, I would like directions to the human village." He had a vague idea where it was, but nothing concrete. It was about an hour or so carriage ride from the capital, so even shorter for Dio and Jojo. "Perhaps you would be willing to postpone your visit for a day?" Werner tried again. "Werner, I appreciate what Siltveld has to offer me, don't be mistaken. And I realize my own position in the politics here." Dante wanted to make sure the Shisaku understood that. "However, I'll give you a choice. Either give us directions to the village, or we wander about and risk being late for the feast." Werner sighed and lowered his head. "As you wish, Lord Shield. I will provide an escort to the village." "All right," Dante said as Werner left. In truth, they wouldn't go stumbling around blind out there. The first guard they found in the city would tell them where the village was after coming to terms with meeting the shield hero, that is. He just wanted to see how Werner would handle it. They got to the carriages and got Jojo hooked up. They'd only take the empty one today, seeing as Raftalia was still in her demi-human form. Keel and Rifana stayed in their therianthrope forms, since both were more comfortable like that. It saved even more room as a bonus. Once they were ready to leave, another Shisaku approached them, along with a maid. She carried another side cloak, similar to what he was given before. "Lord Shield, I will be guiding you to Kurokan village," the Shisaku man said. "All right, hop on." Dante waved the man over as he let the maid fit him with the cloak. "Forgive, my lord, but I couldn't possibly sit next to you." The Shisaku shook his head. "I will fly above and show you the way, as well as keep watch." Dante sighed. If you insist. However, Jojo likes to go fast. Both of his kids did, really. Jojo, surprisingly, just did it more often than Dio. He'd do so on turns and paths that normally required a bit more care. They hadn't crashed or tipped over yet, so Dante assumed Jojo knew what he was doing. I will make sure to match pace with Lord Shield's son, the Shisaku said before transforming into a large bird therianthrope and taking to the air. Yeah, okay, fine, so they all already knew about that. Whatever. They set out for Kurokin. Dante had to do a bit of waving as they made their way through the city streets before finally reaching the gatehouse. Once through, Jojo picked up the pace. The guide flew overhead, managing to stay ahead. Jojo seemed to take that as a challenge and tried to speed up, but Dante kept him from going too fast. Time passed by a bit slower than normal. The others did something to pass the time, but Dante's go-to plan was exactly what he was warned not to do. Normally, he'd be sitting next to Rafanor with her in his lap and they'd be reading the Zweit fire tome. She stayed in the back while he was in the front, and with good reason. He didn't want to space out and start petting her while Werner's man was flying above them. They eventually reached the village. The buildings had a similar design to one another, like most other human villages he saw in Melromark. A few larger villages he passed in Siltveld were somewhat like the capital, different sections with their own architecture. For the smaller villages, though, it seemed like only one tribe was present. The Shisaku guide landed near them, transforming into his demi-human form again. He didn't seem particularly tired, so he at least had decent endurance. Or not. Dante didn't know much about birds. The party went into the village, gaining the curious eyes of the villagers. From what Dante could see, they were living relative peaceful lives. They didn't seem to be malnourished or have any obvious issues present. It wasn't on a coast, so the fields were much fuller of growing crops. There didn't seem to be any guards that Dante could see, but being this close to the capital probably afforded its own kind of protection. Most other villages didn't have many guards either. Well, everything here seems fine, Dante said, gazing around. It seems so peaceful here. Raftalia looked at a few kids playing down one of the paths with a ball. I'll make sure it stays that way, Dante promised her. He'd put the fear of God literally into the Siltveld leadership if he had to. Hey, Papa, can we go play? Dio asked, observing another group of kids running about. Dante looked over at the Shisaku and nodded, seeing as the man gave no indication of urgency. Just don't be rough. They aren't Philolials like you. Dio and Jojo ran off excitedly, Jojo transforming back into his child form first. Dante was glad he had the sense to do that and not terrify the children. He was also glad this village didn't receive any vengeance by proxy from the people of Siltveld. It wouldn't have been that hard for them to try and justify it, probably claiming that any peace Melromark wanted to have was lie. Some of the leaders, including Girales, likely would have pushed for war. It wasn't as if they didn't have good cause already. Dante was about to head back to the carriage to wait when something caught his eye. He snapped his head to the side and watched the person run off. Little Dante? Sedina called as Dante ran after them. Wait here, he said, though not loudly. He saw the person again, disappearing between a pair of buildings. When he got there, he saw them again, and a flash of long brown hair. Dante quickly rushed towards the spot. That's when he saw them. 3 people stood in front of one of the houses. 2 of them thought their faces weren't quite the same from his memories, but there were more than enough similarities. Some of the features were off too. The woman's hair was lighter, the man was a little taller. But the third one thought the little girl. When she turned around to look at him, he could see it. It was her. Her hair, her eyes, her face, her height, it was all the same. Mary. Notes. To those wondering why Full is a girl, the credit goes to Pretty Lazy, author of The Rising of the Four Heroes, rewrite. When I confirmed that Keel was a boy in this story, someone asked about the Keel x Full shippers out there, and Pretty Lazy said to just make Full a girl. I'm sure it was a joke, but here we are anyway. I wasn't 100% on what all I'd be doing with the Tiger siblings before, so I figured, why not? It amuses me. There was little noise Dante could hear from outside the hospital room. He expected it to be louder, but it probably was much so earlier. He had been delayed getting here, since he was dealing with a few pests when he got the text. Once he was finished and flipped open his phone, he made a beeline to the hospital. He'd asked the receptionist what room the Maleros were in and found it easy enough. They were already done some time ago. All that was left was for him to knock and go it. He knew that 5 minutes ago when he showed up at the door. Finding the courage needed, he knocked on the door and cracked it open. "Hey, it's Dante," he said through the opening. Well. Nice of you to show up." He heard the playful voice from within the room. Pushing the door open fully, Dante saw the two people he was closest to in the world. Gloria lied on the hospital bed, Eddie standing next to her. In her arms, Dante could see a small blanket wrapped around an equally small body. "You're late," Gloria said, raising an eyebrow. "I thought you'd appear the moment my water broke." Sorry," Dante said, rubbing the back of his neck. Nearing the end of her pregnancy, Dante had taken to being within earshot whenever possible. "Something came up." "I know. Eddie told me." She nodded to her husband, who'd kept a smile on his face since before Dante came into the room. "Well, get over here. Or, are you afraid of a baby?" "I'm not afraid." Dante took a slow step into the room. Then another. "Come on, you can do it," Gloria encouraged him. Dante sighed. I'm coming. Read the room a little." Gloria smirked. "I gave birth today. The room is whatever I say it is." Dante made it to the other side of the bed, across from Eddie. He had a look in his eye that Dante didn't like. "What?" "I didn't say anything." Eddie shrugged, then gestured to his wife. The woman adjusted her holding on the bundle in her arms, moving it closer to Dante and causing him to turn away. "What? You're afraid of tits now too?" Gloria said with a laugh. "Mothers shouldn't talk like that," Dante murmured. "Are you saying something's wrong with my wife's tits?" Eddie jumped in. "Why are the two of you like this?" Dante sighed. Eddie adjusted the sheet around Gloria, covering her back up. Dante turned back and leaned over, carefully wrapping his arms around the offered bundle. He looked down at the baby girl as she stared back up with her dark brown eyes. "Have you two come up with a name?" "Mary," Gloria said, holding Eddie's hand. "Mary." Dante rocked the baby gently, earning a soft coo from her. "And I'm still going to be her uncle, right?" he asked. It wasn't as if he asked them a few dozen times about that or anything. Being an uncle at 19, blood-related or not, was something Dante would have expected more from his parents' generation, what with that generation having more siblings. "About that," Eddie started. "We've talked it over a bit, and we wanted to ask you something." "What is it?" Dante barely looked up, keeping his eyes on Mary's. Gloria spoke next. "We want you to be Mary's godfather." That caused Dante to snap up. His eyes widened as he looked at the couple. "What?" "There's no one we trust more than you, Dante," Eddie said. "We'd love it if you agreed to be her godfather." Dante's mouth moved, but no words came out. He looked back down at the baby in his arms. "Now, we do have a condition." Eddie continued. I don't want you making any Godfather references. No, make him an offer he can't refuse, no day of my daughter's wedding, no talking like you have cotton balls in your mouth. Eddie said, listing his grievances. And no randomly talking in Italian, unless you actually need to. Just because your grandfather watches the trilogy twice a year, doesn't make it a good series. For his part, Dante barely listened to his best friend's rant. His opinion on cinema wasn't important at the moment. The little girl in his arms, Mary, his goddaughter, was far more important. His goddaughter. They were going to introduce him as her uncle, and now he's her godfather. Oh my. Gloria said with a laugh. I think you've upset poor Dante. Geez, Dante. Eddie shook his head, smiling. If it's that important to you, you can mimic Godfather a little bit, okay? No need to cry about it. Shut up. Dante barely whispered. He stood there, rocking his goddaughter in his arms. As he looked down at her, he knew he'd do whatever it took to keep her safe. He'd never let anything happen to her. The wrong hero. Dante looked at the small family before him. These people, who looked so much like his own family, gazed back at him. The man had his hand on the girl's shoulder, keeping her close. Can we help you? The man asked cautiously. Ah. Dante realized he was staring at them. He tried to speak up, but the words kept getting caught in his throat. Dear? The woman held the man's other hand, keeping behind him. Go inside. He told her, moving the girl around to follow the woman. Eddie! Dante finally shouted, causing them to stop. Does that name do you recognize it? Edmundo Malero? Gloria? Mary? He didn't think they would, but it was possible. He didn't know if there was any sort of time difference between the two worlds. That could explain it, if much more time passed in this world than in his own. That was how he was seeing Eddie and Gloria, or people who looked very much like them. They had a daughter that was just like Mary. They were able to be together again, born in the same country, and... No, I don't. The man who looked like Eddie said. Dante knew he'd say that. The sheer amount of coincidences that would require was unbelievable. More so than finding oneself in the world of a book series. Right. Dante slowly nodded. Sorry, I dash. Lord Shield. The Shisaku guide dropped from above and landed before Dante. What happened? Dante simply shook his head. It's nothing. Did these people do something? The Shisaku pointed at the family, who had already fallen to the ground. The man and woman were on their knees, and the man had his hand on the girl's back, holding her down. Please, forgive us. The man shouted. We didn't realize you were the shield hero. Ah, no, that's... It killed him inside to see people with the faces of his family fear him like that. Please, stand up. The family remained on the ground. Lord Shield gave you an order. The Shisaku said, taking a step toward them. He was held back, a firm hand on his left shoulder. Wait at the carriage. Dante told him. But, Lord Shield. The Shisaku began to argue, but immediately stopped. A dangerous look in Dante's eye was all it took to silence him. With a nod and a bow, the Shisaku walked towards the carriage. Dante sighed and approached the family. They kept to the ground, shrinking back ever so slightly at his approach. Dante took a knee in front of the man. Please, stand up. He said, offering the man his hand. The man hesitantly looked up, eyeing Dante's extended hand. Slowly, he took Dante's hand in his own and was lifted up. Dante did the same for the woman and the girl. The parents shared a look between them before holding their daughter close. I'm sorry about all that, Dante said, bowing his head slightly. It seemed the fastest way to show he didn't have any negative emotions toward them. I saw your daughter in the village and I thought she was. He trailed off, unable to say what he hoped was true. Oh. The man held his daughter closer to him. He spared another look at his wife before he spoke again. Then are you here for our daughter? She is only 9. He asked. His tone was somewhat forceful, but still respectful. No. God, no. Dante quickly waved off that idea. He really needed to figure out people's perception of the shield hero in this world. It seemed to be vastly different than what he thought it would be. Or, it was just heroes in general. He seemed to recall reading that both holy and vassal heroes would form harems. The implication that they or, at least, the shield hero went for children disturbed him. Upon hearing his refusal, the man sighed in relief. His wife did too, smiling as she dropped down to hug her daughter. I'm sorry if I caused you to worry, Dante said. He'd let himself get swept away at the thought of seeing Mary again. It's quite all right, shield hero, the man said happily. I apologize if we seemed disrespectful at all. No worries, Dante said with a smile. Now that he knew these people weren't his family, he could go. It's an honor meeting you, the woman said, bowing her head as she stood again. Please, there's no need for that. Dante held up his hand. He needed to leave. Seeing people who looked like his family act like that wasn't what he wanted. My name is Marcus, the man said. This is my wife, Kasia, and our daughter, Lucia. Dante MacRory. With their introductions done, he needed to go. If there's anything we can do for you, shield hero Dante, please let us know, Marcus said. In that case, could we sit down and speak for a while? Dante asked, against his better judgment. Being around people who looked like his family wasn't a good idea, but he didn't care. He just wanted to see them again. Of course, shield hero Dante, Marcus said, gesturing to the door to their home. Just Dante, please, Dante said, following them inside. The wrong hero. The conversation between the four of them was nice. That was the best way Dante could put it. It didn't involve anything grand, like the politics of the world or the waves beyond Dante affirming his role in fighting them. It was simple things, like the family's life in the village. Dante had asked them numerous questions. The two of them, as well as their families, were taken as slaves when Siltvelt made a bid for world domination almost 25 years ago. When that war ended, they were separated from their families and traded around before settling into their places. Kasia ended up as a servant to a noble while Marcus became a farmhand, both in the same territory. When Queen Morelia put forward her peace initiative, the lord of this area set up Kurokan village and willingly freed some of his slaves. Some other people here were refugees, while others were travelers looking to settle down. Not long after joining the village, the two of them met and started courting. Within a year, they got married and started trying to have a child. It reminded Dante a little of Eddie and Gloria, in a sense. While not experiencing anything close to slavery, they both had somewhat tough childhoods. Eddie never knew his father and lived in a rough neighborhood. His mother tried her best to keep him from falling into the wrong crowd, which was actually what led to him and Dante becoming friends, being connected through a teacher. Gloria's mother was in and out of rehab since she was 10, and she often helped her father out at his business. It wasn't uncommon for her mother to pass out in her father's shop. Using his skills he learned being a farmhand, Marcus ended up growing one of the largest fields in the village. Kasia had become one of the lead servants under the Lord, so she learned a variety of skills. One of those skills involved organization and communication, leading her becoming the one who did the bartering with other villages, outside of what the Lord did. You two have done quite well for yourselves, Dante said, sipping some tea that Kasia prepared. Thank you, Dante. Marcus said with a slight bow. They had gotten better over the course of their talk, but the couple was still a bit stiff. Lucia, on the other hand, was much more outgoing. She did seem to pick up on her parents' hesitation, but with them improving, it was easy to be relaxed. Things are good in the village, right? Dante asked. No problems with bandits or slavers? Nothing like that, Dante. Kasia chimed in. The Lord here takes care of us. Good, good. Dante nodded. He really didn't want another Luralona. If that changes, you let me know. Being in Siltveld's capital, I have quite a bit of sway. You don't need to worry about that, Kasia said. The Lord here is quite friendly with humans. He never once abused me when I served him. Dante would argue that not abusing one's slaves didn't exactly put them in a positive light, but he took her meaning. Slavery was quite common in this world, though it was mostly nobles and the wealthy that had them. Obvious differences aside, he himself had slaves, as did Eclair's father. A knock at the door caught their attention. Dante went to answer it, but Marcus signaled with his hand to stay seated. He was a guest, after all. When Marcus opened it, he was greeted by a playful voice. Hello, I'm looking for a young man with a shield strapped to his arm. Long black hair, a little taller than me, some demi-humans view him as an object of worship. Sedina said from the doorway, glancing over at Dante. Oh, there you are. Hey, Sedina. What's up? Dante asked, standing from his chair. Well, our guide is getting a bit antsy. She explained. It seems you asked him to wait at the carriage, and he has remained there ever since. He asked me to check on you. Did I scare him that much? Dante didn't think he was that intimidating. But, like Sedina said, he was viewed as a god here. Well, I'm fine. I've just been chatting with these people here. Oh. Sedina looked the family over, her eyes settling on Kasia for a bit longer. Well, I'm sorry to intrude, but we need to start heading back to the capital. There is that feast, after all. There's plenty of time for that. Dante argued. That Shisaku worries too much. Sedina tilted her head to the side. Little Dante, you've been here over an hour now. An hour? Dante's eyes widened at that. It didn't even feel like a third of that. He really lost track of time. Don't worry. We looked around the village while we waited. Combined with your knowledge here, we should have a complete view. Sedina said teasingly. Shit. I'm really glad they picked up the slack. Ah, yes, good. Dante said, trying to save a tiny bit of face, mostly in vain. I suppose we should be going then. Marcus made room as Dante approached the door. He turned back to face the couple and their daughter. Thank you for your hospitality. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to visit you again. He said. We would be delighted. Marcus said with another bow. Dante sighed and walked over to the family. Marcus seemed to tense up a little before Dante stopped in front of him. He brought his arm to the side, just over the eating table. He let 10 silver slide from his shield and land with a soft clink. For your troubles. It's not much, but please accept it. Dante said, leaving before any of them could refuse his offer. Outside of the house, Sedina walked next to Dante, a large smile plastered on her face. She held her hands behind her back, swaying from side to side as she walked. Okay, what is it? Dante asked. He was glad she wasn't upset, but this was a little off-putting. Nothing, she said, giving him a grin. Now I know what your type of woman is. That's not. He wanted to argue, but he already knew she was messing with him. Besides, he apparently left them alone for an hour. He could take a little teasing. Was I really in there that long? He decided to adjust the conversation. You were. Sedina nodded. Though, I have to say. What? Sedina stopped them both and looked Dante in the eye, her hands on his shoulders. I hope you were there to ogle the woman, and not the little girl. Why are you like this? Dante deadpanned to her. Sedina gave him a quick kiss before they continued on. So? What does she have that I don't? Is it the lightly tanned skin? The nearly white hair? We both have great figures. She accentuated her point by drawing her hands up from her hips and sides to her chest. Though, she seems to have just a tiny bit more up here. Your breasts are great and it's not that at all. He wondered how long this would go on if he didn't correct the matter. Oh, I see. Sedina continued on before he could. It must be the big sister feel I got from her. Well, don't worry, little Dante. Sedina weaved her hand through his long hair. Once we're alone again, big sis here will take care of you. Gloria. Dante said. As appealing as that sentiment was, he didn't want to be too flirty with Sedina out in the open. The wife, Kasia, reminded me of Gloria. Marcus was like Eddie, and Lucia is the spitting image of Mary. Oh. There was far less humor in her voice. Are you okay? Yeah. Dante said. Great, actually. It was nice to see their faces again, even if they weren't all perfect matches. Part of him didn't want to stay as long as he did with them, or visit with them at all, but he was still glad he did. It was a reminder of what he was fighting for. One of the reasons, at any rate. I'm glad to hear that. Sedina said, though she formed a grin on her face again. So? How different was Kasia from Gloria? Dante sighed. Well, Gloria's hair was blonde, and her skin wasn't so tan. There are a few differences in her face too. What else? Sedina pressed on. I guess Gloria was more forward with the sisterly feeling? She used to rub my head in high school, when we were around 14 or 15. It started around when I said Eddie was like a brother to me. I think it was partly to tease me, and partly to make Eddie jealous. It's not like either of us had romantic feelings for each other. Dante quickly added. But, she was sort of like the big sister I never had. What else? Sedina asked again, running her fingers through Dante's hair again. Stop that. Dante brushed her hand away, checking around to see if anyone was looking. He didn't really think Sedina would flirt like that if anyone in Siltveld was watching, he was just being cautious. He spotted a few Wolf Therianthrope guards when they entered the village, but none inside. It was really just the Shisaka guide here, and he was still waiting at the carriage. What exactly are you looking to find out? Sedina grabbed his arm and squeezed it to her chest. Her boobies. She stuck out her tongue and laughed. Seriously? Dante asked, exasperated. Why does that matter? Sometimes girls like to know. Sedina said with a sigh. How can I hope to calm my jealousy with you being with yet another beautiful woman if you can't even confide in me this small detail? I can think of a few reasons why you shouldn't be jealous. 2 particular days, to be specific. Dante said with an arched eyebrow. Oh, Dante. You shouldn't talk about such things in public. Sedina started fanning her face. Yeah, you're hilarious. Dante said as they continued on. They passed by another house, bringing the carriage into view, before he spoke again. Bigger. He whispered. Sedina's eyes snapped to him, her grin in full force. Gloria's were even bigger. Oh my! Even when in high school, Dante didn't care much for romance, but he did understand lust. He wasn't completely clueless in that regard. Gloria, of course, noticed him checking out a girl one day and gave him a piece of advice. It was coupled with a presentation. If you get yourself a girlfriend, you'll be able to play with these. The presentation was her pressing her breasts together and nearly shoving them in Dante's face. Not exactly the type of thing he wanted from his big sister figure. The wrong hero. Once they returned to the capital, they started getting rushed around. The feast was to be held around noon, and Dante's excursion to the human village had brought them close to the deadline for preparing. They had him wear this strange getup. The coat reminded him of his leather jacket, but even more punk-looking. The material seemed softer and the collar was lined with fur. The pants were almost like a thin denim, and there was plenty of metal sewn into it. It seemed like the castle tailor was hard at work, because there was another side cloak made for him. The headpiece made him feel a bit like Hercules. Or, maybe Heracles, he couldn't remember what the difference was. At least the boots appeared normal. The feast itself wasn't too bad. At least, from what he could see. His mind was elsewhere throughout most of the event. In the great hall, he sat on the throne while the various tribe heads came to greet him and offer their reverence. Dante acknowledged them in kind, a little surprised at all the different races. Some he expected weren't there, but he figured they were lumped together in what he thought would be another tribe. He did recall an elephant therianthrope was part of a house of mammoths, so anything was possible. In what seemed like no time at all, the feast was over. He did recall the food tasting good, even better than what he'd been cooking. It wasn't a great comparison, since he mostly cooked things over a campfire. Though, that very same campfire food seemed to taste better than what they were served yesterday. Maybe they brought in a renowned chef for the feast, and not just the castle cooks. Dante would need to swing by the kitchen at some point, for an unrelated matter. The parade also went by somewhat quicker than Dante anticipated. His role there was pretty straightforward, wave to the people. He was basically pulled along on a massive float as they went around the capital. They started in the highest ring and went in a circle, going through the gatehouse to the next lower tier and repeating until they covered all the main streets. Dante hadn't really thought of it before, but that was another difference between Siltveld and Melromark. The separation was a bit less pronounced in Melromark than Siltveld, though he could still easily tell which parts were for the nobility and which were the slums. Finally, there was one last thing Dante had to do for the day. In a large conference room, Dante sat at the head of the table. Surrounding him were the heads of some of the most influential tribes in Siltveld. There were a dozen people at the conference, plus Dante. A few he recognized right away. Werner and Girales were present, of course, as was the head of the Gunmu tribe. One he was surprised, and nervous, to see was a clan head of the Aotatsa tribe. He recalled that the leader was involved with tact, so he didn't want to do anything to bring him here early. With his current level and shields available, Dante didn't think he and his party would be able to take on tact. His highest rank spell was Zweit, and he didn't have the ability to use Dragon Vein magic. Sedina did inform him that she could now use her Dryfa rank magic, though. Their equipment wasn't anything crazy either, his armor being the best piece at the moment with a few item drops being contenders for a close second place. The most he could hope to do was use the stat-boosting potions, but even then, that wasn't much against people with several hundred levels. Now, let us commence with the meeting, Werner said, getting things started. The first order of business is to ensure Lord Shield has everything he requires to battle the wave. The large mammoth therianthrope stated. Lord Shield, I understand you took part in Melromark's wave. How did you fare in that? Quite well, Dante answered. This didn't seem like particularly damaging information, so he decided to tell them about it. Most of it, anyway. The wave monsters weren't a threat to us at all. We split up the party, 3 going after the wave's boss and 5 to defend the nearby village. Only the 3 that fought the boss took any damage. In fact, aside from a few knights, there were no casualties. That was something Dante was really proud of his party for. They all handled themselves really well. "Forgive me, Lord Shield, but you seem to be leaving out some information," Werner interjected. "I am?" Dante asked. Girales spoke up next. "He is referring to the knights that attacked you in the village, as well as the monster tamer child that did the same." Ah. Their spy network was better than Dante thought. Then again, a single spy should be able to travel faster than a group of knights from the capital. Well, there's not much to tell. The knights that attacked me are all dead, thanks to that very same monster tamer child. "Who is this boy?" the Aotatsu woman asked. "Our reports only stated that he had unknown monsters following him." Dante wasn't sure how much to reveal. Anything he said about Reiko could put him in danger, but trying to hide it could be worse. Giving him protected status seemed to be the best, and that involved revealing one particular detail. "He's my contact in Melromark," Dante said. "He catches any knights or slavers involved in attacking Luralona, and he holds them for me to interrogate later." "Ah, then he's an ally of yours," Werner said. "Very much so," Dante said, then added on. "I believe you should have a good view of my time in Melromark from my party's interview." Werner nodded. "Yes, they gave us a good idea of how you spent your time there. However..." "Yes?" Dante saw the man give a difficult expression. "With regards to how to interact with your retainers, we would ask that you don't act quite so casual with them." "I'm not really sure what to do about that," Dante said. "We've been traveling together for some time. Eclair still holds my position with respect, but I'm not going to have the others change how they address me." He understood that Lord Shield had an image to uphold, but wasn't about to distance himself from them. "Werner, Lord Shield seems to be a more direct man," Girales said. "You need to give more direct statements." "I don't want to say he's right, but he kind of is." Werner definitely seems more cautious with his words, at any rate. "Forgive me, Lord Shield," Werner said before bowing. "In this case, I'm referring to your interaction with the raccoon woman at the feast." Oh. Dante knew exactly what he was talking about. Before the feast, Raphtalia had received new clothing spun from her magic thread. Apparently, that was a different tailor than the one spinning out Dante's cloaks. In any case, Dante wanted her to transform again now that she was properly clothed. She tried to refuse, but Dante wasn't having it, since their agreement was back in effect. When she did, he understood her hesitation. Circumstantial evidence suggested that the tailor who made her new clothes was some sort of a distant relative to and from Melromark. In her demi-human form, the clothes resembled what she had on before. In her therianthrope form, however, the clothing was a bit more risque. The skirt did stretch out, but it only went down around mid-thigh on Raphtalia. Likewise, her shirt seemed to have its sleeves recede. The only part it really covered was her larger breasts and upper back, similar to a sports bra. Raphtalia pretty quickly drew the eyes of the partygoers. She immediately challenged Dante to a match to be allowed to transform. Feeling good from earlier, Dante accepted, paying no mind to the optics. They quickly went out to the garden to have their bout. Many of the attendees followed after. Sedina did try to persuade him not to, but he paid her no mind. When they started, Dante realized something about her therianthrope form. Her agility had skyrocketed. Afterwards, he came to the conclusion that the class-up somehow altered her transformed stats. It was from Vittoria's blessing, so it wasn't completely out there. Regardless of her speed boost, Dante was still able to hold her back. Even with her enhanced movements, she wasn't able to pin Dante down. It seemed like Raphtalia was about to call off the match when one of the nobles objected, saying Dante shouldn't be dueling by himself. Dante would have pointed out that it was something they agreed to, but the noble was already calling for someone in his family to fight on Dante's behalf. He didn't want to cause a further stir, realizing how he already did, and it would be interesting to see how Raphtalia measured up to one of Siltvelt's warriors. Dante had to translate for Raphtalia, since the challengers didn't speak Melromark's language like some of the other nobles. The noble and his retainer were actually lion therianthropes, though from a different house than Girali's. The retainer's level was in the mid-60s, so Raphtalia would have hard time facing him. That was, before her class up. The retainer was on his back and pinned to the ground within 10 seconds, much like Raphtalia was in her first match with Dante. Right, that. Dante nodded to Werner. Just a bit of test for Raphtalia. We'll hold off doing that so publicly in the future. What was the contest for? The old Genmu asked. She doesn't like being in her therianthrope form. We agreed that she would stay in that form at all times, until she managed to beat me in a wrestling match. Dante explained. She seems to hold on to that form quite well. The Genmu praised. He wasn't wrong. Another reason for the continued transformation was to reduce the cost of using that form. A demi-human staying in a therianthrope form cost MP. They were able to replenish MP regularly with the alcohol Dante brewed. They all enjoyed it well enough, since Dante was able to mix some bioplant fruit into the brew. Luckily, the amount needed to replenish their magical stores wasn't enough to get them drunk, especially due to the bonuses he had. And, thanks to their training, they all had the MP costs reduced. Kiel, Rifana, and Raphtalia were all well on their way to having no MP cost to stay transformed, just like Sedina already did. Normally, it would be improper to stay transformed in Lord Shield's presence, but an exception can be made for his retainers. Werner stated, casting a glance at the Genmu. The old man did come into the conference room in his therianthrope form before changing back, after all. I don't really get it, but I'll leave this cultural matter to you. Dante said. He understood that natural therianthropes were, on average, stronger than demi-humans, and demi-humans that could transform went up to that level of strength. He supposed it was basically a way of not showing aggression. We seem to have gotten a little off topic. The mammoth therianthrope said. Lord Shield, what do you require for the waves going forward? Well, a few things would be good. Dante said, stating what they needed. The two biggest things were magical training and equipment. For the magic, it was mostly just getting tutors to help them all understand the magic they had an affinity for. As for equipment, they were sorely overdue. It was actually lucky they didn't have any fights since coming to Siltvelt. During their visit to Kurokan village, Raphtalia and Kiel had sparred to pass the time. However, when they clashed with their weapons, they ended up shattering them both. Dante didn't realize before how badly they needed new gear, so it was quite fortunate they found out then. He still had a few drop items they could use, but new equipment would be better than what they had. It wasn't as if he didn't have the monster parts to make good gear. Probably. We will begin gathering what you require, Lord Shield. Werner said. Moving on, the next order of business involves your harem. I was wondering when that would be brought up. Second item on the list, eh? It seems you dismissed the women that we dispatched to you. Werner went on. Were they not to your liking? Nothing like that. Dante said. They were all quite beautiful, though some size differences were a bit concerning. There were both very large women, such as an elephant therianthrope, and much smaller ones, like the husky therianthrope, similar in size to Kiel and Rifana. Please, I ask you not to hold any of the tribes in a bad light over this. Werner said with a bow. That's not what I meant. Dante leaned back in his chair. Look, so long as none of them are children, I don't have any particular problem. Werner brightened up. In that case, we will prepare dash. However, Dante interjected, what I said before remains. I understand that the shield hero has certain responsibilities and expectations in Siltveld, but I'm still preparing for the waves. I certainly can't do that and be with a few dozen women every night. Ideally, he would only be with one particular woman at night, but circumstances were what they were. What do you suggest, Lord Shield? The Gunmu asked. Only a few per night, 3 at most. Again, ideally, only one being sent would be best, but he didn't know if that would be acceptable. How should we decide who goes? Another conference member, this one a dog therianthrope, asked. I would like to leave that up to all of you, but... Dante honestly didn't know how they would decide it. Maybe a raffle would be good. He imagined the more influential tribes would lobby to have their noble women get first dibs, then the less influential would have their turn. Of course, they would want to make sure the women became pregnant and carried the shield hero's child. That was something else Dante had asked about before. Rifana had made a point to mention both harem and wives, so he was curious about it. The shadow told him that harem members, sometimes referred to as concubines, basically had no say in the affairs of the hero, at least officially. They were for pleasure, and for carrying a hero's child, which had its own benefits for their family lines. Wives, on the other hand, held more power. For heroes, marriage was more political, like between noble houses. As an aside, Sedina proposed acting as one of his concubines while in Siltveld. The risks wouldn't be as high with either Siltveld or Tenlo. He didn't want to say no to that, but they put a pin in the idea. I have a proposal for that, Girali said, holding up a claw. Well, this ought to be good. I suggest we have a merit-based system. He began. When one of us performs a deed seen as highly beneficial to Lord Shield, he will take a daughter from our tribe to bed with him, with his maximum of 3 women per night. Of course, it is expected he do more than sleep with them, if Lord Shield takes my meaning for it. Girali seemed keen on surprising Dante. This time, it was actually something in Dante's favor. Now he wouldn't be exhausted, and he would be getting something out of it. Aside from, of course, the sex. I like that idea, Dante told the group. Although, I hope you aren't trying to count that as your beneficial deed, he added with a smile. Not at all, Lord Shield, Girali said with a bow. I have other things in the works that I'm sure you'll appreciate. If nothing else, the lion was a clever politician. He came up with a plan that Dante was in favor of and was already working on carrying it out. Perhaps he even deduced that Dante didn't care for having a harem based only on last night's refusal. After all, even if he was tired, who would refuse being pampered by beautiful women? Well, if he were gay, that would be a good reason. Perhaps it'd be a good idea to let Girales think he has Dante in the palm of his hand. With that, it was decided how women would be chosen for Dante. He imagined this was something like that bachelor show he heard about, but more extreme. So, what's next on the list? Dante asked the assembled representatives. Girales smirked. Next is determining what to do about Melromark, the foolish king, the vixen queen, and the treacherous former princess. Dante had almost forgotten who he was talking to. There is a list of reasons why not to attack Melromark. At the top of that list is them having the other 3 holy heroes. Soon after is that I don't plan on starting any big international conflicts that would reduce our ability to fight the waves. We needn't attack them directly and openly, Girales said. However, I do believe now would be a good time for it. Something to counterbalance my reasons? Dante asked. Indeed. Girales slapped the table for emphasis. You may not be aware, Lord Shield, but Melromark has been greatly weakened recently. What happened? Dante is pretty sure he kept certain things from spiraling out of control. The only thing he could think of was some knights giving some shop owners trouble in the capital. Of course, if the threats made throughout the kingdom started building resentment, Dante didn't want to think about that outcome. Something truly glorious, Lord Shield! Girali shouted, clearly excited to give Dante whatever the news was. It seems Idol Rabier, one of the most influential lords in Melromark and a powerful war veteran, has gone missing and is presumed dead. Dante took in a deep breath at the news. Well. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. If his shield didn't interfere with Reiko's power, he'd give Idol's body to the fox boy so he could kill him again. Not that this mattered. He'd keep them from outright declaring war on Melromark. The waves aside, the other heroes aside, that sort of conflict would likely only make it more difficult to locate the other Luralona villagers. Even if the war went well, that would also only increase the number of orphans, something Dante wanted no part of. Here's the problem with that. Dante began. It was going to be a long evening. Notes. I still surprise myself with how much I write to say what I want to say. I didn't think the time in the village would take so many words, but here we are. I'm still trying to get better about not leaving writing most of the chapter to a single day. Don't get me wrong, it's nice being capable of doing that, but I know that's partly why I had a few things seem to drag on earlier in my story. It wasn't difficult to persuade the tribe heads not to engage with Melromark. His little match with Raphtalia actually ended up helping his case. She was able to pin down that retainer so quickly, but she couldn't bring down Dante, who only had one arm. While the retainer wasn't the best of the best, he was well known enough to give the tribe heads pause, since Melromark had 3 heroes that might measure up to their own. Dante, of course, had seen no reason to correct their assumptions. He was a little surprised about the whole situation. He knew that Idol's former knights were causing some issues, since he helped put down a few in Rieknot's territory. The situation had quieted down a bit since then, so he thought there weren't any other big issues. Of course, quiet didn't mean the nearby nobles weren't plotting to seize their dead neighbors' land or kill each other in the power vacuum. That seemed to be Girali's interpretation, and Dante couldn't really disagree with that assessment, but the results were the same. He thought it best not to inform everyone that he was the reason Idol was dead. If that got out, war would likely be unavoidable. He already swore the priests and alchemists to secrecy about the cursed whip, so hopefully that was the end of it. After that, it became business as usual preparing for the waves. Dante didn't know of many areas around Siltveld that were good for leveling, but he did get some suggestions. The mountains seemed to be the consensus. Many griffins could be found there. It seemed griffins and Philolials had some bad blood between them, so it worked out quite well. Of course, they didn't go before getting some new gear. With their weapons in bad order and their armor in half-decent shape, they received equipment before their journey. The gear was actually given to them by a member of Girali's house, and most of it fit quite well with the party's chosen weapons. Raphtalia ended up with another short sword, as well as a bow. Ever since their first battle with Reiko's monsters, Raphtalia found that she enjoyed using one. Eclair trained her in both weapons. The Sieto heiress also received a new blade, having her hands fully healed. Jojo got a sturdier mallet while Dio got a set of claws. As for Keel, Dante had noted that an axe didn't seem to work that well with his stats and physique. When he brought that up, "I want 2 swords," was the response. Eclair had been training him too, and he seemed to pick up dual-wielding fairly easily. Keel did do that a little with the axes before. Rifana kept the rod Erhart made her, since the material was resilient to wear. Likewise, Sedina kept her current harpoon. It was a drop from a monster a while back and it was still in good shape. Incidentally, Dante and Eclair sparred after her hands were healed. He wanted to see what the swordswoman was truly capable of. Her movements were sharp and her strikes were precise. His stats were superior to hers, as he could see both hers and his in his status. However, he was unable to land a single strike on her. The weapon she received was good, but it wasn't top tier. If it was, he wouldn't be able to withstand her attacks like he did, and he certainly wouldn't be able to concentrate on any attack spells. With her skills and a top-tier weapon, there was a decent chance he'd lose a real one-on-one fight with her. The weapons were, in fact, the second boon from Giralles' tribe. The first was presented to Dante the evening of the conference. Without Dante knowing, Giralles had someone find out his kid's preferences and styles and had commissioned carriages built based on those findings. Dante was as disturbed as he was impressed by that information. He had to admit, the carriages they used weren't in the best of shape. They weren't designed with royal fillolials in mind, like the new ones were. Both Dio and Jojo seemed to love the carriages the moment they set eyes on them. Needless to say, Dante slept with a lioness that night. The morning after the conference, they set out for grinding with their new gear. When up in the mountains, there wasn't much to be concerned about. The griffins were strong and fast, but they couldn't get past Dante's defenses. Other monsters that made their home there didn't fare much better. The item drops were good, also giving a number of ingredients he didn't have before, as well as rarer ores for smelting and slotting. He heard griffin parts were good for equipment making, so he'd need to figure out what they could have made with them. One notable shield Dante got was one that had a skill. Griffin Matriarch Shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, skill Gale. It was able to produce a powerful gust of wind for a few seconds, which was good for knocking projectiles and flyers away. It wasn't as strong as Motoyas's windmill, but it covered a wider area. With the relative time freedom they had in Siltveld, Dante found it a good opportunity to test out a few other shield abilities he'd neglected. With the Baron of Hell shield equipped, he let out a loud howl. Literally. He almost felt silly doing it, but the results were pleasing. The nearby griffins that were diving at him pulled up and quickly flapped backwards. Some on the ground stopped their approach while others turned around and ran. The ones that fled were easy to pick off with magic and arrows, while the others seemed to have their reflexes slowed. It seemed to have the opposite effect of hate reaction. The party did this for 2 days, returning to the capital at night. On the third day, Dante had to make a trip. "Are you two comfortable?" he asked the Hakuko sisters in the slave market. Dante came with Sedina to check in on them. "Where have you been?" Foal yelled the moment Dante came into view. "In Siltveld?" Dante answered, unsure of the outrage. "Did something happen?" "The medicine isn't working," Foal told him. That was a bit strange. Dante stepped into the cage to examine Atla. Her skin looked about the same as when he last saw it, maybe a little better or worse. A look at her stats didn't tell him much. He then took a look at the last medicine vial he left for her. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with it, from what his appraisal told him. Oh. Dante realized what the issue was. Able to sit up on her own, he administered the vial to Atla and saw the results immediately. Part of her skin cleared up a little, and it seemed it would continue to do so for a while after. "What did you do?" Foal asked him. "I gave her medicine," Dante said simply. The problem was that the medicine by itself wasn't enough. "What do you mean?" Dante held up his shield. "I get a number of bonuses from this. A few of them apply to potion making and to medicine administration. That's why she got so much better before." It also explained his previous confusion. He didn't think his skill in making potions was that high, and he was right. All the bonuses, from equip bonuses to job levels, helped increase the potency from creation to application. As far as he could tell, there wasn't a large discrepancy between the two bonus amount totals. It was possible the bonus to applying medicine and potions was weighted heavier than the bonus to creating them. "I'll have to come by to apply it myself," he told the sisters. "Is that all right?" Atla asked, turning her bandaged face to him. "You're doing dangerous work in Siltveld, right?" Atla, what are you saying? Full all but yelled. This is about your medicine. Your sister is right, Atla. Dante chuckled. You just worry about getting better. He let his voice trail off, thinking about what she said. What makes you think Siltvelt is dangerous for me? You were worried about our safety there. I don't know what you're facing. And it was her turn to trail off. She turned her head slightly toward his left side. What is it? He asked her. Your arm. You like it? Dante asked, bringing his left arm forward. It doesn't feel right, she said. That was another thing that he had taken care of yesterday. One of the alchemists, the alligator therianthrope, finished growing him a new arm. Dante paid a visit to the church beforehand, getting the go-ahead from the healer there. The more active parts of the curse had left his body, leaving only the more passive bits that couldn't really be removed. His status didn't tell him what all the effects would be, but he could expect stifled healing as one of them. That didn't really matter, since he hardly needed healing magic and potions for himself anymore. His HP regeneration bonuses weren't particularly affected by his curse. Getting the arm attached wasn't even a hassle. The alchemist had him lie down and strapped the arm to him. After that, all it took was an injection of something into the arm and his shoulder, and the arm basically started attaching itself to him. It was pretty creepy to watch, but, at the same time, Dante couldn't bring himself to turn away. It was too fascinating. After 10 minutes or so, the process was done. He could move his new arm then and there. The sensation suddenly returning was a bit of a shock, but a welcome one. There was one thing, however, that pervaded Dante's mind about the arm. This isn't my arm. Sure, he could move it, he could feel it, and he was confident he could do most things he used to be able to. That didn't remove the feeling deep inside that what was attached to him wasn't his arm. The alchemist explained that dealing with the curse aspect was difficult, so some odd sensations were to be expected. There was also a delay in reaction time. It wasn't a concern for mundane tasks, but it was noticeable enough in combat. Yeah, I feel that way too, Dante told Atla with a soft smile. Honestly, I'm just happy to have 2 arms again. There were a number of things he did once the arm was set. First and foremost was holding his kids in his arms. A one-armed hug just didn't suffice. Of course, Rifana got the same thing once they were out of sight of any Siltvelt officials. Part of the reason for coming to Zeltable was to bring Sedina with him. They didn't have anything that needed doing in Siltvelt this early in the morning. I didn't realize you were missing an arm, Atlas said. Me neither, Fol chimed in. Really? Dante supposed Fol not noticing could make sense. He was wearing one of those side cloaks at the time. He thought about wearing it now too, since his armor from Erhardt didn't have a left sleeve or anything. Atla did have a good sense of things, but she was still sick. Now that I look at it, Fol said, I think your left arm is a little shorter. It is? Dante extended both arms in front of himself. True enough, it looked like his left arm was a little under an inch shorter than his right. Well, what do you know? You've got good eyes, kid. Fol stiffened for a second before turning away. Yeah, sure. So, does that mean Siltvelt is safe? Atla asked, bringing the conversation back. Well, safe so far. Dante didn't have a clear answer for her. No one tried to poison any of them yet, so that was good. The people in the castle were quite helpful, in fact. He really did have Jiralis to thank for that, as odd as that felt. His idea of, essentially, favors for sex seemed to be working well. True, Dante was starting to feel like a prize stud, but of the 5 major nations nearby, this one might very well be the safest. Dante would take the win, for now. Then, will you be bringing us with you? Atla asked, hope in her voice. Dante sighed. Not yet. Showing up with 2 Hakuko, especially you two, might send the wrong message, and I don't even know what message that would be. Why us in particular? Full asked, crossing her arms. Dante realized his slip-up. These two probably didn't know who exactly their grandfather was. I'll tell you about it when I bring you to Siltvelt. It wasn't as if he had much more information than that, anyway. I guess that's fine. Full responded. Good. Now then, on to the last bit of business before we leave. Dante gave Full a pointed look. What happened yesterday? Full flinched as she looked away again. It was nothing. My status magic says otherwise. Dante approached the Hakuko girl, who backed up immediately. What happened? Full grit her teeth in response, refusing to say anything. Full, I don't want to make this an order. Dante crossed his arms, somewhat enjoying his ability to do so. I got a little careless. Full murmured. The monster was faster than I thought it'd be. Yesterday, Dante was going over his shields when he noticed Full's HP drop down. She was still above 80%, but the sudden drop concerned him. He saw her gain XP soon after, so he figured she was out hunting monsters. The problem was, it barely recovered since then. Let me see it. Dante gestured with his hand. His status magic couldn't tell him the nature of the injury. And no. Full looked away again. It was starting to annoy Dante. What do you hope to gain by being stubborn? Dante asked the girl. If this is a serious injury, it needs to be taken care of. It's nothing. Full said firmly. Sister, please let Mr. Dante look at your side. Atla said to her. Atla. Full whined, but quickly relented. She lifted up her shirt, careful to keep her chest covered. There was a welt on her left side, near her lower ribs. Dante knelt next to her, looking over the injury. From Full's Winseta's touch, and from the feel of it, one of her ribs was fractured. You're walking around with this? Dante asked her. That's a pretty good pain tolerance. I've been hurt worse than this in the Colosseum. Full stated. She lowered her voice when she spoke next. You have no idea what I will go through to make sure Atla gets the medicine she needs. Dante responded in the same hushed voice. Then you should take better care of yourself now, unless you want to see her worry. Full looked like she had something to say about that, but Dante went on. Letting you hunt monsters was me giving you a way to show your appreciation. I only did so because I thought you wouldn't be happy sitting around doing nothing, even if that time could be spent with your sister. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't let a child go out and fight alone. She was a Colosseum fighter and a Hakuko, but she was still only 12 years old. Full said nothing, telling Dante he was right. The monsters around Zeltable would be a nice bonus, but letting either of the Hakuko sisters die was unacceptable. Any levels Full gained now would be a drop in the bucket, anyway. Riding on Dio or Jojo while they demolish everything in their path would prove quite beneficial. With a chant, Dante cast a spell over Full. Zweit Healing Warmth 4. The bruise on Full's side changed color, becoming a warm pink. The bone seemed to be the first thing the spell fixed, since it didn't feel damaged anymore. He cast the spell again, healing the rest. That spell was the result of Rafana's tutelage, plus a few pointers from a wizard at Siltvelt's castle. That same wizard also helped Dante to understand how Zweit spells worked in relation to the current Faust spells he knew, allowing him to essentially upgrade them. Rafana tried to explain it, but the concept was a bit too much for her to demonstrate. She already learned a few Zweit spells on her own, so Dante wasn't complaining. The fact that she learned them so quickly was astounding. All right, you should be good now. Dante told the older sibling. When I come by to give Atla her medicine, you can do some hunting then if you really want to. If he brought Dio or Jojo along, that would really speed up her leveling. Even if they weren't in range to share XP, they were more than close enough to stay in the same party. Full would be able to gain even more XP from the same monsters as a hero's party member. In truth, he didn't need to remove people from his party if they weren't going to teleport with him, like he did before. However, after a certain distance, they would get removed automatically. Slaves and monsters were an exception, they just wouldn't be set as party members until they were close enough again. Dante and Sedina left the sisters there, heading to their next destination in Zeltabal. It wasn't as necessary as checking in on Atla and Full, but it was still important. After a bit of walking, they found the place they were looking for, a nice inn where they wouldn't be bothered. Once they were in the room, Sedina wrapped her arms around him. How sly you are, little Dante. Giving medicine to little Atla isn't the only reason for coming here every day, is it? Of course not. Dante brought his arm back, brushing his fingers against her cheek. But I wasn't going to say that in front of them, now was I. His voice was cut short by a small nip at his neck. It's too bad. Sedina slid her arm up, sliding it across Dante's new arm. I wanted to be the first one to use this. Well, we have time now. Dante turned around, bringing himself face to face with Sedina. When he did, he found a worried look on her face. Something wrong? Dante. Can we talk for a minute? She asked, nodding to the bed. Yeah, of course. He walked over to the bed, hand in hand, sitting down next to her. What is it? Have you noticed anything different these past few days? She asked, her hand on his cheek. Like what? If anything, things were running smoothly. Really smoothly, given what he read in the books about Siltvelt. If he were being honest, he didn't trust it to last, but he was willing to wait and see. About how you've been acting, Sedina said. I don't understand. Dante replied. Have I been mean to any of you? Sedina shook her head. The opposite. You've been really happy lately. Okay. He really wasn't getting what she was saying. Do you remember what you did after you got your arm replaced? She asked. Dante thought for a moment before he answered, just in case he forgot something. I thanked the alchemist for healing me, shook his hand or, rather, claw, and then we went out to level again. You barely reacted. Sedina informed him. At least, for someone who just regained their arm. Really? He did hug Dio and Jojo right away. There wasn't really anything else he had to do then. Yes. Sedina held his face close to hers. And then, when we took a break from hunting monsters, you told us a story about how you brutally killed a pedophile. Well, it's not like it was out of nowhere. Dante reasoned. The conversation actually stemmed from the first night after leveling. When he arrived at his room, he found a young-looking lion therianthrope waiting for him. Dante asked her for her age, to which she responded that she was 15. Physically, at least. It turned out that she had leveled up a few days ago. Her true age was 9. Dante wasn't having that at all. The kids in his party, though physically matured for the most part, still took some time to adjust mentally to their new bodies. This girl clearly had not. Dante ended up sending her off and discussing the matter with Jiralis. It varied slightly in different nations, but the average age someone was considered an adult was 15, the same age most demi-humans matured to. Dante made it clear, in no uncertain terms, that he wouldn't be taking anyone else like that. Jiralis had someone else he could send that night anyway, so it worked out fine. During their time in the mountains the next day, Dante had brought it up. One thing led to another, and he ended up talking about a man he hacked to pieces with an axe. It was somewhat early in his career when that happened, though he probably would have done the same thing later. Seeing Mary growing and the thought of people like that out there, well, nothing more needed to be said. Dante gave her a shrug. I mean, I told you all about my rampage before. After that, murdering a pedophile doesn't seem so bad. You were quite graphic with your retelling, Sedina told him. I guess. He didn't see the big deal. If you don't want people doing certain things, you make an example out of them. People knew the man did what he did, they just couldn't prove it. So, Dante chopped him into over a dozen pieces and scattered his corpse in front of the man's house. It was one of his dumber moves, but it certainly left an impression. Besides, Sedina went on, you didn't intend on telling everyone about your rampage. You only did because you started to, and I encouraged you to continue. That's true. Dante agreed with that. His argument with Eclair prompted that little story. I think you're only being this open because of that family in Kurokan, Sedina said sadly. You've gone back there the past 2 days. Are you saying I shouldn't? Dante asked somewhat aggressively, but Sedina shook her head. I'm just concerned. She cupped his face as she said this. I know you miss them, but you shouldn't be doing that to yourself. Dante leaned into her touch, calming himself. I know. I know it's not them. It's just. I understand. Sedina emphasized with a kiss. If I saw people who looked like Raphtalia's parents, I'd want to do what you're doing now. Dante knew he shouldn't be visiting them. A large part of him wanted to see his family's faces again. But a small part of him knew it wouldn't end well. Still, he was happy. Look, I can't say I won't go see them, but I'll at least promise I won't let them distract me, Dante said. I'll take your word for it. Sedina held him close. Really, only pain would result from him seeing that family again and again. During his visits, he was starting to see more and more differences between them and his family. Their mannerisms, their hobbies, some small details that didn't line up with his family, the differences were plain to see. But their base personalities were similar enough that Dante found it hard to stay away. Plus, seeing Mary Lucia happy like she was, it really warmed his heart. Mind if I ask you something else? Sedina said. What's up? Dante pulled back to look at her. Are you really okay sleeping with all those women? She asked. I know we talked about this before, but I wanted to be sure. Well, yeah, Dante said. Why wouldn't I be? Because of the reason for the sex. With us, it's for a bit of fun and, well, her face grew a bright blush as she weaved her fingers through his hair. I think we both know why we do that. We do, Dante affirmed with a kiss. But, with those women in Siltveld, their goal is to have a child. Your child? She said pointedly. I remember how you acted when I had Dio and Jojo call you their dad. Will you be okay? Oh. It passed through my mind once or twice. That was something Dante was all too aware of. He just tried not to think too hard about it. The same could be said in his world when he hired women for that. No one came forward, so he assumed he didn't have any. Of course, after a few years, he and his family had to move with no way for others to contact them, so there was no telling. Dante. Sedina clearly knew his flippant answer wasn't honest. I'll just have to deal with it when it comes around, he reasoned. His own personal issues would have to take a backseat to making sure things ran smoothly. I suppose so. A wide grin grew on Sedina's face. I guess I'll just have to distract you from that. I can't have you being with those women more than me. I think I'd like that, Dante said, the both of them agreeing to make real use of the room's bed. The wrong hero. Just like the last 2 days, the rest of this day passed quickly. More and more tribe heads trickled in to greet Dante, as well as learn of the current deal he had going on with the leadership about having children. Dante looked over the shields he gained from foals hunting. Most gave tiny or small bonuses, with a few offering minor abilities. He unlocked another couple of shields during their leveling, being careful not to leave himself too undefended. For his part, Girales was a busy man. First it was the carriages, and then it was weapons for his party the next day. Today, he provided Dante with a crystal ball that contained a Zweit-level spell inside. That was enough for Dante to agree to take another lioness to bed, since Zweit spells were a bit difficult for him to learn, even with help. He worked to gain a better understanding of it during their breaks throughout the day, finishes by the time night rolled around. The next day, the plan was to travel to Othill and work out a strategy with the country. It would boil down to finding volunteer knights to bring with them to guard any town or village the wave happened to be near, while Dante's main party would go after the wave boss. While not a snag in the plan, a new facet presented itself. When Dante went to use his portal skill, he noticed a new location he could teleport to. Specifically, it was the hourglass in Othill. It was separate from the location he had set up near the outskirts of the capital. He had a thought about that. The wave timer that was more pronounced in his status was for whichever hourglass he was relatively close to. Combined with the new portal location, it seemed like he might have to be near the hourglass to be teleported to the wave. His help menu didn't confirm or refute his idea on the matter. Once the next Melromark wave occurred, he could ask one of the other heroes about it. Portal shield. Until then, he would operate under the assumption he had to be nearby. Appearing before the dragon hourglass, the whole party stood in the Four Heroes Church of Othill. Halt! One of the nearby guards called out. He and his fellows cautiously approached Dante's group. Identify yourselves. The shield hero. Dante said, presenting his shield as he changed its form. The guard looked him up and down. I heard the shield hero was missing an arm. I was. Dante confirmed. I had it healed. I see. The guards looked between themselves before coming to a consensus. My apologies, shield hero. Are you here to prepare for the wave? We are. I was hoping to speak with the ruler, or a representative, in order to get the help of some knights. He didn't imagine it would be too difficult. It wasn't as if they had to prepare much to find volunteers among the knights. Even if no one volunteered, the crown could always enlist adventurers. That's already been taken care of. The guard informed him. Oh, well, great then. That was one less thing to worry about. Who should I talk to about meeting these people? Actually, the hero is having a meeting with them now. You should be able to meet him. The guard gave them directions to the meeting. Great. It wasn't that Dante wasn't happy to hear that at least one of the others was taking their job seriously. He just figured the odds of it being Itsuki were high, given how that would be the most annoying outcome. They arrived at the center of town, where a number of knights and adventurers were gathered around someone. At a glance, Dante didn't recognize anyone present. One of the knights might have been Armor, but he had to get closer to verify. I'll send my party out early to find where the boss is located. An unfamiliar voice said. We'll try to reduce the wavelength as much as possible. Why aren't any of the other heroes coming? One of the knights asked. This will be the third wave without anyone else. The third? A bit earlier than I thought. Dante and his party made their way to find out who the hero was. If that first one was the hero, it might have been Itsuki doing a voice, but he wasn't sure. I understand your concern, but we just have to make do. The first voice spoke again. Once at the front of the group, Dante took a look at the speaker. It seemed to be a young man, presumably with a pretty face and light brown hair pulled into a ponytail. He wore a set of good-looking chainmail that was complemented by hardened leather on his arms and legs. Shades of dark green and light brown peeked around his armor. At his side was a griffin, larger than most of the ones his party had been facing recently. It looked like it might be a matriarch. "Oh, hello there," the man greeted pleasantly. "Are you here to volunteer for the wave?" Yeah," Dante responded with a nod. "I've already registered at the Hourglass." "Registered?" The young man tilted his head to the side cutely. Then, "He's a hero!" one of the knights shouted. "Now we have 2 heroes to aid us." "About that." Dante turned to the knight. "I heard another hero was already here. Do you know where I can find him?" The knight had a puzzled look on his face. He lifted his hand and pointed at the young man, who gave a slight chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself." The young man patted his hip, drawing Dante's eye. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a whip at his side. It seemed to be of good quality. At the end of the handle, a round gem reflected the late morning light. "My name is Lloyd, the 7-star whip hero." Notes. What a twist! I wonder what this hack writer will do next. Just a tidbit of information I recently learned. Raphtalia can't use a therianthrope form. Just reread that part in the WN and a different translation of the LN. Looks like it was a One Piece book's mistranslation. I mean, I think she transformed into something like Rafchan in the new reprise WN as a gag, but that's probably it, unless something changed in the past few months. I haven't been keeping up with new reprise. I don't plan on changing anything, just a bit of info. Dante wasn't quite sure how to file this new information. On the one hand, no tact gave him a lot of options. On the other hand, he didn't know that tact wasn't around. For all he knew, the only real difference was when tact would make his move. Then again, that brought a bunch of questions about him. Was he super egotistical, needing to be around his harem of women? Was he more cunning like Malti, waiting to carefully make his move? Did some other reincarnated kill him already? Well, Dante had a new source of information right in front of him. He might as well make use of it. His party members were a bit on edge with the mentioning of Lloyd being the whip hero, so now was a good time to clear the air. "It's good to meet you," Dante said, extending his hand. "I'm Dante, the shield hero." "Ah." Lloyd had raised his hand, but he let it hang limply. "The shield hero?" "That's right," Dante confirmed, still holding out his hand. "I take it you heard some rumors about me?" Yes," Lloyd said, finally shaking Dante's hand. "I heard a few. They said that you raped your first companion. Or, was it the first princess of Melromark?" "Same person, and it was a lie," Dante told him. "I suppose I can't really prove that, but I can point out that Melromark's religion is against the shield hero, and the king doesn't view anything relating to demi-humans in a positive light." "That's true." Lloyd, at least, seemed to understand the optics of Dante's situation. Shaking his head, he continued. "Well, if you're here to fight the wave, that's all I really need to know." "Well, I'm glad to hear that," Dante said. "Let's talk strategy." Over the next hour, the 2 groups discussed how they would handle the wave. The volunteer knights and adventurers' main goal was to protect whatever village or town was nearby when they were transported to the wave. They had the numbers to evacuate and hold out for a time. As Lloyd mentioned before Dante's group showed up, his party would search out the boss. He trained a number of griffins and would be sending them out. Dante's group would handle as many monsters as they could, then join Lloyd and his monsters in fighting the boss. Lloyd also gave Dante a bit more information. His idea was right, being that he had to be within a certain distance of an hourglass to be teleported automatically to the wave. Rather, he would get teleported if the hourglass with the wave was the closest one to him, regardless of whether or not he registered to any other hourglasses. Lloyd didn't know if he'd get transported after the wave started, assuming Dante was out of range and then came closer during it. Also, a portal marker would be available at the hourglass starting 24 hours before a wave. Once the bulk of the preparations were done, he sat down with the man, alone. They went to where Lloyd was staying until the wave, a small ranch just outside of town. Dante asked him for some different information. Lloyd had been the whip hero for less than a year. He was chosen by the whip while he was in Fabry, raising the level of one of his monsters. That already didn't sound right to Dante, who seemed to recall the whip originating in Shieldfrieden. One interesting fact about Lloyd was that he's a noble, though an eighth child. He had little hope of inheriting anything substantial, so being chosen as a hero was a huge boon for him. Of course, being a noble gave Lloyd a reason to know a fair number of things. Specifically, he knew about the royal family and a number of noble houses. "So, you've never heard of Tact Fabry?" Dante asked. "Sorry, I can't say that I have." Lloyd shook his head. "How about a genius? Someone making a lot of technological advances? Guns and flying machines?" Dante tried again. "I did hear about someone doing some strange work with monsters, but that was a while ago. As for mechanical stuff, there are a few alchemists with some new ideas, but nothing like what you're talking about," Lloyd said. This was pretty good news, assuming Lloyd was being honest, something Dante was confident about. He imagined the eighth child of a noble house would keep their ear to the ground about things to advance their station. Dante also learned how advanced firearms were in this country. They seemed to be somewhere between single-shot muskets and bolt-action rifles. He wasn't a gun historian, and the inclusion of magic in this world didn't help, but that didn't matter too much. The bullets in the pistol magazine he was summoned with would fetch him a pretty penny here. "Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" Lloyd asked. "Not at all." Dante leaned back in his seat, gesturing to the man. "What did you want to know?" "It's about the rumors that have been spread about you, at least what got circulated around the adventurers' guilds." Lloyd had a serious expression on his face. "About the crimes you've been committing." "Ha!" Dante held his hand to his chin. He hadn't heard anything, though he supposed anything bad said about him wouldn't have been mentioned in Siltveld, by either the nobles or the commoners. It would be pretty bad if they learned he was the one going around and killing knights. Though, if that were the case, he was sure one of Siltveld's nobles would have mentioned that. "What crimes?" Lloyd looked into Dante's eyes, as if preparing to seek out any lies told. "They say you've been attacking merchant wagons and caravans. You've extorted small villages and wandering travelers." "Oh, is that all?" Dante was relieved to hear that. "If these are things that happened in the past couple of weeks, I've been outside of Melromark," he informed Lloyd. "Otherwise, I'd need to know the names of the villages to know if I'd even been there." Lloyd gave him exactly that. He listed over a dozen villages and towns. The names of many of them rang a bell for Dante. "I think I've been to all of those places, but I was selling medicine and potions there," he said. "I don't recall charging a particularly high price for them. If anything, I undercut some of the local merchants." He may have been able to sell more if he sold to the merchants directly, but the price would have been even lower. Since he didn't need to worry about inventory space or spoilage, there was no real need to. Part of the point of traveling around was to collect new monster corpses in the different areas, which he and some of his party did while the others were selling in town. Then the information was bad? It was someone else? Lloyd asked. Someone else, or a complete lie? Dante recalled a time in the Reprise manga where they came across a fake shield hero going around and causing trouble. They were able to deal with the man easily. On a completely unrelated note, Dante now considered raising a dragon. "What about you leaving knights for dead at the sight of the wave?" Lloyd asked. "Oh, that one is true," Dante confirmed. "In my defense, they rained fire down on me and my party first." "I see." Lloyd nodded in thought. "I heard of a village where all the inhabitants went missing." "That was someone else," Dante said, immediately realizing what he was talking about and explaining the situation. He left out who was responsible, only mentioning the alchemist's missing seed in the temple. Lloyd sighed. That was dumb, especially if a warning was written on it. Still, with the waves going on, there is a shortage of food. That was a common trend Dante noticed when they traveled in Melromark. While not starving, many places were a little short on food, given the higher prices they were charging for meals. Before he and his party were getting turned away, that is. Disrupted trade routes could lead to other farming villages having more of their crops used elsewhere. Dante had considered giving out some bioplant seeds at the time, but decided against it. He wasn't confident the plants wouldn't go out of control, even if he did remove their ability to reproduce. There was no way he'd be responsible for that kind of thing. He should probably get with an alchemist soon to figure something out. Seeing how someone had been spying on them, it was a good choice. Sedina hadn't mentioned being followed much, so it seemed whoever it was knew to stay far enough back. "Well, I think I've heard all I need to from you," Lloyd announced. "So, what's the verdict?" Dante asked, leaning forward with his chin resting on his folded hands. Well. Lloyd scratched the back of his head, a bit nervous. "I don't think you did any of the bad things I've heard. You have a dangerous look in your eyes, like you could set the whole world on fire if you wanted to." Lloyd quickly waved his hands in front of himself. "Not that you would. I just mean you could go that far, not that you will." You Dante barked out a laugh. "You're pretty good at reading people. I guess that comes from raising monsters." "Yeah." Lloyd nodded, relaxing a little. "Monsters are easier to understand than people, more honest. Being chosen as the whip hero has its ups and downs." "I hear that," Dante said as he stood. "More monster training, but more politics." "Exactly." Lloyd stood as well, walking to the room's exit. The 7-star whip did give a number of bonuses to raising monsters and monster allies, according to Lloyd. When they left the building, they saw how their parties were interacting with each other. Dio and Jojo were in their Philolial queen and king forms, staring down a pair of griffins. Keel was running around on all fours, playing with some young red ursas, which were essentially bear cubs. Rifana seemed to be playing chess or something similar with what Dante could only describe as a land squid, the size of the main body being a bit larger than a royal Philolial. A few more griffins were around, either resting or talking with one another, same as the remainder of Dante's party. One of the benefits of the whip was giving increased intelligence to raised monsters, with many gaining the ability to speak. Dante wondered what abilities he could give to other monsters with his shield. The wrong hero. Dante and his party had spent the remainder of the day hunting in the mountains near Siltveld. It was especially good for Dio and Jojo, who weren't thrilled about needing to work with griffins. Dante tentatively broached the idea of raising a griffin, but neither of his kids would hear of it, so he dropped it. To be fair, the griffin of Lloyd's he tried to pet did bite him. Not that had stopped him, of course, though that did lead to the story about the indigo gators from Galian's mountain. When they returned to Siltveld Castle, most of his party went for their baths or to relax. Dante had something else in mind. During his stay there, he took the opportunity to find out what kind of cooking ingredients were available. While on the road, the choices were pretty narrow, but a fully stocked royal kitchen had a lot to offer. The cooks didn't want to have Dante in there, seeing it as a task beneath him, but Dante had them show him around regardless. A few things were pretty similar to what he was used to, but there were more than enough differences. It had been over a month since he did any real cooking, but he figured out the general tastes and textures of a few fruits and vegetables and found some that would work well. With that, he made dough out of this world's equivalent of flour, rolled it out onto a few pans, spread on the fruit paste, and topped them with cheese and meat. The kitchen had a good-sized brick oven, so Dante was able to make use of it. A few minutes later, and pizza time! He called out, carrying the trays over to the private eating area he had his party meet him in. "Oh my, what's this?" Sedina looked over the presented pies. "Just a little something from my world." Dante set the pizzas down on the center of the table. "I think I recreated them pretty well. The cheese was the strangest, but I think I picked out a good one." Dig in. From what he could tell, the crust was a bit stiff, the sauce was a little tangy, but the cheese was melted to perfection. The various meats he put on top were easy enough to start cooking before he began kneading the dough of the first pie. "This is great, Dad!" Jojo called out, already finished scarfing down his first slice. Dante had made one pie for each of his kids, and another two for everyone else. "It's quite delicious, Sir MacRory," Claire commented. Despite everyone else using their hands, or paws, she elected to use the provided cutlery. Actually, Raphtalia used the cutlery as well, after transforming back. It was easier to remove any grease from skin than fur, not that Keel or Rifana seemed to mind. She'd be in that form for the wave anyway, since she was still more comfortable like that, and it would be a dangerous situation, presumably. That was the only reason, since the tailor already redid her clothes to more closely match how they were in her demi-human form. They were done the day after the feast, since none of them wanted her to have to walk around like that. Dante just found it funny at first. "I've been wanting to make something like this for a while," Dante explained, but the lack of a second arm made that difficult. "It was worth the wait," Keel said, taking another bite. Seeing everyone enjoying his cooking, when he actually put in a real effort, was nice. Dante could really appreciate why Eddie opted to open a restaurant after he got out of their more dangerous line of work. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves like this was soothing. It was like they were a family. "There was another reason I wanted to have dinner with you all like this," Dante said, shifting to his humming shield. "It's been brought to my attention that I've been talking about my past more freely than before." That sentence alone pulled the attention of everyone at the table. Dio and Jojo noticed the shift in atmosphere and kept eating. With that said, Dante set his elbow on the table with his chin resting on his hand. "Does anyone have anything they want to ask while I'm still in a chatty mood?" Truthfully, he still didn't really notice talking about himself more. Or, rather, being more okay sharing certain things about himself. It was entirely possible he told them things he otherwise wouldn't, but he was in an admittedly good mood after meeting that family. "I have a question." Rifana raised her paw, a light blush on her face. "Go ahead," Dante prompted. She fidgeted in her seat a bit, as if regretting speaking out. After taking a breath, she spoke. "Who was the first woman you were ever with?" Dante laughed at her question. "Ooh, good choice. That one's a story." It really wasn't supper conversation, but he agreed nonetheless. "So, as I'm sure you're all aware by now, I was not a virgin when I was summoned. During the early stage of my career, it was pretty clear what my and Eddie's roles would be. I was good at math and had 2 languages under my belt, but I was bad at business and social situations. I mean, Eddie and Gloria were my only friends. Looking back, it's pretty funny. Eddie knew a lot of people, even before we got started. One was a woman, Miss Catherine, or Cat, who had an uncle that was ex-military. He served in the Marine Corps, which I suppose you could think of as a more intense version of the Army that also does sea-based operations. Since leaving the Marine Corps, he worked as a private detective, bodyguard, and hired gun. He had over 4 decades of experience, some of which he imparted onto his niece. She had a few kills of her own, too, and spent a good amount of time at the firing range, a place for target practice with a gun. After Eddie gave me directions to Kat, I met with her at her home. We discussed what I was looking to be able to do, namely, learn how to handle a gun in combat properly, and not like some idiot gang member. My hunting rifle experience with my father would only take me so far. She took me to the range to see what I could do and saw some potential. After that, she offered me a deal. She would get her uncle to teach me himself. In exchange, I would spend my nights with her in her bed. And there we have it. Dante took a sip from his mug after finishing his speech. The beers he could produce with his shield had really improved since first getting the ability. The grain stores in Siltvelt's castle really helped, along with the bioplant fruit he got from the seed he planted in his room's terrace. It was simple enough to find a gardener to check it out multiple times a day while they were off leveling. It wasn't as if the bioplant had a lot of room to grow there. Noticing the less spirited mood around him, Dante looked at his party members. They weren't quite in a state of shock, but their expressions weren't that pleasant. Except, again, Jojo and Dio, who were nearly finished with their pizzas. "Something wrong?" Dante asked. "Little Dante, you once mentioned you started doing what you did when you were 17, right?" Sedina asked. "Yeah." Dante nodded. "But, people in your world are adults at 18. Rifana said. "Sure, in my country, but the age of consent was 16 where I was." Dante countered. "The what?" Rifana tilted her head. "Oops." Dante remembered he neglected to mention that bit of information when Rifana was talking about marriage and such. "Ah, well, that's the age someone can legally consent to having sex with an adult. Anyone younger and it's considered rape, regardless of any consent given. Teenagers aren't really known for long-term planning and consequence evaluation, after all." "Sir MacRory, that includes you," Eclair stated. "Even by our world's standards, you were barely a man. I'm not entirely clear on your country's culture, but it sounds like this woman used you for sex." "Well, yes, that's exactly right. It was a trade, really," Dante said, nodding again. "Were you not concerned about this woman getting pregnant?" Eclair asked. "That wasn't going to happen," Dante said, taking another sip of ale. "Little Dante, even if you were careful, there's still a chance of it happening," Sedina said. "You even told me about these things in your world to help prevent pregnancies not always working." "Oh, no, I meant it was physically impossible," Dante said, setting his mug back down. "Kat went through menopause by that time." "Wait, do you have a word for that here?" "It means she couldn't dash." "What?" Eclair slammed her fists on the table, eliciting a soft woe from Dante. "You're telling me this woman slept with you, a boy 1/3 her age, someone your country still considered a child?" "Ha! How old was she again?" Dante murmured, scratching his chin. "I seem to recall she had recently celebrated her 50th birthday dash." "Sir MacRory!" Dante shrugged. "Oh well. Hey, Sedina, didn't I make a joke once about liking older women?" "Little Dante, that's quite the gap." Sedina had a concerned tone in her voice. "Was your friend really okay with this?" "Eddie?" "Oh no, he was livid when he found out that's what Kat wanted." "Heh, Gloria wanted to go over and smack the crap out of her. I mean, it would have ended badly for Gloria, so I convinced her not to. Besides, I already agreed to it and spent a night there. I had made my bed, so oh, crap, I almost made a pun. I'm sorry if I brought up a bad memory," Rifana said, hanging her head. "Not at all," Dante chirped, swiftly bringing Rifana back up. "My choice of expression aside, it wasn't a bad experience. With that exchange, I got so much training in firearms, combat, everything I would need to fight. Her uncle was very skilled, and Kat was quite the woman herself. Oh. Sedina gained a somewhat playful smile on her face. And here I thought you didn't feel that way before? What do you mean? Dante looked her over. Well, you clearly held this woman in a good light, Sedina said. It almost sounds like you held certain feelings for her. And her I thought I as your first. Ooh. Dante nodded at her words. I get it. No, it wasn't like that. I never loved her, not like I do with. He let his words trail off. Sedina grinned at his lack of speech. He still had some trouble saying it out loud, more so when others were nearby. Dante liked to chalk it up to his physically immature body. Anyway, I'd say it was more like respect or admiration. She had insisted I call her Kat, since she was Miss Catherine to me. Anyway, if we wanted to have our revenge, I needed to get ready as quickly as possible. What do you mean? Eclair asked. HM? Oh, right, I never really explained that, did I? Our moms were killed by some gang members and the police basically knew who was responsible and did nothing. Dante said casually. That was when I knew the police where I lived weren't very good at their jobs. In truth, Dante acknowledged he should have realized that after the first rape accusation against him. The police thought he had threatened the girl that accused him, when it was actually Gloria who blackmailed her into revealing the truth. His trust in most people was weakened after everything settled, so there was that. When did that happen? Sedina asked. In relation to you first meeting Kat. I think it was under a week? Maybe 5 days? Dante concluded. The table got really quiet again. Sedina stood from her seat and slowly walked to where Dante sat. What now? Sedina held Dante's head against her chest, gently running her fingers through his hair. I'm so sorry, she whispered to him. Okay? About? Dante tried glancing up at her, only to see a sorrowful face. You were vulnerable, and that woman took advantage of you, she said, continuing to hold him. Ha! I think that is word for word what Gloria said to me when she first found out. Same action too. Dante pulled Sedina's hands from his head and held them in front of him as he faced her. Sedina, it was thanks to that I became who I am today. Because of that, I was able to take revenge against my mother's killer. Because of the training I got, I lived as long as I did, able to kill everyone who came after me before they killed me, including my own actual killer. Aside from the skills her uncle drilled into me, Kat taught me the kind of people that existed in the world. The kind who would use a 17-year-old boy for their own uses, regardless of what was given in return, if anything. Dante ran his thumbs over Sedina's hands. As far as I'm concerned, I got the better end of that deal, he said with a smile. Besides, the training was worse. It was physically exhausting most days, so it wasn't like every night was rampant with lust and carnal delights. Sedina barely held back her laugh. We were having a moment. Dante shrugged. Moments passed. It wasn't an issue for me then, I don't want it to be one for any of you now, he said, looking around the table. All eyes were on him, though two pairs weren't all that concerned with what he was saying before. Their eyes seemed to switch between looking at his and viewing his plate. Dante slid the remainder of his food toward his kids and stood. Well, this was fun, and I do mean that. Now I need to see a lion about yet another gift for Lord Shield. Rest well. We have a wave tomorrow. The wrong hero. 010. It was nearly time. Dante made sure to go over the plan with everyone again when they got to Othill. Dio was hooked up with a wagon that was prepared for the wave, in case they needed to move a lot of people in a hurry. they'd easily be able to ride 3 people per Filolial to reach the boss. Lloyd stood ready with his assembled monsters, along with the knights and adventurers, with the most heavily armored ones stationed in the wagon. Aside from that, the time was spent mentally preparing. 003. All Faust Power 3. All Faust Magic 3. All Zweit Guard 6. Dante cast his buff spells on all his allies. He learned a few more things during his time in Siltvelt. Aside from the spells to increase physical and magical abilities, as well as increasing the level of his guard spell. It turned out that the staff's power-up method didn't actually differentiate between the different spell tiers, nor if it was an all or anti-variant. Only the base spell mattered. Dante simply didn't understand the nature of magic enough to use the power-up fully before. 002. It was also why his guard spell didn't affect his skills before, when he battled with Idol. That, however, was fixed when he basically relearned the spell from the tome. He had a few ideas on why that was, the original thought being that he was essentially making constructs, and so they wouldn't benefit from his temporary stats. Now, he believed it was because heroes weren't meant to learn from crystal balls. After all, the skills from their weapons were all basically shortcuts to skills people in this world were capable of learning. Some of the skills, anyway. Or, it could have been some sort of interference from those behind the waves, since they still existed, as evidenced by Reiko. The exact reason wasn't too pressing. 001. Armor also would affect the skills Dante used in battle. The problem with the chainmail he wore to idols was twofold. First, when they tested it after the fact, it had already received a good amount of damage, lowering its defense value. That led into the second reason, which seemed to be a threshold the defense value needed to meet. He noticed a difference after he got the Chimera armor from Erhardt and tested it a little during their travels. Different skills seemed to have different thresholds, as well as how much the armor's defense bonus affected the skills after surpassing that threshold. Other enchantments on the armor seemed to have their own thresholds, depending on the stats of the equipped shield. Speaking of armor. Midnight. The same sound as last time sounded around them, and the familiar red-dyed sky greeted them. With a quick look around, a village was spotted a short distance away. In front of them, monsters from the wave fell from the sky and started to charge at them. Dante was ready for the fast creatures, having been chanting his spell before the wave even started. Zweit Fire Squall 6. He let fire rain down on the monsters, incinerating them before they even got close. The gift from Girales the night before was a beautiful set of full-plate armor, coupled with a ring and circlet. Each piece was a dazzling fire red with gold trimming on the edges. Every piece helped evoke the image of a warrior bathed in flames, and the enchantments on the armor would help Dante do just that to his enemies. The defense value was close to the Chimera armor he had before, though he was no longer immune to fire damage. It had a few other enchantments similar to the Chimera armor, if not a little weaker. In exchange, it greatly boosted his damage with fire magic. Quickly! Get to the village! Dante called out. His answer was Dio taking off toward the village with the loaded wagon, the more agile knights and adventurers quickly darting after them. At the same time, Lloyd's griffins tipped to the sky to begin their search. The man himself, along with his red Ursa cubs and land calamari, would stay with Dante's party. Here they come! Lloyd pointed out the approaching wave monsters. Dante didn't get a good look at them before he unleashed his spell. Now that he did well, he didn't need to see their names to understand what they were. It was like a scene out of Jurassic Park. Several different types of dinosaurs ran toward them on the hilly field. There was the more nimble-looking bipedal ones, the bulkier-looking ones that had 3 horns protruding from their heads, even a few winged ones flying through the air. Dante had never actually seen Jurassic Park himself, but he still knew a few names of dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, Triceratops, Pterodactyl, Longnecks. That last one may have been from a children's cartoon, and none of those were present anyway. Shooting Star Shield 7. Airstrike Shield 6. His barrier kept out the dark velociraptors while the airstrike shield stopped the dark triceratops in its tracks. Unable to fight back properly, the fast-moving monsters were cut down by the party protected in the barrier. Keel stood out with his dual swords and swift movements. Dryfa Chain Lightning. Sedina's spell shot up into the sky, striking the first flyer and jumping to the next. Each one hit fell from the sky with a loud thud. Zwait Fire Blast. Rafana's spell slammed into the Triceratops as it ran around the erected shield, only to fall short of the party as several arrows embedded themselves in its head. Raphtalia turned her attention to the surviving flyers above. A second dark Triceratops came over a nearby hill and charged right for the party. "Behind me!" Dante called out, his stout shield at the ready. While his Chimera Viper shield had better overall stats, the stout shield still had higher defense, and he doubted this monster would bat an eye at being poisoned from the counter, should it break through. When it reached the shooting star shield, it did just that, shattering the translucent barrier. Dante held his shield up and met the charging beast. He skid back over a dozen feet before coming to a stop, his left hand grabbing hold of the larger creature's horn. The monster tried to jerk its head free, but Dante held firm, adding his right hand to the grapple. With a loud yell, Dante pulled the Triceratops to his left, dropping it on its side. With the opening presented to her, Eclair slashed at it with her sword, leaving over a dozen open wounds in 2 seconds. The great beast twitched for a moment before lying still. Dante gave his arm a quick rotate from the exertion. If I had watched Jurassic Park as a kid, this all might mean more to me. Dante pondered this as he turned to face a screeching pterodactyl. He swiftly brought up his shield, defending himself and Eclair from the beast's burning breath. Oh, this is such bullshit. I don't face a single fire attack outside of Loot Village, and now that I'm using different armor, fucking dinosaurs are breathing fire on me. A pair of arrows to the right wing knocked the monster from the sky, allowing the red Ursa cubs to finish it off. Lloyd assured him that his monsters were good for the wave, and Dante had to take his word for it. For his part, Lloyd was pretty handy with that whip. He was knocking down the dark velociraptors before they got too close, letting his land calamari finish the job. That was another thing Dante learned. The reason he could see people's levels or their approximate levels, in some cases was because his shield had absorbed a number of humans and demi-humans, combined with his high appraisal. He could see the levels of Lloyd's griffins, but not the red Ursas or land calamari. The names were always visible, of course. He assumed it was a similar thing to his medicine crafting skill and identifying illness symptoms, or the fact that he seemed to gain a redundant ability to detect poison with his cooking skill. The battle raged on, with Dante keeping the apparently fire-breathing dinosaurs from getting to his party. Rafana cast Swait Resist Fire on those present to ward off the flames. A loud cry echoed from the distance. One of Lloyd's griffins was flying this way. The trees in the forest below it were falling to the side, matching pace with the flying monster. At the edge of the forest, a rather large dinosaur burst forward. It was at least as tall as Galeon, and seemed to share his blue coloring. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had spikes lining its head and went all the way down to the base of its tail. With a roar, it doubled its pace toward the party. Yeah, I saw something like that being the boss a mile away. Dante remarked. Stand clear. Once I stop it, attack it from the sides. Right. His allies fanned out behind and away from him, leaving Dante to take on the boss's first attack. It would be the same as when the Triceratops charged at him, only this one would need to lower its head. If it didn't, Dante was fairly confident he could grab hold of its tail and slow it down, if not stop it entirely. From there, his party could bring it to its knees, or blast it down with magic. The T-Rex opened its mouth, but it didn't lower it. The spikes on its head and back began to glow, arcs of lightning passing between them. Shit. Change shield. Spell Cobalt Shield. Seeing the build-up for the attack, Dante quickly shifted his shield and held it up. Shooting Star Shield 7. Tower Shield 3. Get closer. He widened the area of his defenses and prepared for the strike, having his party join him. Crackling rang out over the hills as lightning struck all around. Larger bolts struck closer to Dante, shattering his shooting star shield after the barrage, and the largest bolt seemed to shoot out from the dinosaur's mouth. It slammed into his raised shield, taking a small chunk out of his HP. In response, part of the lightning rebounded onto the charging dinosaur, though that didn't slow its pace. Scatter! With Dante's call, everyone quickly got out of the way. The charging beast slammed its claw onto Dante's enlarged shield, forcing him onto the ground as it continued on. Dante! Sedina yelled out as she ran back for him. The tower shield skill rescinded, leaving Dante with a normal-sized spell cobalt shield. Damn, that hurt. Sedina helped him to his feet. While Tower Shield boosted his defense, it didn't help as much as it could, since the base shield wasn't made for heavy physical attacks. Admittedly, he should have used Airstrike Shield with Change Shield on that to morph it into the Spell Cobalt Shield, and let that absorb the main lightning bolt. He'd have been able to stop the charge with his stout shield equipped. The lack of strong enemies had pushed those types of tactics to the backseat, superior power being the norm. It's heading toward the village. Raphtalia called out. Hell. Jojo. Dante called to his son. Realizing his intentions, Jojo transformed immediately at his approach. Dante climbed onto his back, along with Sedina and Raphtalia. The three heaviest hitters ran off towards the rampaging monster. The boss was fast, but Jojo was much faster. They quickly caught up with it. Zwait Fire Squall 6. Dante unleashed his spell when he finished the chant. Unfortunately, the boss didn't seem that fazed by it. Dante could see burns on it where the spell landed, but they didn't look that severe. That spell was made more to attack a large group of enemies, not a single strong one. It was the only Zwait attack spell he had at the moment, though. Looks like we're doing this the hard way. Hate Reaction 3. At his skill's completion, the boss began turning like a frigate, slowly facing them while keeping its speed. Move back. Once I stop it, start hammering away at it. After letting Dante off, Jojo jumped back with Raphtalia and Sedina still on him. It didn't look like the others would reach them before the boss did, so they would have to do. With his stout shield out again, Dante was ready for the attack. Hate Reaction didn't prevent abilities from being used, but it did make them less likely. Fortunately, the boss followed through with that hope. Shooting Star Shield 7. Airstrike Shield 6. His first barrier slowed down the boss, if barely, while the second seemed to do even less. Dante's shield met the dinosaur's head as it rammed him. With both hands on the shield, Dante slid back. He dug into the ground, slowing the push. Ack! Just as he stopped being pushed back, Dante dropped his knee to the ground. Both hands were still on his shield, but one held on far less strongly. It felt like something just tore. The beast tried to capitalize on Dante's position, but he was able to bring his good arm up and grab the dinosaur's head. Unable to lift itself to open its mouth, the boss thrashed around. With a loud grunt of pain, Dante moved his other arm onto the dinosaur as well. The boss continued to jut its head about, trying to free itself. Dante held firm, digging into the earth below him and pushing himself back up. With a cry of pain, Dante pulled the great beast toward him, lifting it off the ground and over him, slamming it back down. The spikes on its back embedded into the ground, though the earth began to crack beneath it. Kill it, quickly! Dante cried out, flat on his back and clutching his arm. Not wasting a moment, Sedina, Raphtalia, and Jojo sprang toward the downed dinosaur. Try as it might, the boss couldn't free itself fast enough. Between Jojo's mallet, Sedina's harpoon, and Raphtalia's sword in her now transformed state, the exposed boss didn't last long. In response to the boss's death, the sky turned back into a bright blue. The other members of Dante's party were starting to catch up, as well as Lloyd and his monsters. They were first drawn to the corpse of the beast, and then to the cries of the shield hero. Dante! Sedina rushed over to see what was wrong. As the source of your fuck. I can't. Dante held onto his left shoulder. Zweit healing warmth. Rifana came up, casting the spell Dante tried to. She applied it mainly to the area he was holding. He could see in his status that he hadn't taken an excessive amount of damage, but the pain wouldn't subside. Dante, what's wrong? Keel asked, kneeling next to him. My arm. Dante said through grit teeth. The pain was starting to increase. Moving swiftly, Sedina pulled off the armor on Dante's left arm, earning yet another howl of pain. Once free from the metal plates, they could see it. Dante turned his head to get a look. The skin around his shoulder looked like it was ready to tear, and the bones connecting his shoulder to his arm were out of place. The veins on his arm seemed to swell up as they got closer to the connection point. Black spots were visible on the shoulder. Mr. Dante, what do we do? Rifana asked. The pain cut it off. Dante managed. What? Raftalia looked down at the swelling limb. But it's too much. Hurry! Dante pleaded. Answering his wish with no further hesitation, Raftalia leveled her sword's tip against Dante's shoulder. With a swift thrust, the arm easily came off like it was made of straw. Dante grit his teeth for a moment before sighing. Zweit healing warmth. Rifana cast again, stopping the blood loss. Dante breathed evenly, dragging his fingers through his hair. He looked to his side to see his newly freed limb lying next to him. Once they got back to Siltveld, he'd need to see that alchemist again. Notes. Inhales deeply rules of nature. I had the dinosaur idea for a while, but I think they were originally going to be in Zeltable's wave. My little joke here, well, I'm sure a quick video search will enlighten the unaware. I've heard how some guys will go through something messed up in their childhood and think nothing of it, then tell their girlfriend or wife about it and they'd be completely flabbergasted about how their boyfriend or husband treats the experience. So, about my arm dash. I'm so terribly sorry, Lord Shield. Dante sat on the throne in Siltveld's castle. In his immediate area were Sedina, Dio, and Jojo. The others had gone off to rest after the wave, seeing as Dante was in good hands. Dio and Jojo stayed glued to his sides, just like every other time he sustained a serious-looking injury. This time, however, they were more on his lap. Sedina had been quite worried after seeing Dante lose his arm for a second time, but had since calmed down. Outwardly, at least. Before him stood a pair of guards. They were on either side of the alligator therianthrope alchemist, the one who had made Dante's arm. The man himself was kneeling before Dante, head to the ground. All right, enough of that, Dante said. It was bad enough he had to keep the knights from doing anything to the alchemist. He didn't want the alchemist to lower himself like that. Dante only wanted answers. What can you tell me about the arm? The limb in question was on a small stand in front of the alchemist. Since returning to Siltveld, the blotches on the arm had expanded past the shoulder area and reached halfway down the forearm. It wasn't immediate, as they had a few other things to do before returning. Yes, Lord Shield, of course. The alchemist stood and began examining the arm. He asked many questions about how it functioned until breaking, what Dante used it for, what attacks he took, and so on. While Dante answered, the alligator man took out some sort of monocle to examine the arm. He focused his sights around the shoulder. And after the wave ended, I had one of my companions cut off the arm. Dante concluded. The arm seemed pretty easy to cut off, too. I see. The alchemist placed the monocle back into his shirt pocket. From what I can tell, these blotches on your arm are the residual effects of the curse you were afflicted with. Dante sighed, resting his head in his hand. Of course they are. It wasn't that he forgot he was cursed for over a month, he just hoped the alchemist had circumvented the problem. The curse that wasn't a curse was getting annoying. However, the damage I see here looks more physical. The alchemist pointed at the muscles in the shoulder. These seem to be quite strained, with only a little deterioration from what remains of the curse. How did you use this arm in combat? The answer to that was less than flattering. On multiple occasions, he grappled with a griffin, allowing someone in his party to deal the killing blow. It was entirely unnecessary. He had enough abilities to lock them down or gather them up. He just liked having an arm again, so he played around a little bit. The alchemist stroked under his long mouth. Griffins are strong monsters, and you grappled with them often? If you'll forgive my probing, what is your strength stat? Yeah, sure, it's... Dante looked over his status. The shields he upgraded varied in their stats, strength included, but that stat was mostly in the same general area when upgraded. Dante told the alchemist. His reaction went from intrigue to shock. Lord Shield, that arm wasn't meant to handle such a strain. The alchemist shouted. That is far beyond the limits of what I created. I see. So, it's my fault. Dante concluded. And no. I didn't mean that at all, Lord Shield. The alchemist looked around in near panic. No, it is. Dante pinched the bridge of his nose. You had no way of knowing my strength was that high, and I didn't think to mention it. I hadn't considered how much work actually went into alchemy. Perhaps he simply had the wrong idea about these alchemists. They promised to make him an arm in what he thought was a pretty short time. However, the first one he received ended up breaking down on him. Alchemy was indeed a high-skill profession. The way the three acted about making him a new arm just threw him off a bit, making it seem like it wouldn't be too difficult a task. In any case, I'm not here to punish you or anything like that, Dante said, calming the alchemist a bit. If you wish to try again, please do so. At once, Lord Shield. The alligator alchemist proclaimed. Good. Dante focused on the guards. Please inform the other two alchemists that I'm looking to get my arm replaced again. Let them know what you heard here about the arm. I'll use whichever one is ready first. The pair saluted and left the throne room, the alligator alchemist quickly moving past them with the arm. Dante was left alone with his three party members. So, what do you think? He asked, turning to Sedina. He seemed genuine. Sedina told him. Yeah. I don't think it was intentional. After all, if the arm was sabotaged, the alchemist likely would have gone into hiding before being brought in. Then again, Dante didn't really announce he would be fighting in Oddhill's wave all that much. He made mention of it to Werner, who seemed to want Dante to remain in Siltveld for that wave, probably for political reasons. If the arm was meant to fail in Siltveld's wave, the alchemist would have had a few days remaining. Well, he had two more alchemists to provide him an arm and test that idea out. As a secondary point, he could use that as a way to see which alchemist was capable and trustworthy enough to modify the bioplant seeds. That was another thing he needed to get the ball rolling on. After finishing up with the alchemist, Dante got everything squared away with Werner. He then teleported out of the castle with Sedina, Dio, and Jojo. The latter two didn't want to leave his side. They arrived in Zeltable and made their way to the slave merchant's place. Dante pushed back his meeting with the sisters for the wave, not wanting something to somehow keep him from participating. Jojo and Dio stayed with him, each keeping a hand on a part of his dazzling fire god armor, not a name he would have chosen since they still weren't comfortable at the slave merchant's place. When they arrived at the cage, Atla was waiting for him, a wide smile on her unbandaged face as she stood there. That's a really good sign. Those treatments seem to be working quite well. Wait, is she wagging her tail? Well, isn't that the cutest thing I've seen in a while? Mr. Dante. She greeted him. Welcome back. Hey, Atla. You seem to be doing much better. I can't remember the last time I felt this good. Atla said, then pointed at Dante's left side. It seems like your arm is doing better too. Dante's kid stiffened at that remark, but Dante only laughed. Yeah, I suppose not existing could count as being better. Oh. Atla's tail stopped swaying. I'm sorry, Mr. Dante. Please. Dante shook his head. I'll probably have a new one by the end of the day. It wasn't as if those alchemists were going to throw out partially grown arms made for their god. Anyway, let's get you your medicine. Dante stepped into the cage, the lock of which had long been disabled. He produced a vial of medicine from his shield and fed it to Atla, watching the effects in his status magic. There was improvement in her stats, as well as a visible glow, but Dante still couldn't get much more out of it. He still couldn't see exactly what her illness was, let alone how to cure it. From what he's learned how appraisal functions, he'd likely need to absorb a number of different medicines to determine what exactly was needed to cure Atla. Or I need to absorb a bunch of dead sick people. It wasn't impossible, given the world they were in. Compared to his other activities here, the end certainly justified the means. Still, he wasn't about to seek out people who died of illness just to absorb their corpses. How's that feel? Dante asked. Great, Mr. Dante. Thank you. Atla responded, giving him a hug. Ah, you're welcome, sweetie. Dante said, rubbing her head a bit. Hey, stop that. Dante heard Foal call out. He just noticed the girl had been sitting in the corner, glaring at him. She stood when she called out to him. Jealous? Dante asked with a smirk. Foal continued to glare at him. I can give you a head pat too. Why would I want that? Foal bellowed. Dante shrugged. Suit yourself. More head pats for Atla. In the next instant, Foal was standing next to Alta. It wasn't instantaneous by any stretch of the word, given Dante's heightened stats and perception now. She stood there, looking away with an annoyed, slight blush on her face. With a small laugh, Dante moved his hand to Foal's head. You're a strange one, Foal. You're a bit strange yourself, little Dante. Sedina commented. Do you enjoy teasing children so? Immensely. Dante said. Besides, today I suplexed a dinosaur and had some necrotic flesh removed from me. I'm feeling pretty good. The dinosaur in question, along with a hefty amount of XP, provided quite the shield reveal. Dark Tyrannosaurus shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, lightning resistance, medium, defense bonus, small, skilled titanic charge equip effect, gore, shock, lightning resistance. Once the boss was killed and the remaining wave monsters were taken care of, Dante took the opportunity to test out his new shield. The skill allowed him to dash forward, pushing any enemies in his path along with him. He was easily able to knock down trees and most anything else in his way. That seemed to function well with the gore effect, which kept enemies he attacked attached to his shield with the spikes protruding from it. It was like a soft grapple effect. Finally, shock damaged any enemies in contact with his shield using electricity. The stats were nothing to scoff at either. One in particular got his attention, being the attack value. It was the first shield he got that truly had a high one, relatively anyway. Of course, with his impressively low personal attack power, it meant little. He'd been increasing his attack with the job levels power up for a time, but the bonuses were incredibly small, and the monster material cost was getting too high. The axe power-up could increase his attack, but it too took a lot to benefit in any meaningful way. Being a shield from a wave boss and likely requiring a high level, it wasn't like he'd have been able to use this shield much earlier anyway. He might use it for a little while before changing to another shield. The rest of the shields he got gave various medium stat bonuses, resistances, and skill bonuses, with the Dark Triceratops shield giving a sort of combination lesser gore and charge effect. He'd switch to unlocking the boss's shield, the other wave monsters, then back to the rest. He still had quite the backlog to go through, most of which were the different color variations of the shields he copied in various shops. They were all stat boosts, but every bit counted. "How long are you going to pet me?" Foal barked at him, swatting his hand away. "It wasn't that long," Dante said, patting Atla on the shoulder. She slowly removed her arms off and backed up. "Anyway, how much longer are you going to keep us here?" Foal asked. Dante hummed in thought. "Well, Atla's condition has greatly improved." That earned a beaming smile from the young tiger girl. "Siltveld hasn't really shown any major problems. Maybe sometime after their wave will be good." Dante wanted to make sure the alchemists weren't actually trying to sabotage him, as unlikely as that felt. "When will that be?" Foal asked. "Their wave is 3 days away," Dante informed her. "So we have to spend at least 3 more days in this cage?" Foal snipped. "Sister, be nice," Atla chided. "She does have a point," Dante said. "However, this place comes with security. Zeltable isn't exactly a friendly place." "I'll protect Atla with my life," Foal proclaimed. "I know you will. With that in mind, let's all go leveling. We can discuss living arrangements again afterwards," Dante said. With all the bonuses he could offer for his companion's growth, they'd soon be able to take on anyone that came their way. Sure, there likely were a few classed-up people here that might start trouble, but he doubted the pair would go looking for it. They got outside the slave market and got on Dio and Jojo. Foal tried to protest Atla riding with Dante, but had a similar problem joining him herself. Dante wasn't going to have both sisters riding the same Philolial, no matter how strong his kids were. In the end, with his defense taken into consideration, Foal reluctantly let Atla go with Dante while she went with Sedina. The group went out to hunt, with Dante having no pressing matters in Siltveld for the time being. Unlike her sister, who was used to being sickly, Foal quickly learned the pain of riding a fast Philolial. "The wrong hero." "Are you sure about this?" Sedina asked. "It'll be fine," Dante responded. "What are you even going to talk to her about?" "Don't know, only told her I would. It will probably end up being about making peace with her father, maybe something her mother or sister." The pair walked down the streets of Melromark, making their way to the castle. Dante had decided, after yesterday's wave, it was a good time to meet with the second princess. Or, simply princess, as he was learning. Some people still viewed Malti as a princess, while others didn't. It depended on which noble was asked. Lloyd still called her a princess, and so did a number of Siltveld nobles, while others there didn't. They dropped by Belukas's tent before heading to the castle. While the man didn't find any villagers, one of his men was chasing up a lead in a town to the east, near the country border leading to Zeltable. That could only be a good thing, since Dante now had Belukas's uncle in on the search. Once they arrived at the gatehouse, they were stopped by a guard. "Halt! The king has instructed us not to permit you, shield," the man stated. "I'm not here for the king, I'm here to meet with Princess Melty," Dante said, ignoring his new title. "As I said, you are not to be permitted," the guard reiterated. "And what will you do when the princess hears about this?" Dante inquired. "I doubt she'll be pleased. I won't repeat myself a third time." The guard grabbed the hilt of his sword, his partner doing the same. Out of the corner of his eye, Dante spotted a few other knights leaning over the battlements, bows at the ready. "I see," Dante said, nodding. He turned around and began walking away, Sedina right behind him. He shifted his shield to the voice Jengar shield he got a while back. Spinning on his heel, he lifted the shield to his mouth, and I, Dante MacRory, will be in the main market street to browse the available wares. His voice rang out loudly, causing a number of knights to hold their ears. You. The knight that was about to draw on him tried to speak, but he seemed to be busy getting the ringing sound out of his ears. Not wanting to stick around any longer, the two of them left for the market. "Do you think she heard that?" Sedina asked. "Maybe. If not, one of her mother's knights might have," Dante said. When they arrived in the market, it was about what Dante expected. None of the vendors looked their way. The people walking around also avoided them as much as they could. Most seemed afraid of him, with a few being brave enough to sneer at him. The latest rumors about him certainly took hold in the country's capital. Combined with the knights causing problems without consequence, it was no wonder the people were nervous. Of course, it might also have something to do with the fact that he and Sedina beat two other heroes in a battle if that news spread, of course. That was when Dante was missing an arm, too. At that moment, he was sporting the arm crafted by the rabbit alchemist, which was grafted to him after they returned to Siltveld yesterday. It seemed the owl alchemist had the arm she made ready as well, but the rabbit man got to Dante just a little bit faster. So far, the arm functioned the same as the one made by the alligator therianthrope, except he didn't feel like the arm didn't belong. When he visited Atla that morning to give her medicine, she hadn't noticed anything wrong with it. If nothing else, this alchemist was at least able to do that much. "Oh my! Look at that, little Dante," Sedina said, wrapping her arms around his unarmored one. He thought it best to switch back to his chimera armor while in Melromark. "Wow. That does look nice," Dante said, loosely looking at the accessory Sedina pointed at. He cast a glance around, trying to spot whoever was trying not to be seen. In a crowd of people that were pointedly trying to avoid eye contact, it wasn't easy. "How much for this?" she asked the vendor. "It's not for sale," the man replied, a worried look on his face. "Ah, not even for me?" she asked, batting her eyes at the man. "No," he said, looking away slightly. "Yeah, things are still pretty bad here." "Oh well." Dante gave a shrug. "We'll just have to find it elsewhere." The pair walked down the street, with the crowd of people parting as they approached. Dante didn't notice anyone trying to act inconspicuous, so whoever it was must have been behind them. If not before, then certainly after a minute of walking. Once they were just outside of the market area, they went down an alleyway. They traveled down that for a bit before rounding a corner. From there, it didn't take long at all. "Say, little Dante?" Sedina said. "Yes." "What do you say we have a bit of fun?" She trailed her hand across his neck. "What, out here?" he asked. "Anyone could just walk by. Doesn't that just make it more exciting?" She brought her face closer to his, nipping at his ear. "Maybe just a bit." He brought his hand up to her face, brushing her hair aside. He pulled her closer, pressing his lips against hers. Sedina pulled at his armor, trying to bring it down. A bit more of his neck became exposed. She trailed her lips across his skin, planting soft kisses as she went. Once she came back up to the side of his head. "Shield Prison V." Dante called out his skill, summoning the ball of chain shields down the alleyway they came from. "Took you long enough," Dante said as he rounded the corner. "I thought she might actually start stripping me." "Don't worry, little Dante," Sedina said, licking her lips. "Your fears are true. With a short chuckle, Dante approached the prison. Dismissing it, he reached forward and grabbed hold of something invisible. He pinned it to the wall, feeling what he believed to be a shoulder in his grip. "Reveal yourself or become a bloody mess on the wall," he threatened. In that instance, a black-garbed individual appeared where his hand was. "I bring word from Princess Melty." The person, undoubtedly a shadow, quickly said. "Well, that's about the smartest thing you could have said," Dante replied, releasing his grip. "What is it?" "Princess Melty wishes to meet with you." "In secret," the shadow emphasized. "Gee, I wonder why. Between her father and what the knights have been doing, it was pretty obvious." "So, when and where?" "The sooner, the better." "Right this way," the shadow said, leading them towards the exit of the alley. "By the way," Dante said before they reached the end, "if this is some sort of trap, and not a meeting with the princess, I have no problem killing our way out of it." "Of course, Sir Shield Hero," the shadow responded. Once out of the alley, they continued to follow the shadow. Of course, that wasn't how it appeared. In the shadow's place was an average-looking man, wearing average-looking clothes. It was the kind of appearance that anyone would overlook at a glance. "That's a pretty neat trick." The three of them went down a number of different streets before arriving at a house. It was a ways away from any of the more populated areas, so no one was around. Sedina and Dante didn't sense anyone either. Even if it was some sort of trap, more than enough time passed to bring his portal skill off of cooldown. The shadow knocked twice on the door. It was cracked open, revealing the face of a man in armor. He opened the door the rest of the way, allowing all three to enter. The shadow continued to lead them, the knight staying at his post near the door. 5 other knights were in the room as well, all standing guard. In the next room, Melty sat with another shadow standing beside her, discussing something. "Sir Shield Hero." Melty looked up at their approach. "Thank you for coming. I'm glad you called for me." "Ah, yeah." Dante laughed, looking off to the side. "If that's what you call what I did." It drew attention, but it was effective. Melty gestured to the free chairs. Dante and Sedina took their seats while their guide stood behind Melty, already looking like a shadow again. "Did you bring your fillolials?" she hesitantly asked. "No, sorry." Dante had already changed to his humming shield. "We needed a little space." In truth, they had been clinging to him a lot. They needed some time apart from him to get themselves together again. Being the strongest party member after Dante, Sedina came to keep him safe and give the kids some peace of mind. "Oh, I see," Melty said, dejected. "So, what would you like to discuss?" Dante started, trying to start the meeting before it stopped. "Right. I suppose the first thing should be the rumors regarding you," Melty said, seemingly picking up on that sentiment. "Yeah, about those I don't believe them," Melty announced, cutting off whatever Dante planned to say next. "I've looked into the claims and found that, while you did visit the places in question, you were selling medicine there." Dante nodded at her words. "Your shadows aren't just for show." Melty widened her eyes at that slightly. "You know about shadows?" "I have what I'm currently calling a cursory understanding of them." The shadow in Siltveld had told him a few things, some of which he thought he remembered about shadows. He did find it unlikely that the shadow would be lying about the same things he was basically able to verify from the books, so that was another point in his favor. "My mother said summoned heroes would have knowledge of our world," Melty said. "I suppose this is part of that." "You would be right," Dante acknowledged. "That said, I can't say I'm too impressed with their work." "Why is that?" Melty asked. A number of reasons, one of which being that we haven't seen one in Melromark before today. We did spot this one, after all. Dante explained, nodding to the shadow that acted as their guide. From my understanding, I would have thought all the heroes would have one tailing them, watching over them and reporting what they found. Heroes are, if nothing else, powerful military pieces. Melty sighed. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that. Say no more. Dante waved his hand. It was about state security, after all. There was still the possibility the man he killed before leaving Melromark was a shadow, but now wasn't the time to mention that. I see you were able to restore your arm. Melty pointed to his recreated limb. Yeah, that one is a little in the air. Dante said. What do you mean? This is the second one I had made. The first one didn't last more than a few days. It wasn't configured properly, I suppose. He wasn't about to mention he had to cut it off after fighting in a wave. At least, not all of those details. In that case, why don't I show you to an alchemist? Melty offered. We have one on call in the castle who dash. Do I need to explain why that's a bad idea? Dante interjected. I currently have a conflict with 2 of the 4 members of the royal family. Even if your father doesn't prevent the meeting, I don't want to give him the opportunity to interfere. He was pretty clear on his position about me last time. Melty sighed again. Then, I think it's time we discuss that as well. That was a can of worms waiting to be opened. For her part, Melty seemed honest about her desire to make peace between himself and her father. Unfortunately, Dante didn't have a real way to do that. He could try to force the truth out of Melty with a slave seal, but Altcray would call it a trick. Maybe Melty could act as her master, but that was still a big maybe, if any of that could happen at all. Alta might work, but he wasn't about to risk her just to clear his name. Altcray's actions in their last meeting didn't inspire confidence he could be civil in the presence of family, let alone a Hakuko that had his sister's face. Melty looked Dante in the eyes. What are your plans for my sister? Huh? That was not the question Dante expected. You mentioned you had unfinished business in Melromark before. That has something to do with my sister, doesn't it? Melty pressed on. No, it has nothing to do with your sister. Dante answered. It was for a separate matter. Dante didn't want Melty doing anything about the missing villagers. Besides Belukas's man just now finding a lead, he remembered what happened the last time she got involved in something. He didn't want to risk anyone influential and dangerous learning about his goal. Of course, there was the chance she already knew. Dante recalled how Belukas had some ties to the queen from the books and show, though that might have only been circumstantial. Since Dante was already able to gain companions, maybe she never reached out to the slave trader. I hope you don't take offense if I say that's hard to believe. Melty said. I don't, and that's fair. Dante said. Melty was a concern for reasons I'm not in a position to discuss. However, now that I know those reasons are no longer relevant, your sister has dropped significantly as a concern and priority. It was actually thanks to Lloyd that Dante was able to confirm that. After the wave, Lloyd took him to Fabry and let him register at their hourglass. Dante was then able to help collect Lloyd's monsters faster. In the meantime, he was able to meet with Fabry's king. It was an unpleasant experience. Keel thought so as well, since that's who Dante brought with him. The king was about as repulsive as Dante thought him to be. Dante was, however, able to verify that there was no tact Fabry. As far as the king knew, that is. The pig-like king was confident he would have heard about a genius born in his extended family, and Dante believed him. There was a weirdly honest air about him. That also led him to question Dante about the rape accusation against his niece. He wasn't mad about it, he just had a question. How did it feel to sample something that would soon belong to me? I hope you did more than take her virginity. Did you have a little taste too? Dante's skin crawled every time he thought about it. Kiel looked absolutely sick, even after they returned to Siltvelt. It certainly didn't help that the king made a pass at Kiel, something Dante didn't think he'd try to both a man and a therianthrope. It basically negated the whole point of bringing Kiel instead of one of the others. Dante did a lot of terrible things in his time, but he never shipped a woman off to a man like that. If Malti was anything short of a manipulate psychopath that delighted in the pain and suffering of others, he'd have to reconsider any plans he might have had to hand her over. If anything, I'd do something about your father first, since he holds more power and influence. Dante rid himself of his thoughts about the Pig King for now. That is precisely the kind of thing I want to avoid, Melty said, folding her hands together. Now is not the time for conflict. I couldn't agree more, but that's something he needs to hear. I could do something about him anytime I wish, but I don't. Dante explained. The reason I haven't taken action against your father is because I would have done worse if I was him. Then again, I never had the responsibility of leading a whole nation. What he did was incredibly stupid, likely bringing this country closer to war. Of course, if I find out he had something to do with what happened in Luralona. Dante decided to test the waters and see what she knew. While he told Eclair he'd wait for Morelia to return, it was entirely up to Altcray whether or not a confrontation happened. After questioning all those nights, Dante still didn't know if Altcray had any involvement. All he knew was that Devon Mallory organized them. He now being a station knight in the castle was not a good indicator for Altcray. The killing of those emissaries was still up in the air. At the bare minimum, he took no action against the knights involved. Part of the reason for coming back here, aside from talking with Melty, was to see if any wanted posters were up. If they were, Dante would have considered bringing his party over to handle things now. They'd be more than a match for anyone they came across, with the exception being the other heroes and possibly Altcray and the Pope. Dante hadn't met the priest yet, so he didn't know his level. The king and church would have numbers, but that would be the only other thing. There wasn't a solid plan, more like the potential for one. You mean the wave? Melty asked. Dante couldn't sense any political maneuvering in her voice, suggesting she really didn't know. Not hearing about it from Morelia was one thing, since her spies may not have reached her in time. It was another to not hear anything since returning to Melromark. Forget I mentioned it. If she didn't know, Dante doubted the information-gathering skills of these shadows. Or, at the very least, what they're sent to find out. It seemed like Melty couldn't really be relied on here. From there, the talks continued on. Dante ended up telling Melty they traveled to Zeltable, since the border towards Fabry was heavily guarded. Dante had done some traveling in that area during a few breaks on their way to Siltvelt. If going to Zeltable would have been difficult with the knights there, getting to Fabry would have been impossible. Melty promised to find out what happened, but Dante told her not to look too deeply. The church was the likely culprit. While a few knights had the royal family's sigil, most didn't. It seemed that after the hero summoning, Morelia warned Melty about the church as well, since they were likely the ones responsible for it. Dante had asked in Fabry, but Morelia had already left before he arrived. It seemed she was going around and putting out fires, trying to keep other countries from invading. In the end, Dante actually ended up agreeing to wait for Morelia to return before communicating with Altcray again. Even Melty was aware how a single talk could spark a conflict. If the man tried to take his companions again, however, all bets were off. As for Malty, they simply agreed to disagree. From Melty's point of view, Dante raped her sister. From Dante's, she framed him for fun or political points. Neither side was particularly interested in seeing things from the other's perspective, so it was dropped. One piece of information that Melty did give him, however, involved Melromark's line of succession. My sister willingly gave up her claim to the throne. She told him. Okay, I can understand if she merely told Melty this. That way, she could appear okay with it and not look like she's out to get Melty. Even if it was told in front of a bunch of witnesses, she could later try to claim her mother forced her to. I don't see as much benefit in that over getting removed from the line by Morelia. Maybe it has something to do with Fabry's king? Man, I really don't get these political maneuvers. If Eddie were here, he'd have figured this all out by now. What do you mean? It's obvious. Malty is trying to blah, blah, blah. With nothing left to say, they agreed to meet again after Melromark's next wave. Hopefully, enough time would have passed, and Dante's contributions in the wave would earn him some points with Alt-Cray. That was Melty's wish, in any case. Dante highly doubted it. The wrong hero. After returning to Siltveld, Dante and Sedina found a maid waiting for them in his room. She bowed before she spoke. Lord Shield, a number of leaders wish to have an audience with you. May I inform them of your return? Dante cast a glance at Sedina. I suppose. What's this about? He asked. My apologies, Lord Shield, but I was only told to inform you of their desires. I don't know what they wish to discuss. The maid said, bowing again. All right. Dante looked to Sedina. I guess I'll meet back up with you at supper. Oh, your retainer is welcome to attend. The maid informed him. Oh my, how exciting! Sedina enthused. I'm sure it won't be. Dante said, fully expecting this meeting to be a bit of a pain. They followed the maid from his room and to the throne room, not one of the conference rooms like Dante had thought. He sat on the throne with Sedina standing next to him, while the maid left. After about 10 minutes or so, the doors to the throne room opened, revealing over 36 nobles. It was quite the leap from a number. They lined up along the sides of the room, waiting for everyone to enter. He noticed a number of them right away. Werner, Girales, the old Ginmu, that clan head of the Aotatsu, plus many of the leaders that were at the last big meeting. Werner stood out from the lineup, standing before the throne. Lord Shield, thank you for coming before us. It's no problem. Dante said. What's this about? Yes, Lord Shield. Before you stand many powerful tribe heads in Siltveld. We have come with potential suitors for you. Werner said, bowing. I'm pretty sure we already covered this. Dante pointed out. For every beneficial thing you give me dash. Oh, no, Lord Shield. Werner quickly corrected Dante's thoughts. The women we are bringing you are marriage partners. Oh my. Sedina sounded, echoing Dante's sentiments. Before he could say anything, women started entering the room. Unlike the women from his first night here, however, they were calmer. There was a certain air of dignity about them. He was about to ask about it, but then he realized the reason. The women before probably weren't that important, at least relatively politically. Perhaps one of the better things they could have hoped for was carrying the shield hero's child. These women, on the other hand, were looking to make a formal alliance with him. They had to show that they were capable of being powerful political leaders. Dante waved the Shisaku closer to him to speak somewhat privately. Werner, what is this? Why do you think this is a good idea? Dante asked the Shisaku. We are simply looking to improve your ability to govern here, Lord Shield. Werner answer. Dante didn't buy that for a second. It was pretty clear which side this was favoring. I'll manage on my own for now. Dante said. With everything else going on in the world, marriage should be lower on the list. But Lord Shield, having an heir is important. Werner pointed out. That actually did give Dante pause. From their point of view, their god was injured due to the last wave he participated in. If they lost him now, they'd have to wait until the next round of summons, and he wasn't even sure when that'd be. If he died, he had no idea what Vittoria would do, if anything. Still, I wouldn't be able to come to a decision for some time. And besides, Dante was quickly noticing a pattern with the women arriving. Werner, perhaps you weren't made aware how much I cared, but I don't plan on laying with children. While a fair number looked like proper adults, there were more than enough that looked like teenagers. A couple of them looked like they might be younger than that, though they were also therianthropes, so it was a bit hard to tell. Not at all, Lord Shield. Werner shook his head. All the women here are adults, and not through leveling. Some, however, were also chosen to match Lord Shield's preferences. And what, exactly, is my preference? Dante asked with a distinct edge in his tone. Forgive my tact, but Lord Shield seems to prefer things that look cute. What? It wasn't what he was imagining. Many of us have heard of your fondness for monsters that look cute, such as your adoptive children. Werner went on. Your familiar seems to fall into that category as well. Yeah, okay. It was hard to dispute that. While he didn't design it, that small cacodemon was pretty adorable. Still, there was a line between liking cute things and wanting to marry someone because they're cute. Besides, Werner continued, if you are concerned about your harem, having a wife or, more likely, multiple wives wouldn't affect that. You would be encouraged to continue. And, if this is a concern as well, your relationship with this woman could continue on. Werner gestured to Sedina. Dante was about to speak out, when... Oh no, little Dante. They found me out. Sedina slid over to Dante and laid on his lap, draping herself over the throne's armrests. She immediately jumped into the new situation. Dante sighed heavily and slid down into the seat, face in his hand. Why do I bother hide anything? Is this what it feels like to be a politician? I really don't care for it. Had he known they'd figure it out anyway, he'd have just kept fluffing Dio and Jojo's wings and scratching Rafana's ears too. Well, he did help clean his kids' wings in the bath. One by one, the tribe heads came forward with their selected suitor. Dante knew it would be a long meeting. The wrong hero. After finishing several hours of introductions and short conversations, Dante was ready to be done. The only consolation was that he had Sedina on him the entire time. It helped to take the edge off a bit. He told those present he would consider all that they had to offer and would get back with them at a later date. He would try to put that off as long as he could, which seemed like it could indeed be a long while. One of the servants had taken notes for him to review later. Most of those in attendance began to leave the room. One, however, stayed behind. Lord Shield, may I have a word? Girales asked, approaching the throne. Of course. Dante said. Talking with Girales was like working on a jigsaw puzzle he didn't know the end result of. He had an outline, but not a lot of the inner pieces. And, really, he could go for any sort of stimulation right about now. It's in regards to your visits to Kurokan village. I see. Dante felt more on guard with that addition. If you are concerned about taking that woman you meet as a concubine, you needn't worry. Only the most ardent of demi-human supremacists would object, and those ones are very much a minority. Further dash. Stop! Dante yelled. What's with you all about this? I get that lineage is important to you all, but still. Dante shook his head. I'm not going there to have sex with anyone. I'm just they remind me of my old family, is all. It was becoming apparent that their surveillance of him extended beyond the use of shadows and hidden observers. It wasn't as if he hid the fact that he was going there, but that they knew he was seeing a particular person, or people, was troubling. Some of the guards there must have seen him leave the house and said something. That family hadn't mentioned any trouble, so Dante wasn't too concerned yet. That is a relief. Girales placed his paw over his chest. You are a demi-human supremacist, I take it? Dante all but accused. It is self-evident that we are superior, Lord Shield. Is that not why you surround yourself with demi-humans? To be precise, for we're demi-humans, 2 were monsters, and 1 was human. Even then, the human wasn't really sought out. If Eclair had been imprisoned in Melromark's dungeon, Dante wasn't sure what he would have done. Seeing Melty there, he probably would have asked to free her. In fact, he could easily see himself taking her in to protect her. Alt-Cray, or possibly the church, wouldn't have been happy with her freedom. That's just how it ended up happening. It's the same with those same demi-humans having a therianthrope transformation. Dante told the lion therianthrope. I was more surprised that no one had a problem with them having slave seals. We gathered that the seals weren't meant to keep them in line. Perhaps it's a means to have direct access to their status for growing stronger. Girales explained. While it's frowned upon, it technically isn't illegal to own demi-humans as slaves here. Interesting. Dante pondered the implications. I would have assumed it was, and I was an exception. Given what I know, I figured this place would be like a mirror of Melromark, right down to lords torturing human slaves for fun. Why would we do that? Girales asked without a shred of sarcasm, though there was an edge. Demi-humans are already superior. Torturing humans like that would be lowering ourselves to their level. No self-respecting noble of Siltveld would do such a thing. Ha! Your racism is actually comforting, and I'm not okay with that. Then again, after learning what Idle has done, I suppose my bar for acceptable behavior has lowered a bit. That does bring up your own political knowledge. Girales continued on. Given your lack of expertise in the area, I would be more than happy to help in that regard, provided you marry one of my daughters, of course. I will continue to do what I do best, and you will be able to focus solely on what your strengths are. Dante could practically see the physical manifestation of the political maneuvering in his words. I'll take that into consideration. After saying his piece, Girales excused himself from the room. All that remained now were Dante and Sedina. She still lay draped over him, not a care in the world. This world continues to surprise me, Dante said, patting Sedina on her shoulder. The woman in question simply leaned up and wrapped her arms around Dante's neck. Come on. Supper's ready to get served. But I'm so comfortable here, Sedina said with a silly grin. Yeah, we got a bit of good news tonight. The fact that they didn't seem to view Sedina as a political threat was good. Since she didn't have a strong family here, they probably figured there was no chance he would marry her, let alone have her be his first wife. And we have some good news for later, too, Sedina said. What do you mean? Dante asked. Did anyone do any big service for you today? Sedina asked with a wink. I think I get you all to myself tonight. Oh. She was right. That was some good news. Well, yes, I think you do. But, we have to take care of something else first. Oh. What's that? Sedina asked, but then looked at the movement to her right. I think this arm needs to go, Dante said, casting a glance at the exposed limb. It was faint, but he could already spot a few emerging blotches on his shoulder. He hadn't thought much of it earlier, given the long meeting, but he realized his arm had started going numb. If he had to take a guess, the curse after effect targeted the nerves of this arm first. Next was the owl woman's turn. Hopefully hers would work longer. As a small consolation, it seemed like it wasn't sabotage, for whatever relief that brought him. Notes. I wrote over 80% of this chapter yesterday because I like to suffer. Next chapter will be Siltvelt's wave. Dante, you have to use an axe to chop down trees. What? But I'm punching one right now. Dante sat next to Mary, controller in hand as the two played a familiar game. But axes go faster. An axe made of wood can chop down a tree? That's just silly. It was one of Eddie and Gloria's date nights. Dante watched over his niece while the couple was out. More often than not, he'd bring over a pizza and the two of them would play a game. The one Mary had gotten into a few months ago was a neat one called Minecraft. Here, I'll give you an iron axe. You don't like my tree punching skills? The girl was trying her best to help her uncle play the game, and the man was trying his best to tease his niece about said game. You know what, forget the tree. I'm going to go beat up that mountain, Dante proclaimed. Dante! You need a pickaxe to get stone. Mary tried to tell him. At least make a wood one. Wood? To break stone? So silly. Dante had his character rush off to the mountain, Mary trying her best to give him the proper tool. Say, do you guys need any wood? Dante asked, looking toward Marcus and Kasia as they sat in their small home. Wood, Lord Shield? Marcus asked, confused by the question. Yeah, you know? From a tree? I can go chop one down for you, Dante offered. Lord Shield. We couldn't ask that of you, Kasia stuttered. You aren't. I'm offering, Dante pointed out. Besides, I apparently have woodcutting skills and just want an excuse to try chopping down a tree barehanded. That, or I can try punching a tree until it falls over. My stats are pretty crazy. Can you really do that? Lucia asked, looking up at Dante. You bet I can, Dante proudly proclaimed. Dante continued to joke around with the family, enjoying the time he was spending there. The wrong hero. Lazily, Dante shifted in his bed. It was another day in this video game-like world. Tomorrow, there would be another wave to fight in with his party, this one in Siltvelt. 2 days after that, there was a wave in Zeltable. There would be time today to plan for Siltvelts. Dante went to rub his eyes, but found his arms were preoccupied. His left arm. Oh, right, we took that one off for the alchemist to inspect. Dante found it somewhat worrying how easygoing he was about taking off his own arm, but there were so many things he'd witnessed in his nearly 2 months of being here. With all the magic, strange creatures, and transforming people, not to mention the harsh nature of the world, having his arm cut off didn't seem that big of a deal anymore. His right arm, however, was currently being held captive by the woman lying next to him. With the easygoing smile on her peaceful face, one would be forgiven for thinking she was sleeping. Dante knew better. He'd gotten used to her slightly different facial expressions. I'm going to need that arm back, Dante whispered into her ear. Maybe later, she replied, cozying up to it more. Now, Sedina, that's not fair, Dante told her. I don't have a second arm to hold you with. Sedina hummed as she let go, repositioning herself on top of him. Her bare breasts rested on his chest as she looked into his eyes, her head propped up on her folded hands. Is this better? Yes, thank you, Dante said with a smile, bringing his arm around her waist. He hadn't realized how much he missed sleeping next to her. Waking up next to her was even better, especially like this. It had only been a week since they arrived in Siltvelt, but it felt much longer. So, Sedina trailed a finger across Dante's chest. What are we doing today? Dante slid his hand over the top of her firm ass, passing over her cool, rubber-like skin. The Claw hero should be here today. We'll meet with him and go over some strategies for the wave. There are a number of knights willing to go with us, so we'll need to figure that out. The owl woman should have my new arm prepared. Hopefully, that one will stick. Before things get too hectic, I'll swing by Zeltable to give Alta her medicine. Other than all that, light training. Sedina nodded at his words. I think we should practice our endurance some more. Ha! You're insatiable. Dante gave her a quick squeeze, earning a pleased hum. Do you not want to? Sedina leaned closer to him, her lips grazing against his. I never said that. Their lips met, Dante bringing up his hand to run his fingers through the hair on the back of her head. Not that I'm complaining, he said between kisses, but is there any particular reason? Sedina gave her answer in the form of a light bite on the side of his neck. I just want to do this while I can. Ah. Dante slid his hand down to her lower back again. How long do you have? A little over a week until it's not safe again. Then there's plenty of time. Dante said, rolling Sedina on her back and placing himself on top. We'll just have to do something big to celebrate after the next wave. That sounds wonderful. Sedina wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned up. Before she could make contact, however, a knock sounded at the door. She sighed and lay back down. With a light-hearted scoff, Dante slid off of her. What is it? They heard the voice of one of the castle maids. You wish to be informed when the alchemist arrived, Lord Shield. Already? It was still pretty early, though it was her time to shine, he supposed. All right, we'll be ready shortly. Still with a pleased smile on her face, Sedina lay on her side as she looked at Dante. I'm torn between taking you right now, and waiting for you to have your arm back. Show a little restraint, please. Dante said, getting up from the bed and moving to the wash basin that was left in the room. I know you can. You behaved yourself in the throne room yesterday. You know, aside from lying on my lap in the first place. You loved it. Sedina said, joining him. The wrong hero. After cleaning up, the third alchemist was shown to Dante's room. Normally, the room would only be used for sleeping and one other activity, but Dante decided using it to attach his new arm would be fine. Besides, he'd need to stay lying down while the arm was attached, if the last two attempts were any indication. This bed was the most comfortable place around. The arm seemed to take well, but the same could be said for the last two also. The healer from the church had reiterated that there would be complications from what remained of the curse. Time might help, especially if it was cured early, but she wasn't sure about this injury. This alchemist had the benefit of learning from two failures, so Dante had higher hopes. At this point, if it lasted more than 2 days, Dante would be happy. After that, there was a meeting with the knights who would be participating in the wave. Werner explained who the knights were, that being, their families and their general abilities. Their levels were high enough to participate and they had enough combat experience under their belts. A commander was selected among them and they were left to work out their formations. The only mission they had was to protect any civilians during the wave. Dante and his party would handle the bulk of the enemy, plus the boss. In the late afternoon, the Claw hero was announced to have arrived. That fell in line with what he'd told the Siltvelt leadership about returning for the wave. It was also a good indication that he was indeed the Claw hero, and not that fox woman, since he returned right when the portal location became available. Dante regretted not taking the time to listen to the drama CD he heard about, since the Claw hero was supposedly talked about, but he got enough information from a later book and the spin-off. The doors to the throne room were pushed open. In their place stood a towering werewolf. He didn't seem to wear much in his therianthrope form, just a vest with shoulder guards and what could generously be called shorts. Blue fur covered his large muscles, a number of scars present on his body, and a rather fine-looking metal claw adorned his natural right claw. He strode forward, passing the kneeling knights that lined the walls. He approached the throne Dante sat in. The rest of Dante's party looked at the claw hero cautiously. Dante figured there was some chance this was the fox woman from Tak's group, but it was pretty unlikely. He didn't sense any bloodlust from the man nor Lloyd, for that matter not like he first did with Reiko. At the very least, if Tak did exist, he didn't seem to be making any moves. Of course, that might lead to other issues down the line. Dante was pretty sure Tak went around killing other reincarnated. Some had weapons, while others were something like competition for him. Now, those possibly reincarnated would potentially cause problems for Dante. As far as I know, Tak doesn't exist. Or, at the very least, the soul that belongs to Tak isn't where it should be. Storing those worries for later, Dante looked up as the claw hero finally reached the throne. "It's good to meet you," Dante said, standing up. "I'm the shield hero, Dante MacRory." Rubelt Warbolt, claw hero of Siltvelt. The giant responded evenly with a bow. He stole a glance at an annoyed-looking Werner as he leaned back up. "I'll transform at once." In a puff of smoke, the werewolf was replaced with a rugged-looking man. Dante placed him somewhere around his real age, likely a bit older. The man had a certain air of confidence about him, but not quite arrogance. He reminded Dante a little of Kat, honestly. Of course, Kat wasn't almost a foot taller than Dante. She did have a similar face scar, though. "I look forward to working with you," Dante said, extending his hand. "Likewise," Rubelt responded. Instead of shaking hands, the werewolf grabbed Dante's forearm. A little odd, but not too out there. That action reminded him of Kat's uncle. "If you have some time, I'd like you to spar with some of my companions." Specifically. Dante swept his arm around, landing in Raphtalia's direction. She stood tall in her therianthrope form, though Rubelt was taller while transformed. "She needs more practice in her therianthrope form, and I was hoping someone of your size would be able to instruct her on how to deal with smaller opponents." Part of it was that, part of it was checking out this supposed claw hero, and part was to get practice with Raphtalia's new weapon. The Dark Tyrannosaurus had a few drops to it, with the best of them being a greatsword. Unlike others that he had seen, this one was made for someone bigger, around Sedina or Raphtalia's transformed size. Its stats were much better than Raphtalia's current sword, and it had a rather large bonus to agility, balancing out its imposing size. For someone like Raphthalia, who was used to quick attacks and now had a strong form, it seemed like the perfect fit. Rubelt gazed at the tall Tanuki woman, who almost seemed to shrink back. "Is now good?" he asked. Dante smirked while he nodded, looking between the two. "Yeah, now would be good. The courtyard should do. Shall we?" "Ah, Lord Shield?" As they started to move out, Werner called out to Dante. "Yes." Dante turned, giving the rest of them the go-ahead to head out. A look from Sedina told him she didn't sense anything from the supposed werewolf. Dante gave her the same indication. From his appraisal, Dante saw Rubelt's level was around 90. He somewhat remembered that Fox could use illusions, but he wasn't sure if disguising status was possible like that. Even if it was, doing so now wouldn't really be beneficial. A high-level hero would be expected. When the others left the throne room, Dante and Werner were left with the remaining knights. "I know there are some procedures you don't understand, but I must speak with you about them." "Oh." Werner proceeded to talk to Dante about how he should act with Rubelt in the future. Specifically, the claw hero had a habit of going off on his own and training for long periods of time with little contact with others. He also enjoyed a good fight whenever one was offered. "He sounds like a real meathead." Not that I'm complaining, Eclair sounded similar in the books. When Dante came out to the courtyard, Raphthalia and Rubelt clashed, both in their transformed states. Raphtalia's speed wasn't to be underestimated, but the claw hero certainly seemed to have a number of bonuses to his agility. He deflected attacks Dante could tell were easily avoidable to the veteran hero. Rubelt looked to be the type to train others while sparring. "Sir MacRory, a word?" Eclair asked as she approached. "What's up?" Dante answered, keeping his eyes on the match. "It's come to my attention that a few noble women of Siltveld have been approaching Kiel," she told him. "Ah!" Kiel shouted from across the courtyard. He started running over to them like a dog. You didn't have to tell him. His hearing was something else. I thought it best to make him aware of what was going on. Eclair stated evenly. "Ha! Good for you, Kiel." Dante nodded. After the first night here, the castle staff became a lot looser about where the party could go. Dante's only real rule for his party, aside from not eating anything offered without him to check it, was to be in groups of at least 2. "You sleep with anyone?" "And no." Kiel stuttered as he came to a stop and stood. "But I could." "Sure, you could, but you shouldn't," Dante said. "Why not?" "You are," Kiel argued. "I'm a hero, and the women I'm sleeping with are trying to get pregnant with a hero's child." Dante looked down at Kiel. "Is that what you want? To have a child with someone you don't love?" Kiel lowered his head. His silence was answer enough. "I'm pretty sure politics isn't your thing," he told the dog boy. "Politics isn't really my thing either, but even I can see what's happening. The nobles of Siltveld care about heritage and bloodlines, even more so than what would be normal. To the women who are approaching you, your bloodline is being a companion of the shield hero." Kiel looked back up. "So, what, the only women that are interested in me are trying to get close to you? If they're nobles, it's a higher possibility. I'm not saying it's impossible that they genuinely want to be with you, but it's something to watch out for. You don't have years of experience watching people lie to your face," Dante said. Most of those liars were actually speaking to Eddie, but Dante usually stood next to him. More than once, someone thought it was a smart move to try and pull a gun on Eddie during negotiations. That also helped Dante hone his ability to detect bloodlust. "What should I do then?" Kiel asked. "Wait until you find someone you love," Dante said plainly. "I've been with a lot of different women, most of whom were prostitutes. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that nothing compares to being held by someone you hold dear." Dante gazed over at Sedina, who seemed to be having a match with both Jojo and Dio. Watching her parry their attacks and move about, it was almost like dancing. Dante was fully aware it was part her skill, part his view of her. "Or, I could take care of any pent-up feelings you have," Dante said offhandedly. "What?" Kiel shouted. "Sir MacRory." Eclair responded similarly. "What?" Dante cocked his head with a smirk. "The only other real option would be hiring a prostitute, and I'm willing to bet a decent amount are human slaves. Even if the nobles didn't abuse slaves, businessmen were another thing. Even if they weren't slaves, or human, Dante didn't imagine things would turn out well, politically or personally. I'm willing to do what I must for my party. You." Kiel couldn't seem to find the words. Dante leaned down. "I was planning on spending the night with Sedina, but I think she'd see this was more important at the moment." "No thanks," Kiel yelled, running off towards Rifana. She'd kept watching both of the matches. Dante just laughed as he turned back to watch Raftalia and Rubelt. "Sir MacRory, are you perhaps?" Eclair trailed off with her question. "Of course I am," Dante said, a smirk and raised eyebrow on his face. "Can't you tell with how I am with Sedina, as well as the women of Siltveld? Of course I'm entirely gay." Right. Eclair nodded, understanding. "You are an impressive liar, that much is true." Oh, I was serious, Dante said, regaining her focus. Not the gay thing, but about sleeping with Keel. You. It was Eclair's turn to be at a loss for words. I mean, I'd ask for a favor from one of the tribe heads, maybe find out Keel's preferences first, and have a woman spend the night with him. They could do everything with the exception of actual sex. If he wasn't interested, then I'd step up. So, then, you are interested in men? Eclair asked. Nope. Dante shook his head. Totally straight. Tested that out years ago. It was a question Gloria had brought up at one point, though she didn't think he'd go out and hire someone for that. Eclair didn't have any more questions about it, or she didn't want to ask, so they watched the remainder of the fights in silence. Raphtalia's use of the great sword was pretty good. Dante thought she'd use more forms suited to a short sword, but she adapted well. Eclair was quite the instructor. That's enough, Rubelt said, ending the fight. Raphtalia lowered her sword at his call. From what I can tell, you have high stats, but your skill doesn't match with your level. If I had to guess, I'd say you were in a party where the others brought in XP for you. Well, that's not inaccurate. But I wouldn't say you're an amateur with that blade. Rubelt continued. With a little training, you could be a force to be reckoned with. Thank you, Mr. Rubelt, Raphtalia said with a slight bow. This was good. If Eclair could switch over her training, Dante could easily see Raphtalia being a match for Sedina. That was before she got anything else from her heritage, if and when that ever happened. Fighting against anti-hero assassins wasn't something Dante particularly wanted to do at any point, though he was sure his luck wouldn't hold out forever. As the day continued on, they all trained with one another to prepare for the wave. They practiced with the knights as well. Dante felt they were a bit lucky last time, since there didn't seem to be that many wave monsters. There were more zombies and locusts in Melromark's wave than there were dinosaurs in Otthills. Dante figured the dinosaurs were quite a bit stronger, so there were less of them. Quality over quantity, that sort of thing. The higher levels of him, Lloyd, and their parties helped reduce the risk, but more troops on the ground would be better for crowd control, like the volunteers in Otthill. After a while, Dante pulled Rubelt aside. He switched to the humming shield to speak, while Rubelt reverted to his smaller form. I wanted to talk to you about something, Dante said. Lord Shield, if this is what I think it is. Rubelt didn't quite look uncomfortable, but maybe a little uneasy. I don't swing that particular way. What are or for God's sake? Dante shook his head. Does the Shield hero really have the image of a sexual deviant in Sylvelt's history or something? Actually, don't answer that. Part of him was curious, but a larger part didn't want to know. Even if it was true, Dante wasn't going to try capitalizing on it, aside from the sex merit proposal Girali's put forward. Then how can I help? Rubelt asked. It's how I can help you, Dante said, bringing up his shield. Did you know there are ways to improve your weapon, aside from using weapon copy and unlocking monster part weapons? How do you mean? The Claw hero asked. I'm going to share with you 2 methods for increasing the power of your weapon, both of them using ores. From what Dante recalled from the books and web novel, the Fox and Tex group had some sort of issue with raccoons. In a later volume, he understood it better. Dante saw none of that in Rubelt's mock battle with Raphtalia. Add that to the occasional claw skill he threw out, Dante was confident this claw hero was the real deal. That, or that Fox was a very convincing actress and illusionist. I've never heard of such a thing, Rubelt said. I'm sure. Dante nodded. But it does work. You just need to believe it does. Rubelt gave him what passed for a blank look on his otherwise stoic face. I know, it's not such an easy thing, but it's the truth. Consider this, when we practiced, I took some direct hits from you and barely took damage, if any at all. Shield hero or not, surely your strength isn't something to scoff at. HRRM. Rubelt crossed his arms in thought. You have a point. I even know the power-up method of the claw, Dante said. The short version, repeatedly using skills and spells makes them better. How do you know that? Rubelt asked dubiously. Call it summoned hero knowledge. So. The claw hero looked to think for a moment before responding. All right. How does it work? Dante clapped his hands together. Great. So, here's what you do. He explained both the smelting and or equip methods to the claw hero. Rubelt nodded at his explanation, saying he saw the information pop up in his status. As a quick test, Dante had him say a few of the slot amounts for a couple of claws, as well as asking what ore was required to smelt them. Rubelt couldn't answer the second one, which was the right answer to give. You'll be able to use any ores you have in your item drops, plus you can absorb ores and store them in a separate inventory for the power-ups. Dante explained. Dante wasn't about to tell him all the different power-up methods. He wanted to make sure he could trust the man first. That was the reason he hadn't told Lloyd any of them. The young man seemed earnest enough, but one could never be too careful when giving others a lot of power. The rest of the day was spent going over the different plans for the wave. What spells and skills Dante would power up, how to allocate the Axis stat points ability, that sort of thing. This would be Siltvelt's third wave, same as Othill's. Dante wanted to be prepared. The wrong hero. Dante stood with his party. The knights and Rubelt were nearby, as was a large gathering of nobles to see them off. Dante had on his fire god armor from Girales, ready to mow down any enemies they saw upon teleporting. Rubelt had a mount with him, a Torella, or land dragon, so he was ready to move quickly. It seemed rather well trained, since it didn't bat an eye at Dante's kids. The same couldn't be said for the two Philolials, who couldn't help but give it dirty looks. The same was true for the Torellas of the knights. The whip hero, however, wasn't present. Dante asked him about it when they parted ways, but he was adamant about not coming. The agreement between the nations, after Melromark summoned all the cardinal heroes, was that none of the 7-star heroes were to go to Melromark. Since Siltvelt now had a cardinal hero, plus the claw hero, Lloyd didn't want to overstep. Dante said that was fine, since he didn't really understand all the politics behind it all. Dante had his powered-up shields ready to go. His access to Siltvelt's resources helped bring up the smelting level of his shields, bringing his main ones to +5 or +6. He was also able to boost their rarity to SR, super rare. There were 4 in total that had their own uses. The stout shield still had the highest defense. The dark Tyrannosaurus shield came close, but its effects were suited to keeping a single enemy pinned. The shield of the Beast King became available and ended up being his all-around shield. The stats had a good spread for a variety of uses, but nothing really stood out. Finally, his Spell Cobalt shield maintained its position as the anti-magic shield. All's weight power 4. All's weight magic 4. All's weight speed 4. All's weight guard V. Dante cast every support spell he had, including one he picked up the past few days of studying. Zweight spells were getting easier and easier for him to learn. Dryfa spells, unfortunately, were still out of reach. His higher level helped in learning spells, but the Dryfa rank spells were a bit more difficult to comprehend. Rifana, on the other hand, was getting close. I should find some time and go to Calmira for that aura spell. Even if that place is part of Melromark, it's not like anyone could stop me from walking around there. The familiar sound of shattering glass echoed around them, and everyone was teleported to the site of the wave. Dante had begun casting Zweight Fire Squall, but there were no monsters near their destination. He looked at the cracks in the sky, but didn't see any monsters raining down, which was odd. There were a few larger cracks that caught Dante's eye. According to both Lloyd and Rubelt, and what he remembered from Melremark's wave, the wave boss was around one of the larger cracks that reached the surface. He was also informed that attacking the wave crack at ground level helped slow the spread of monsters. Sometimes it was also necessary to do so to end the wave, in addition to killing the boss. Dante figured it was because the world on the other side was still battling, but he wasn't really sure. As he was about to mount Dio to head for the wave, Dante caught sight of the scenery. It looked familiar to him. Too familiar. His eyes darted around until he saw the outskirts of a village he'd seen too often. Sedina looked at what Dante saw. Is that Kurokin? That's Kurokin! Dante shouted, taking off in the direction of the village. He didn't get more than 5 steps before his arm was grabbed. Dante, wait! Raphtalia exclaimed, holding him back. It seemed that while Dante's agility was still a little higher, she had him beat in overland speed, no doubt thanks to her enhanced form. Let go! I have to go! Dante yelled, trying to pull himself from her grip. Before he could, a transformed Sedina grabbed his other arm while Rifana blocked his path. Mr. Dante, please stop! Rifana yelled. We have to fight the wave boss. She's right, little Dante. Sedina said. If we don't, monsters will keep coming. Dante knew they were right, but he couldn't leave the village. He couldn't let it happen again. Lord Shield! The commander of the knights called, giving a salute. Let us handle the village. That is why you brought us with you. Dante wanted to argue, he wanted to leave the boss to the Claw Hero while he went to the village. But, he knew that wasn't the best course of action. He couldn't throw out the plan they all came up with just because of his personal feelings. All right. Dante said, accepting the situation. Raphtalia and Sedina released him. Go, quickly! He ordered. The mounted knights quickly took off in the direction of the village. At their speed, they'd be there in no time. Dante hesitated, but he knew what he had to do. He and his party mounted the Philolials, 3 on each, and set off in the direction of the larger cracks. The 2 they were heading for seemed like they wouldn't be too far apart, so the group started heading to a spot in between them to try and spot the boss. If they couldn't find it near either one, they'd move on to the next largest crack. After only a couple minutes of riding, they came across a few red-robed people. The Philolials slowed so Dante could speak with them. Hey! Have any of you seen any dangerous-looking wave monster? Dante asked, hoping for a hint at where the boss might be. In response, the nearest robed figure turned towards him. Their face was covered with a hood and white mask, something like those theater masks. This one had a gleeful expression on it. Without a second of hesitation, the masked person leapt forward, slashing with their sword. Ow! Dio yelped as the sword cut into her side. She swung her foot, knocking back her assailant while keeping her passengers on board. The next 2 robed figures lunged at Dio too, one wielding a spear with the other holding an axe. Dante was prepared this time. Shooting Star Shield 7. He brought up his barrier, stopping the attackers. The party and Rubelt quickly dismounted, ready to fight as more robed figures came into view and ran at them. Who are these people? Dante asked, watching as a closely grouped set of 5 came close. Shield Prison V. He summoned the sphere of shields, binding the group inside. Could they be from the 3 Heroes Church? Eclair mused, striking down the first robed figure to approach her side of the barrier. I've never heard of them wearing such things. Maybe they're shadows? Sedina proposed. They could be disguised. I don't think they're people. Jojo said, launching one away with his heavy mallet. Yeah, these weirdos kinda smell like monsters. Dio agreed, blasting a few back with her wings. Dante looked at the attackers again with his appraisal. The The same name appeared again and again, red-robed jester. These are the wave monsters? Dante looked around at the approaching horde. It was a strange sight to behold. Not only the sight, but the sounds too. It wasn't the moans like the zombies in Loot, nor the screams like the ones Reiko had created. Instead, cries of "we" and "woo" were heard all around. Personally, Dante almost preferred the other two. In any case, the monsters quickly gathered around them. Swords, spears, axes, staffs, knives, a whole assortment of weapons were present. Dante thought he also spotted a pair of nunchakus at one point, but he couldn't find them again. The enemy appeared quickly, but didn't seem too strong. They seemed to die in a single hit, though everyone present was pretty tough. That wasn't to say the wave monster's attacks weren't strong. Despite his spell, Dio was injured, though it was light and Rifana was able to heal that injury quickly. With a continued assault, they were able to break down his shooting star shield. Change shield 2. Dark Tyrannosaurus shield. Tower shield 4. Airstrike shield 6. Change shield 2. He quickly changed out his shield and expanded it, letting the enemy launch themselves at it and electrocute themselves on the shield's spikes. It was a secondary feature, aside from pinning down a single enemy. They really did have little defense, since they ended up dying quickly. The airstrike shield helped prevent the enemies from swarming all around them. That, and transforming it into his Dark Tyrannosaurus shield allowed it to shock more enemies. Upgrading the Change Shield skill gave him a pool of charges. He could spend one to use the skill, putting the charge on cooldown. He could spend them all in a short period, but the charges replenished one at a time. So, he'd regain the skill about the same amount of time, but he could use it repeatedly in quick succession if needed. Really, it was lucky these monsters favored the straight-line approach. Zwait Fire Squall. Zwait Chain Lightning. The spells of Rifana and Sedina were great at thinning their numbers, especially Rifana's. Fire Squall had an area much larger than Chain Lightning, and it didn't have a target cap. The Dryfa version of Chain Lightning only increased the damage output, not the number of targets. Raphtalia was able to put her greatsword to good use. Each swing took out a few enemies at a time. Likewise, Eclair and Keel's fast movements allowed them to make short work of the low-defense enemies. Jojo and Dio were blasting enemies away with gusts of wind from their wings. Jojo must have realized his close-range mallet wasn't going to cover it here. As for the Claw Hero. Airstrike Slash. Second Slash. Whirling Blades. Rubelt let loose 2 horizontal slashes that flew out and cut down more than a dozen enemies each before dissipating. His last skill let him swiftly attack in a small area, cutting down every enemy around that got close in a whirlwind of attacks. That guy is really in his element here. Even without all the power-ups, he's pretty tough. I'm almost scared to give him more. Shooting Star Shield 7. With his skill off cooldown, Dante was able to bring up his barrier again to protect everyone. He reduced the size of his shield and began to cast a spell. With so many enemies around, they needed to thin them out more quickly. Zwait Fire Squall 6. Like with the Dark Velociraptors before, the red-robed jesters fell quickly. With 2 power-ups affecting his spell, it was both more powerful and covered a wider area, more than twice as wide as a normal casting. It would give everyone a little breathing room and allow them to focus on another area for a bit. A few monsters stayed standing after the rain of fire. These ones wore blue robes, and didn't have any masks on. Instead, their faces were obscured by shadows. In his status, they came up as blue-robed jinxes. Given the circumstantial evidence, Dante had a good idea what they were capable of. In the next moment, they proved him right. They raised their right hands and magic flew out of them. One sent out a blizzard at the party, another launched a flaming meteorite, and a third threw a ball of lightning at them. Change Shield 2. Dante quickly changed to his spell Cobalt Shield, allowing his Shooting Star Shield to more easily tank the magical attacks. "Rubalt!" Dante called out. "I see them." Airstrike Slash. Rubalt ran past Dante and unleashed his skill, the Energy Slash, cutting two of the Jinxes in half and clipping the third. They really did have little defense and HP, since that was enough to take out the third one. "Above us!" Sedina yelled. Dante turned to see half a dozen robed figures descend from the sky. Like the jesters, these ones had masks on, but they were all the same. They wore expressions of surprise on their white masks, with dull yellow robes over their bodies and long scythes in their hands. His appraisal labeled these as yellow-robed harlequins. Second Slash. Rubalt launched his skill upwards, but these monsters had a bit more evasion. Combined with easy access to a third axis for movement, only one was struck down by the Claw Hero's attack. Chain Shield 2. Hate Reaction 3. With a charge that just came off cooldown, Dante switched over to his Stout Shield. Like the Jinxes, these few monsters seemed like they'd be more dangerous. His Hate Reaction would help deter them from using too many dangerous abilities. With the remaining ground attackers running out, they'd be able to take out these flyers long before they pierced. The Shooting Star Shield shattered the instant the scythe of the Harlequin made contact with it. Dante backed up a step as a second one neared him. The blade of its scythe had a sickly green glow to it. "Shit. I can't change." Unable to evade in time, the blade sunk into Dante's shield, easily passing through it and piercing his body. Blood violently spat out from his mouth as the wound split wide. "Dante!" Keel was the first to take notice, quickly leaping at the nearest Harlequin and cutting it in two. The one that struck Dante pulled back its scythe, ready to attack again. The other three quickly floated down next to it. Gale 3. Dante blew back the attackers with his skill, giving himself some breathing room. Luckily, the attacks from the ground enemies didn't have any special properties, letting his defense handle them easily while his party wiped them out. Zwait Chain Lightning. Sedina's spell was more than enough to kill off the remaining Harlequins. Rifana approached Dante and cast her spell. Zwait Healing Warmth. Dante felt the wound close a bit, letting him breathe easier. Thanks, Rifana. Zwait Healing Warmth V. He chanted his spell, letting the wound heal even more. What was that? Sedina asked, inspecting Dante's wound, only to find no damage to the armor. A defense rating attack. Dante said. It does damage based on my defense. A hell of an attack, one I didn't think I'd be taking yet. Are you okay? Raphtalia asked, letting her greatsword rest on the ground. Yeah, nothing too bad. Just caught me off guard is all. I'll be prepared for them next time, he said, looking around. The field was littered with the robes and masks of the dead monsters, their bodies having already dissipated like ghosts. Not even their weapons remained. No other enemies were around them. These wave monsters kind of felt familiar to Dante, but he couldn't place how. The quiet was a little eerie, but Dante had a thought about this wave. There were lots of enemies all at once, and then nothing. The other waves so far had monsters falling from the skies, but Dante hadn't spotted any, aside from the Harlequins. If this wave operated like he thought, then not only were they most likely going in the right direction, but the village wouldn't have to worry about any attacks, aside from monsters that slipped past them. Dante relayed his thoughts to everyone present and passed out potions to those that needed them, letting them keep the ones they had on hand. He seemed to be the only one to take any damage, outside of the initial attack on Dio. Really, it was just Rifana and Sedina that needed mana potions, plus some stamina recovering potions for everyone. Dante and Rubalt used quite a bit of SP, but he had potions for that too. All right, let's keep going, Dante said. Everyone mounted up again and moved out. Dante's hypothesis seemed to be correct, as they encountered the same type of group as before after another 5 minutes of running. This group seemed a little bigger, but with their experience with the last group, they had less trouble taking them out. As they neared the split-off point between the two large cracks, they could make out a grouping of jesters a short distance away. They were gathered by one of the cracks, leading them to believe that was the right way to go. At their approach, the red-robed jesters turned and ran right at them. A single casting of Zweit fire squall from Rifana was more than enough to wipe out the much smaller group. With the area cleared, the group dismounted and approached the wave crack. Dante stopped in front of the crack, Rubelt standing next to him. "So, do we just strike it, or?" Dante looked to the older hero. "That should give us time to fight the boss, at the very least," Rubelt said, slashing at the crack with his claw. Dante saw how the crack seemed to waver. Following his lead, Dante bashed it with his shield. "Whoa!" Keel sounded from behind. The swirls in the sky stopped spinning. Looking up, Dante saw what Keel did. The red sky was still there, but the spirals no longer moved. "Well, that's progress." "That's new to me," Rubelt said. "The last wave crack I attacked didn't do that." "Really?" Dante looked towards the crack again. He brought forward his shield, smacking the edge of the crack. It seemed to dim slightly. When he looked up, the swirls had disappeared from the red sky. Gripping his shield, Dante hit the crack a few more times. Soon, his shield hit nothing. The crack closed up, all the way up into the sky. It changed from the blood-red color into the yellow-blue of early evening. "What happened?" Dio asked. "No more monsters?" "I guess not," Dante answered. "Strange. I don't recall something like this ever happening." Then again, this wave did seem a bit different. It was more like waves of monsters in some sort of tower defense game. Or, the wave boss was already killed by someone else, and we just finished the job. Whatever, I'll take the win. The only downside he could see was not getting materials from a wave boss. Maybe if the wave lasted longer, one would have appeared, but Dante wasn't about to let that happen. This wasn't a game. They started back towards the village, Dante and Rubelt absorbing the enemy remains into their weapons. It was only robes and masks, but they were able to get reveals from each enemy type, plus an assortment of item drops. Red Jester Shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, agility bonus, high. Blue Jinx Shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, magic bonus, high. Yellow Reaper Shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, defense rating adjustment, small, immutable defense rating, small. No new skills. I'm not really surprised. If I was any other hero, I bet that Red Jester would have given me a high attack bonus. I like the sound of that defense rating adjustment, though. If it was what Dante thought, he would receive less damage from defense rating attacks. Given that his job was to have a massive defense stat, it was pretty amazing. Following that theme, the second bonus sounded like he'd have at least some defense against defense ignoring attacks. Rubelt basically confirmed his thoughts. The Red Jester Claw did indeed give him a medium attack bonus. The Yellow Reaper Claw didn't have an equip bonus, but it had an equip effect called Pierce. It didn't take a gaming master to determine what kind of effect that would be. Once Dante got on better terms with the other three summoned heroes, he gave them some of the monster remains for weapon reveals. They came close to the site of the first battle with this wave's monsters. The robes and masks were still there, but off in the distance. Dante. Sedina's voice got lost in her throat, and Dante immediately saw why. Kurokan village was in flames. No.no. Dante shouted, spurring Dio toward the village. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Did one of the jinxes get past us? Was there actually a boss and we missed it? Oh God, please be okay. Once they were close, Dante hopped off of Dio and ran to the entrance. A guard was there, lying on the ground, dead. Dante looked at the wolf therianthrope and saw he was stabbed in the chest. Another one was a few feet away, in a similar state. Damn it, we missed a group. How? HM? What is that over there, Sir MacRory? Dante didn't wait for Eclair to finish. He darted off to the center of the village, where there seemed to be something going on. Every house he passed on the way looked the same. The door was broken open, sometimes off the hinges, and the building was burning down. The occupants of those homes were on the ground outside, lying in pools of blood. House after house, flames danced around. The fields he passed were on fire as well. Nothing but a great inferno as he ran down the dirt path. Finally, he reached what used to be the village center. The rest of his party and Ribald had made it with him, but he couldn't focus on them. All that was in his vision were the knights from Siltvelt. They stood near an erected wooden pole, a single woman tied to it with her throat slit open. On the ground before her were a man and a little girl. The ears sticking from the helmet of the commander twitched. The man turned to look at Dante, a wide smile on his face. Lord Shield. You've arrived, he said, arms stretched out at either side. Rejoice, Lord Shield. The witch of this village has been dealt with. You're free from the charm she's placed on you. His eyes gleamed as he spoke, his mouth seeming to stretch into a wider and wider grin. Dante could barely stand. His heavy breathing was all he could hear. His eyes darted around, picking out every knight before him. These men and women of Siltvelt, they took his family from him. They murdered them. They deserved to die. Slowly, his breathing quieted down. The knights, the dead bodies, even the burning houses faded from his vision. Soon, all he could see was red. Notes. I misspoke a while ago. Last arc should be something like the Siltvelt arc. Now is the downward spiral arc. Well, I went and wrote 80% yesterday again. It's really not so bad, since I write down a lot of my ideas during the week at work and then copy them over to my Word documents when I get home. Some are for the current chapter, some are for the future. I would like to start getting in the habit of listening to my writing alarm more, instead of continuing to stream shows, but it is what it is. I remember hearing someone mention the Waves used to be basically like a tower defense game in the past. It was probably mentioned in a blog post, or possibly in one of the later chapters of True Reprise that I've neglected to catch up with. In any case, no boss in this wave, for reasons unknown. If anyone wants to take a guess at what these three enemies were references of, feel free. If I had kept in the original idea for the boss, a lot of retro nerds like me would have figured it out. I'll say what it was in my next chapter.